The incense ash in the funeral hall had piled up 3 layers deep. Nobody bothered to sweep it. I stood in front of the coffin, clutching a piece of paper in my hand. The corners were curled, looking like they had been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. I didn't cry. I didn't say a word. I just flicked my lighter and held the flame to the edge. The fire licked the corner and slowly crawled upward. It wasn't a strong flame. The paper burned slowly, the edges curling and blackening until the handwriting blurred and turned to gray dust. Someone whispered that I'd gone crazy. Someone else tugged at a neighbor's sleeve. But no one stepped forward to stop me. The lawyer stood 3 paces away, looking sharp in his suit, gripping a fountain pen as if waiting for a signature. As the ashes drifted upward, a draft blew in from the side door. Amidst the gray flurry, one scrap of paper didn't burn through. It was yellow and brittle, like an old envelope. It didn't hit the floor. The wind caught it, swirling it half a circle until it landed right at my feet. I looked down. The words were written in blue ink. The strokes shook violently, as if the hand that wrote them had been trembling. There was only one line. I owe him a life. I didn't move. The fire was still burning, and the paper ash continued to fall, landing on my black shoes like snow. The lawyer took a step forward and pulled a stack of papers from his briefcase. These were crisp and new, with straight edges and red official stamps. He cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the entire hall to hear. He announced that according to the final amendment signed by Mr. Liu before his death, all assets were to go to Jiang Jin. No one spoke. Some looked down at their phones. Others shifted the funeral wreaths aside, afraid of blocking their view. I turned abruptly and grabbed the lawyer by his collar. His suit fabric was slippery, but my grip was heavy. I yanked his neckline crooked, popping a white button that rolled across the floor. No one picked it up. My voice was hoarse, sounding like sandpaper on stone, as I growled that he knew all along. I told him he knew the will was a fake. The lawyer didn't struggle or answer. He just looked past me. I didn't turn around, but I heard light footsteps. They were slow, treading softly on the fallen ash. Jiang Jin stood at the entrance of the hall. He wore a black shirt with no tie, sleeves rolled up to his forearms to reveal a long, thin scar that looked like it had been made by a wire. He brought no flowers and carried no umbrella. His shoes were caked in mud, with more on the left foot than the right, as if he'd come in through the back gate. He spoke softly, as if he were talking about someone else's life. He asked if I remembered the year I turned 7, when he was locked in the basement for 3 days while I sat in the banquet hall eating cake. My hands froze. My knuckles were still white against the lawyer's collar, but my strength evaporated. I didn't turn my head. I didn't answer. I just stared at that fallen button 3 inches from my toes. The lacquer had chipped off, revealing the dull copper beneath. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He walked past me, looking neither at me nor the coffin. He stopped right in the center of the hall. The wind gusted again, flickering the candles on the offering table. The flames danced, but didn't go out. Suddenly, the monitor in the corner flickered to life. It was an old security camera that usually pointed at the door, but today it was playing a recording. The screen showed my father's study. The timestamp was 11:17 p.m. last night. In the footage, my father was in his pajamas, his hair a mess, rummaging through a drawer. He pulled out an envelope labeled paternity test. He stuffed it back in slowly, acting as if he was afraid of waking someone. Then the camera tilted down, capturing the gap beneath the drawer. Behind a steel door, a small boy was huddled. He wore gray pajamas, his hair dusty, clutching half a piece of cake. The cake was smashed, cream smearing into the cracks of the paper. He hadn't eaten it. He just gripped it tight, like it was the last thing proving he was still alive. My breath hitched. I looked down at my hands. My fingertips were stained with black ash. I suddenly remembered that day when I was 7. I had eaten cake. The frosting was too sweet, so I only ate half and tossed the rest by the basement door. I remembered the door being locked. I remembered hearing a scratching sound from inside, like someone clawing at the wood. I hadn't opened it. I had just turned back to the party to keep eating. Now, I saw that same half piece of cake, crushed in the mud, held by that child for 3 days. I let go of the lawyer's collar. I didn't apologize. I didn't speak. I stepped back, my heel crushing the fallen button. The lawyer closed his briefcase with a soft click. He checked his watch and stated that the will had been synchronized with the notary office and was legally binding. He turned and walked out, his shoes leaving no prints in the ash. Jiang Jin remained where he stood. He didn't look at me or the screen. He just rolled his sleeve a bit higher, exposing the scar. Beneath it, the skin was a dull red, like a brand. No one in the hall moved. The incense kept burning. The water cup on the table had a faint ring around the rim from someone who hadn't taken a sip. The wind blew the white cloth in the corner, revealing a small line of text on a wreath. May Father rest in peace. Nobody read it aloud. I finally turned to face Jiang Jin. He looked back at me. We stared at each other for 7 seconds without blinking. Then Jiang Jin asked if I remembered what that cake tasted like. I didn't answer. He didn't wait for one. He turned and walked away, leaving the door open. The wind rushed in, and the candles finally flickered out. Only the incense ash remained in motion. The monitor stayed lit, frozen on the image of my father's hand and the boy's knuckles. The time jumped to 11:18 p.m., and then the screen went black. I stood there, unable to move. The ash was stuck under my fingernails, and I couldn't rub it off. I leaned down and picked up the copper button. It was cold. I didn't put it in my pocket. I just rolled it between my fingers, feeling the chipped lacquer. I walked toward the back door. It creaked open. It was raining outside. I didn't have an umbrella, but I didn't care. I walked straight into the yard, mud splashing my trousers. Under an old locust tree sat a rusted iron box. The lock had long since snapped. I crouched down and reached inside, pulling out a piece of paper. It was a ransom receipt from when I was kidnapped at age 7. There were 7 of them, each stamped with my father's seal. The stamps were crooked, as if his hand had been shaking. I didn't look at the money. I looked at the back of the receipt. Small pencil marks, nearly faded away, read, Lu Fun, Happy Birthday. I stood there for 5 minutes, clutching the paper. The rain intensified, drumming against the iron box. I put the paper back and turned around. Jiang Jin was standing outside the courtyard wall. He hadn't left. His black shirt was soaked, his hair plastered to his forehead. He held a USB drive in his hand, water dripping from his fingers. We locked eyes again. He didn't speak, and I didn't move. In the distance, an ambulance siren wailed, growing fainter as it moved away. I walked back toward the hall. When I reached the door, I paused and pulled it shut. The latch was loose, leaving a small crack. The wind whistled through the gap, stirring the remains of the candles. The ash drifted once more, settling on the floor like snow. Jiang Jin pushed open the door to the study. The hinges let out a sharp creak, sounding like a skipped beat on an old clock. The room was dark, the sky outside turning to dusk. The wind groaned through a crack in the window, making the curtains swell and collapse. He didn't turn on the light. He didn't use his phone. He just held the copper key his mother had pressed into his palm before she died. The teeth of the key were worn smooth, as if someone had worried them with their fingernails for years. The basement door was hidden behind a bookshelf. I had to slide aside a faded landscape painting. On the frame were 3 shallow scratches, marks I'd made with a pencil as a child when I was too short to reach. I pushed the frame, and the iron door was revealed. The lock was old-fashioned. The copper core had turned green with rust, and the key snagged when I tried to push it in. I didn't force it. With a gentle twist, the bolt clicked. The door swung open. A wave of damp air hit me, smelling of mold and the metallic tang of rust. I didn't flinch or cover my nose. I remembered this smell. It had been 20 years, but I knew it. I looked at the walls. Scratches were everywhere. 1, 2, 3. They crawled from the floor all the way to the ceiling in a chaotic mess. Some were crooked, some were deep, and others were faint. They looked like they had been gouged out by fingernails or carved with a small knife. I had counted them once. 732 marks. I was 7 years old when I was first locked in here. On the first day, I used a pencil. When the lead snapped, I used my nails. When my nails split and bled, I kept going. The blood would scab, then wear away again. In the corner sat an iron box. The latch had rotted away long ago. I lifted the lid easily. Inside were stacks of paper bundled with rubber bands. Every single one was a receipt. The dates ran from 1998 to 2003. The amounts ranged from 50,000 to 800,000 yuan. The payee was Tianhai Security. The payer was the Lu Group. In the bottom right corner of every sheet was a red stamp, Lu Guodong's private seal. The edge of the stamp was chipped, as if it had been dropped. I didn't touch the receipts. I reached past them to the very bottom until my fingertips brushed something hard. A voice recorder. It was black plastic with a crack running down the casing. Half a dry battery was still jammed in the compartment. I pressed play. When the sound came through, I went still. The wind gusted through the broken window, making the shadows of the wall scratches flicker. Child, your life is an act of atonement. My father's voice was low and raspy, like sandpaper rubbing against sheet metal. Only by living can you inherit. There was a 2-second pause, the sound of heavy breathing, and then the rustle of paper. Your mother knows. She didn't stop me. She's afraid you'll be stronger than him. The recording clicked off. The battery was dead. I slid the recorder into my coat pocket and turned around. I didn't turn on my flashlight. My eyes had already adjusted to the dark. As I walked toward the door, my shoes crunched on the concrete floor, stepping on debris that felt like dried mud and ash. The door wasn't fully closed. I stopped at the gap. I didn't push it open, and I didn't retreat. Lufin was standing outside. He wasn't wearing his suit, just a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. An old scar ran from his wrist upward, looking like it had been caused by a heavy chain. He was clutching something, a scrap of yellow paper with charred, curled edges. Only half a line of text remained. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stared down at the paper. The blue ink had bled into the fibers like a bruise. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't ask me anything. I stepped out. I didn't look at him, but I didn't go around him either. Our shoulders brushed as I passed. It was a light contact, like two pieces of clothing flapping against each other in the wind. Lufin didn't move. I reached the top of the stairs and paused for half a second. I didn't look back. My hand went into my pocket, touching the cold copper key. I didn't take it with me. I left it there. I headed downstairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. The incense ash in the first-floor funeral hall was still there, unswept. The wind blew in from the side door, swirling a few gray particles onto the shoe cabinet, landing on a pair of unworn black leather shoes. They belonged to Lu Fun. I didn't stop. I pushed the front door open and walked out. The sky was pitch black. A crack in the clouds let a sliver of moonlight through. The leaves of the old locust tree in the yard hissed in the wind. An old rattan chair with a broken back leaned against the wall. I ignored it. I walked to my car, pulled the door open, and sat inside. I didn't turn on the lights or start the engine. The car smelled of smoke, Lu Fun's scent. The center console was open, revealing a half-empty pack of cigarettes. There was a dark red lipstick mark on one of the filters. I didn't touch it. I just took out a USB drive and set it on the passenger seat. It was black and unlabeled. A draft from the window crack made the drive shift slightly. I shut the door. Outside, the funeral hall light flickered. A single yellow bulb illuminated the pile of unburnt paper ash by the door. In the pile lay half a charred will. The handwriting was blurry, but my name, Lin Yuan, was still visible. The wind swirled the ash onto the roof of my car. I sat motionless, staring straight ahead. My face was reflected in the glass, pale, expressionless, my eyes dull. After a moment, I pulled the copper key from my pocket. I looked at it for 2 seconds, then placed it gently next to the USB drive. The rusted key sat beside the sleek plastic drive. I didn't touch them again. The car was silent. A dog barked in the distance, then went quiet. The funeral light blinked once, dimmed, then stabilized. I leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. Outside, the moonlight hit the copper key, revealing a tiny crack, a mark that looked like a bite. The lights in the ancestral hall weren't all on. Only 3 lamps hung from the beams, swaying enough to make me dizzy. 12 chairs were set around a long table. 7 were occupied, 5 were empty and covered in dust. Lufin sat at the head, his suit sleeves frayed at the edges. His wedding ring was still on his finger. A photocopy of the will sat before him. He wasn't reading it. His fingers just traced the edge of the paper over and over, as if looking for a hole. When I walked in, nobody stood up. I wore a black shirt buttoned to the collar. It was wrinkled, looking like it hadn't been ironed since last night. I carried a brown paper bag tucked under my arm. The lawyer sat to my right, his briefcase on his lap and a pen clipped to his pocket. He cleared his throat. The sound was small, but in the silence of the hall, it rang out like a crack in the wooden beams. The amendment to Mr. Liu's will was signed before his passing, the lawyer said. It has been notarized and is legally binding. All assets go to Lin Yuan. Lufin didn't move. He looked up at the ceiling where a missing tile let in a beam of morning light. The light hit the incense burner on the altar. The ash was piled high, undisturbed. Invalid, Lufin said. On what grounds? The lawyer asked. It's a forgery. The signature doesn't match. The witness signatures are photocopied. The lawyer didn't panic. He pulled a stack of papers from his bag. They weren't printed, they were bank statements. The paper was yellowed and curled, looking like it had been crumpled and smoothed out many times. He laid them out in a row. The dates spanned from 2013 to 2023. Every month, a fixed transfer was made. The amounts were between 30,000 and 150,000 yuan. The recipient was me. The memo always said, compensation. Every transaction has a signed authorization from Lu Guodong, the lawyer explained. The electronic signature on file with the bank matches the one on the will. Lufin stared at that word, compensation. His throat moved, but he said nothing. He reached for the top sheet, his finger hovering just above the paper before he pulled back. He wouldn't look at me. I stayed standing. I looked down at the tips of my shoes. They were stained with a bit of grayish mud from the backyard path. I didn't bother cleaning them. The lawyer pressed a remote. A projector in the corner hummed to life. The screen flickered with static before stabilizing on a video of my father's bedroom. The bedside lamp cast a sickly yellow glow. Lu Guodong was propped up on pillows, wasted away to a skeleton. Tubes were stuck in his neck. His voice was heavy with the sound of air. I have spent my life lying, he said. I lied to your mother. I lied to you. I lied to everyone. But my greatest sin was letting my own son endure hell for me. The screen went black. Total silence followed. A stray bit of ash drifted through the window gap, hanging in the air. Suddenly, Lufin stood up. His chair screeched against the floor. He glared at me, his eyes bloodshot but dry. Why didn't you say anything? When did you find out? When the hell did you find out? I didn't look at him. I just reached out and placed the brown paper bag on the table. I didn't open it. I just looked down. I pulled a pack of cigarettes from my pocket. I tore it open, slid one out, and bit down on the filter. I didn't light it. I just stared at the unlit tobacco, feeling the weight of the silence. Finally, I spoke. My voice was barely a whisper. Would you even believe me? Lufin didn't answer. His chest heaved with every breath, his hands clenched into fists so tight his fingernails dug deep into his palms. I looked up at him for a split second, then dropped my gaze back to the floor. Even the shoes I'm wearing, I said softly, were the ones you threw away. Your hand-me-downs. The words were quiet, but they cut like a blade. Lufin's lips trembled. He didn't argue. He just turned and walked toward the door. His footsteps were heavy, echoing through the room, but he didn't slam the door behind him. It wasn't even locked. When he pushed it, the hinges groaned, a harsh, metallic screech that sounded exactly like the iron door of that basement 20 years ago. I didn't move. I waited until the sound of his footsteps faded into nothing. Only then did I lean over and put the cigarette back in my pocket. I opened the brown paper bag and pulled out a USB drive. I plugged it into the projector. The screen flickered to life again. It was surveillance footage, grainy, black and white, and dated. I saw a hallway. It was Lu Fun's 7th birthday. He was there, dressed in a tiny, expensive suit, holding a piece of cake and grinning wide enough to show his teeth. Then the camera caught me. I was standing around the corner, wearing a school uniform that had been washed so many times it was turning white. I was clutching a smashed half-slice of cake in my hand. I stood perfectly still. The camera zoomed in near my feet. There, lying in the dirt, was the piece of cake Lufin had dropped. The frosting was covered in gray dust. The image froze for 3 seconds, then went black. I pulled the USB drive out and tucked it back into the bag. I didn't look at anyone as I turned for the door. The lawyer didn't try to stop me. He just lowered his head and began slowly organizing the bank statements, his movements methodical, like he was handling the belongings of the dead. I noticed a smudge of ash on his sleeve. He didn't bother to brush it off. Outside the ancestral hall, the sky was suffocatingly gray. The clouds hung low over the rooftops. A gust of wind swept past my eyes, swirling dead leaves against the doorframe. Tap, tap, two sharp sounds. I reached the courtyard gate when my phone vibrated. I pulled it out. The screen lit up with a text from an unknown number. Before your mother died, she saw your father one last time. I stared at those words for 20 seconds. I didn't move my fingers. I didn't reply, and I didn't delete it. The wind suddenly picked up, pinning my shirt against my back. I looked up. The clouds cracked open just a sliver, but no light came through. Just more gray. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and headed toward the alley. Behind me, the hall doors remained open. The wind rushed in, scattering the incense ash on the offering table. The pile collapsed on one side, looking as if someone had ghosted their hand across it. I didn't look back. There was a convenience store at the mouth of the alley. The lights were humming. I went in and bought a bottle of ice-cold water. The cashier scanned the code without ever looking up. When I took the bottle, condensation immediately slicked the plastic. Water droplets ran down the gaps between my fingers. I didn't wipe them away. At the end of the alley, I stopped and leaned against a wall. I twisted the cap and took a swallow. The water was freezing. My throat tightened as I swallowed. I looked up at the windows of the building across from me. On the third floor, a window was cracked open. The curtain billowed in the wind, looking like the steady rise and fall of someone breathing. I watched it for 3 seconds, then kept walking. The rain started. It was thin and fine, drifting down like dust. I didn't have an umbrella, and I didn't look for cover. My shirt got soaked, the damp fabric chilling my skin. When I reached my apartment building, I looked up at my window. The lights were off. I stepped into the stairwell, my footsteps echoing in the empty shaft. On the 4th floor, I slid the key into the lock. 2 turns, and the door opened. The apartment was pitch black. I didn't turn on the lights. I walked straight to the study and pulled open a drawer. I took out an old photo album. The cover was blue cloth, the corners curled and warped as if it had been soaked in water and dried in the sun. I flipped to the first page. It was a photo of my mother. She was wearing a gray sweater, standing in front of the orphanage gates, holding a swaddled baby in her arms. In the bottom right corner, someone had written in pencil, April 12, 1999. I stared at that date for a long time. Then I shut the album and put it back. I went to the window and pulled back the curtains. The rain was still falling, hitting the glass one drop at a time. Slow, methodical. Down on the street corner, a black sedan was parked. Its lights were off. Someone was sitting inside, motionless. I didn't linger. I pulled the curtains shut, turned around, and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. The cup was old. There was a tiny chip on the rim. I remembered it. I had dropped it when I was a kid. I held the cup and stood by the window. I didn't drink. The water shivered in the glass, then went still. Outside, the rain never stopped. I placed my mother's diary on the nightstand. I left it open. The wind crept in through the window gap, making the very last page tremble. A photo was pinned to the corner of the wall with 2 thumbtacks. It was a picture of me when I was 7. My collar was flipped up, my cuffs were worn shiny, and I was clutching half of an invitation. The paper had been softened by the sweat of my palms. In the background of the party, people were laughing and holding champagne. Lufin stood at the front in his little suit, his bow tie crooked, gripping a cake knife. I didn't look at the photo. I found a tube of glue in the drawer and laid out an old newspaper. I pressed the photo flat. The glue took forever to dry. I waited 10 minutes before sticking the photo back on the wall, right next to a stack of ransom receipts. The red stamps on the receipts had faded to a pale pink, like blood that had turned into a scar. I left a 2-centimeter gap between the photo and the receipts. Just enough space for a note. But I didn't write one. That night, the rain drummed against the tin roof. Asterisk clack, clack, asterisk steady and patient. I threw on a jacket and went downstairs. The light in the basement was broken. I moved through the dark, feeling my way. I knew the 3rd step would creak before I even stepped on it. I reached the iron box and knelt. My fingers brushed the bottom until I found the recording pin. I didn't turn it on. I just put it back, closed the lid, and left it unlocked. Upstairs, the door to Lufin's study was slightly ajar. A sliver of yellow light from a desk lamp spilled into the hallway. I didn't push the door open. I stood in the shadows of the corridor and watched for 5 minutes. The light didn't flicker. The person inside didn't move. I turned back to my room and locked the door. The next morning at 7, Lufin was in the family office. He pulled a key from his inner suit pocket and inserted it into the old-fashioned brass lock of the safe. 3 turns. Click. The door swung open. It was empty. The paternity test, the one with the gold-embossed edges he had locked away himself, was gone. In its place was a single sheet of printed paper. The font was standard, and there was no signature. Asterisk, you're the one who was replaced. You're the fake. Asterisk. He stood there, frozen. His hand stayed on the safe door until his knuckles turned white. Inside, the folders were tilted. A paperclip fell out and landed on the carpet without a sound. He bent down to pick it up. He didn't look at it. He just shoved it into his pocket. As he turned, his foot caught the leg of his chair. The chair wobbled. A loose screw in the back leg groaned. He didn't fix it. He walked to the window and yanked the curtains open. The sky was a leaden gray. The clouds were heavy. In the parking lot below, there were 3 cars. One was his. One belonged to his secretary. The third one had a license plate he didn't recognize. A driver leaned against the door, smoking, never looking up at the building. He went back to his desk and sat down. There was a scratch on the corner of the wood from a pin he'd dropped last year. He'd never had it repaired. He stared at that scratch for 20 seconds before hitting the intercom. Call Lawyer Chun, he ordered. He took the day off, sir, the voice replied. Why? He said his mother was hospitalized. Lufin grunted and hung up. His fingers tapped the desk, out of rhythm. He went to the closet and changed his shirt. The new one was dark gray, but 2 buttons were missing from the cuff. He didn't change it again. When he stepped into the elevator, a junior employee from accounting was standing there holding a stack of reports. The kid looked down and said nothing. Neither did Lufin. When the doors opened on the first floor, he walked past the front desk. Mr. Liu, the receptionist said, holding out a paper cup. You left this behind yesterday. He took it without a word of thanks. The cup was hot, burning his hand. There was a smudge of red lipstick on the rim. It wasn't his. He didn't ask whose it was. He drove to the old family estate. He didn't need the keys in his pocket. The door was already unlocked. The house was thick with dust. The sofa had a deep indentation where my mother used to sit. He walked into the study and went to the 3rd shelf of the bookcase. There was a volume on financial law. Tucked inside the cover was a note. The handwriting was my mother's, shaky and uneven, as if her hand had been trembling. Asterisk, don't look for him. He doesn't know. Asterisk. He didn't touch the note. He pulled the book out. Behind it was a hidden compartment. It was empty. He stood there for 3 seconds, then turned toward the window. A half-burned candle sat on the sill, surrounded by a pool of hardened wax that looked like dried blood. He didn't light it. He went back to his office and sat in his chair, staring at the open safe. It was a hollow void. He reached out and ran his fingers along the cold, empty metal of the interior. My fingertips brushed against a layer of dust. It wasn't fresh. It was old, clinging to the metal edges of the safe like it had been wiped with a cloth, but never fully cleaned. I didn't call anyone to fix it. At 3 in the afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Before your mother died, she saw him one last time. I stared at the screen and didn't reply. I set the phone on the desk. The screen dimmed, then locked itself. I didn't touch it. I got up and walked to the end of the hallway, pushing open the door to the storage room. It was a graveyard of old documents, broken chairs, and unopened holiday gift boxes. I knelt down and started digging. At the very bottom, I found an iron box. It was badly rusted, and the latch was broken. I flipped the lid open. Inside were several photo albums. The one on top had gold lettering. Liu Group 10th Anniversary Celebration. I opened it. The first page showed Lufin's 5th birthday. He was wearing a small tuxedo, standing in front of a cake, grinning wide enough to show his teeth. Standing next to him was Liu Guodong, his hand resting on the boy's shoulder. In the bottom right corner, A date was handwritten, June 12, 1998. I flipped to the third page. He was nearly 7 then, standing at the gates of an orphanage. He wore a blue school uniform and clutched half an invitation in his hand. On the back of the photo, it said, May 3rd, 2003, the day he was brought home. I closed the album and put it back in the iron box, snapping the lock shut. I stood up and brushed the dust off my pants. I turned and closed the door. On my way back to the office, I passed the break room and heard 2 female employees whispering. I heard Mr. Jiang didn't come in today. He did. He spent all morning in the basement. When he came out, his hands were covered in dust. Doesn't his father forbid him from going down there? His father? He's been dead for ages. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. At 11 that night, I went back to the old family estate. The lights in the basement were on. I was the one who turned them on. I walked down the stairs. The iron door was ajar, letting in a draft that smelled of mold. The walls were covered in dense scratches, like climbing vines. I walked to the corner. The iron chest was still there, its latch ruined. The lid was cracked open. I knelt and reached inside, feeling for the voice recorder. It was off. I took it out and held it in my palm for a few seconds before sliding it into my suit jacket's inner pocket. I turned to the wall and pulled the note from my pocket. I pressed it gently between the photo and the receipt, right in that empty 2-centimeter gap. You're the one who was replaced. The fake. I stepped back and looked at the wall. The photo, the receipt, and the note. 3 things side by side. They looked like 3 tombstones. I didn't turn on the main light. I didn't speak. I didn't move. Footsteps sounded at the top of the stairs, slow and deliberate, stopping at the final step. I didn't turn around. Lufin was standing there in a black coat, his collar unbuttoned. He held a brown paper bag, the corners crumpled as if it had been balled up and smoothed out again. He said nothing. I said nothing either. The wind whistled through the basement window, fluttering an old newspaper in the corner. The page flipped halfway, revealing a partial headline. Asterisk Tianhai Security, 2001. Ransom delivery record, asterisk. Lufun's shoes were stained with mud. He had just come from outside. The mud spots were still wet on the floor. 1 drop, 2 drops. They didn't spread. He took a step forward. I still didn't move. Lufin spoke. His voice was low, sounding like it was squeezed out of his throat. When did you find out? I didn't answer. You knew all along, didn't you? He asked again. I raised my eyes, looked at him for a moment, and then looked down. I walked to the wall and tore the note down. I folded it twice and stuffed it into my pocket. Then I turned and walked back to the iron chest, putting the voice recorder back inside. I closed the lid but didn't lock it. I looked up at the ceiling. A brick was loose and dust was falling. A small clump landed on my shoulder. I didn't brush it off. In the bottom right corner, there was a blurry number, 0713. You were the driver, Lufin said. The bodyguard didn't deny it. He tilted his head back and took a swig. The liquor ran down his chin, dripping onto his shirt and creating a dark, spreading stain. Your dad said you had to disappear, he rasped. He wanted Zhang Jin to be the one who was saved. Saving 1 person is worth more than saving 2. Lufin's Adam's apple bobbed. He didn't ask why. He asked, the ransom delivery point. Why the orphanage? The bodyguard set the empty bottle on the table. The heavy thud echoed against the wood. Because Zhang Jin was there that night. Your dad said he had to be there. Otherwise, the play wouldn't be interesting. Lufin turned and left immediately. The door stayed open, and the wind rushed in, making the posters on the wall flap loudly. It was a beer advertisement featuring a woman with a wide, toothy grin. The corner of her mouth was torn, looking like it had been scratched by a fingernail. He drove through the night to the old estate. The iron gates were rusted shut. He had to ram them with his shoulder 3 times to get them open. Dust puffed into his face. He didn't wipe it away. The drawers in the study were all open. Documents were scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. A layer of dust had settled on the pages, looking like gray snow. He knelt and began to flip through them. His fingers brushed against the corner of a yellowed file folder. It was sealed with 3 layers of tape. The tape had turned yellow and the edges were peeling. He tore it open. Inside were the original police records. They were handwritten in messy script. Asterisk ransom delivery location, Qingwu Orphanage. July 13th, 2013. 9:17 p.m. Deliverer, Lu Fun, signature. Receiver, Jiang Jin, signature, ***. Jiang Jin's name was handwritten. Lu Fun's signature was printed. He stared at those lines for 5 minutes. Outside, the rain started again, tapping rhythmically against the roof tiles. He rushed to Jiang Jin's apartment. The door wasn't locked. He kicked it open. The door slammed against the wall and bounced back, swaying gently. Jiang Jin was sitting on the sofa. The lights were off. The television was on, showing the morning news. The sound was muted, and subtitles jumped across the screen. 2 cups sat on the table. One was empty. The other was half full of water, with a small, undissolved milk stain floating on the surface. Lu Fun slammed the file onto the coffee table. The pages scattered like torn wings. You knew all along, didn't you? You always knew. Jiang Jin didn't look up. He reached under the coffee table, pulled out a bottle of water, and unscrewed the cap. He poured it into the untouched cup. The sound of the water was very soft. Did you ever drink that bowl of milk? He asked. Lu Fun didn't answer. He stared at the cup. The ripples in the water reflected a crack in the ceiling, looking like a jagged scar. The cup with the sleeping pills, Jiang Jin said. Your father handed it to you himself. Lu Fun's breath hitched. He remembered that night. He had been lying on his bedroom bed. The pillow was a bit hard. The lights were on. A sliver of light leaked through the door crack, illuminating a single button on the floor. He wanted to turn over, but his eyelids were heavy, like they were weighted with lead. He didn't ask where the pills came from. He didn't ask why it was milk. He didn't ask how Jiang Jin knew. He just stood there. The mud from his shoes rubbed into the carpet, leaving 3 gray stains. Jiang Jin pushed the water cup toward him, stopping right at his hand. There was a tiny chip in the rim of the cup from when it was dropped last year. It had never been thrown away. Your dad said, Jiang Jin whispered. If you ever woke up, I should let you see this. Lu Fun didn't touch the cup. He just looked down. I looked down at my left hand. The wedding ring was still there, resting on my ring finger. Inside the band, the letters LJ were engraved. For years, I believed it stood for Lu Fun and Jiang Jin, our names joined together. Now I saw the truth. It was just Lu Fun and Jiang Jin. 2 names, side by side, with no symbol to connect them. I looked up. Jiang Jin was watching me. His gaze didn't waver, but there was no spark in his eyes either. He looked like a man waiting for an answer, though he wasn't in any rush to get it. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I asked. If I had, Jiang Jin countered, would you have believed me? I didn't answer. I turned away and walked to the window. The rain was still falling, leaving crooked streaks against the glass like someone had traced words with a finger. I reached out to wipe them away, then stopped myself. Behind me, Jiang Jin didn't move. He picked up the empty cup, poured out the remaining water, and watched it swirl down the drain. The sound was incredibly soft. I walked to the door and rested my hand on the handle. I didn't turn it. Your mother saw him before she died, Jiang Jin said. My hand froze. The metal handle felt ice-cold against my palm. The paint had chipped away in one spot, revealing the rust underneath. He never told you that you weren't Qin Sheng's son, Jiang Jin continued. Your father was afraid you'd become better than him. I didn't look back. I heard Jiang Jin stand up behind me. His footsteps were light as he moved to the sofa and sat down. He didn't turn on the lights. Outside, the rain grew louder. A trash can downstairs tipped over in the wind, its plastic lid rolling 3 times before coming to rest against a utility pole. I pushed the door open and walked out. I didn't close it behind me. A draft slipped through the gap, making the water cup on the coffee table wobble, though nothing spilled. I headed downstairs. I didn't take the car. The rain hit my face, sharp and cold. I walked to the corner convenience store and bought a bottle of water. The label was soaked, the words pure water blurring into a smudge. I unscrewed the cap and took a sip. I didn't spit it out. Standing under a broken street lamp, I watched the condensation drip off the bottle, 1 bead at a time. The working half of the lamp cast a dim glow over a puddle at my feet. In the reflection, I saw half of a face, dull eyes, cracked lips. I stood perfectly still. The reflection stayed still with me. After a few seconds, I turned back toward the apartment. Looking up at the third floor, I saw the light was still on. The curtains weren't drawn. Jiang Jin was sitting on the sofa, unmoving, holding that same bottle of water with the faint milk stain on the rim. He didn't look at me, and I didn't look up at him. I just stood there in the rain for 10 minutes until it finally stopped. The wind kept blowing, rustling a plastic bag near the entrance before falling silent again. Inside the funeral hall, 3 candles were still burning in a row. The wax had pooled in the iron tray, hardening into twisted white lumps. I gripped a stack of papers so tightly the edges went soft. They felt like the old newspapers Jiang Jin had used to mount those photos. I wasn't wearing my school uniform, just a gray jacket. My sleeves were stained with dust from the hospital corridors, and rust from the filing cabinets was still jammed under my fingernails. I walked up to the altar. I didn't look at my father's face in the portrait. He looked too peaceful, like a photo that had been edited until even the wrinkles were perfectly symmetrical. I held the report high. The pages fluttered and scattered like paper money caught in a breeze. I didn't just drop them, I tore them. Pieces of paper drifted through the air, landing on my father's frame, in the offering bowls, and on the shoulders of the kneeling relatives. Nobody moved. Nobody screamed. Nobody even dared to look up. I turned to leave, but was blocked. Jiang Jin was standing at the entrance. He wasn't in black. He wore a white shirt buttoned to the very top. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, revealing an old scar that looked like it had been made by a wire. He held a bundle of papers loosely. The wind caught the corners, making them look like they wanted to fly away. "You tore the will because you wanted to break the chains," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. I stared at his shoes. The tip of his left shoe was caked in dark brown mud, but the right one was clean. The mud was dry and cracked, like frozen earth. "But you don't even have the courage to admit who you are," he added. My throat tightened, but I stayed silent. I raised my hand and shredded the rest of the papers. They fell like flakes of snow. "And what about you?" My voice was so raspy it didn't sound like mine. "What gives you the right to act so noble? You could have ended this a long time ago, but you waited until now." Jiang Jin didn't flinch. He looked down at the paper scraps on his chest. One piece was stuck to his third button, but he didn't brush it off. He looked at me with eyes that held neither anger nor sadness. It was the look you give a stranger who has walked into the wrong room. "Because I wanted you to admit it yourself," he said. "You've lived 30 years, and you've lived them all in a lie." I wanted to lung at him, but my feet felt nailed to the floor. I noticed Jiang Jin's right hand was shaking. It wasn't from the cold. It was a faint tremor, like a curtain fluttering in a light breeze. I didn't ask why. I didn't want to know. Outside, the rain suddenly intensified. A gust of wind blew through the door, making the 3 candles flicker violently. The center wick leaned over, the flame shrinking to a tiny point, ready to die. Jiang Jin didn't try to save it. He turned and walked toward the door, his steps light, avoiding the loose floorboard that always creaked. I didn't chase him. I stood there watching the candle. The flame flickered twice and went out. The hall plunged into darkness for a moment, and then my phone vibrated in my pocket. I felt it, but I didn't pull it out. I just looked at the papers scattered on the floor. One scrap was stuck to the leg of the altar. It had the name Lu Fen printed on it, the cold, typed font of a birth registry. The ink was faded, looking like it had been soaked in water. I bent down and picked it up. It felt weightless in my palm. I pulled out my phone. The screen was glowing with a new text message. There was no sender name, just one line of text. "Your father's ledger is hidden inside the piano in your study." I stared at the words for 10 seconds. I didn't reply. I didn't delete it. I turned and walked toward the door. As I passed Jiang Jin, he didn't look back. A paper bag sat nearby, filled with documents. The top one was my birth certificate, stamped in red, dated July 13th, 1993. I didn't stop. I pushed the door open, letting the wind and rain lash against my face. I didn't bother to wipe it away. In the courtyard, a red paper lantern lay ruined in a puddle, the characters for luck blurred and soaked. I stepped into the water, my shoes sinking into the mud until it covered my ankles. I never looked back. Back at the house, a sliver of yellow light from a desk lamp hit the black surface of the piano, reflecting like an oil slick. I walked inside. The piano was an old model. its wooden edges polished smooth by years of use. Dust lay over the keys, and there was a small scratch on the top right corner. I knelt down and ran my fingers along the bottom panel. There was a thin gap. It wasn't locked or bolted, it was just jammed shut. I gave it a hard pry, and the wood loosened with a dull thud, like an old door hinge turning. Hidden underneath was a hardbound ledger. The cover was dark brown and blank, the edges curled from being flipped through 1,000 times. I pulled it out, but didn't open it. I just stood there looking at the ledger, the piano, and the clock on the wall that had stopped at 3:17. My phone vibrated again. It was a second message, identical to the first. Your father's ledger is hidden inside the piano in your study. I stared at the screen for a long time. Then, I slid the ledger into the inner pocket of my jacket and zipped it up. I turned to leave. As I passed the desk, I saw yesterday's tea sitting in a cup, a rim of yellow stain dried near the top. I didn't touch it. The hallway lights were off. Only the dim light from the rain outside illuminated the puddle on the floor from my wet shoes. I walked right through it. Behind me, for reasons I couldn't explain, the piano lid slowly, silently, clicked shut. The bottom panel was made of pine, held by rusted nails that bent the moment I touched them. I crouched by the instrument, my fingers digging into the crevices until wood splinters slid under my skin. I didn't turn on the light. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, hitting the keys, white and black, like a row of half-burnt cigarettes. As I pried the third nail loose, I heard footsteps downstairs. Slow, steady, unstoppable. It was Jiang Jin. I didn't look up, and I didn't stop what I was doing. The footsteps paused outside the door for 3 seconds before moving toward the kitchen. The faucet turned on and off, followed by the clink of a glass hitting the counter. I finally pulled the panel free. Underneath was a layer of oil paper, and inside that, the hardback notebook. The edges of the pages were yellowed, looking like they had been soaked in water and dried in the sun. I pulled the ledger out. I didn't bother dusting it off. I just opened it. The first page was dated April 17, 2003. Paid to Wang Di Hai, 50,000. Ransom drop-off point, Qinghe Orphanage. The recipient's signature at the bottom read, Lu Fun. I flipped to the second page. June 3, 2004. Paid to Li Guodong, 80,000. Same location. Signature, Lu Fun. The third page, January 12, 2005. Paid to Zhao Chunsheng, 100,000. Signature, Lu Fun. I flipped through the pages one by one. It felt like I was reviewing a bank statement or looking back at my monthly report cards from elementary school. Every page was the same. The name was mine. The dates belonged to my father's era. The recipients were 3 people I had never heard of in my life. I reached the second to last page. It was blank. The final page had only one line of text. The ink was dark, looking as fresh as if it had just been written. It said, Lu Fun, you are my most perfect tool and also my deepest shame. I didn't move. My fingers were still pinching the paper. My knuckles turned white. Outside, the wind picked up, making the curtains swell and then collapse. The piano lid sat slightly ajar, leaving a dark slit. Moonlight hit the bottom row of keys at an angle. The white C key was missing a chip of paint. I stood up. I didn't look at the ledger again. I walked straight toward the door. It wasn't locked, just cracked open. Jiang Jin was standing at the end of the hallway. His back was to me. He held a glass of water, but wasn't drinking. A single tea leaf floated on the surface, sinking and rising again. I walked up to him. I didn't say a word. I threw the ledger at him. The pages flew open like a flock of startled birds. The spine hit Jiang Jin's left shoulder, and the book slid to the ground, splaying open at his feet. Jiang Jin didn't flinch. The water in his glass didn't even ripple. Not a drop was spilled. He looked down at the ledger. A bit of dust settled on the toe of his left shoe. His right shoe stayed clean. He bent over and picked it up. He didn't brush it off, and he didn't look at me. You knew all along, I said. My voice was raspy, like metal grinding on paper. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He tucked the ledger under his left arm and set the water glass back on the coffee table. The bottom of the glass scraped against the wood grain, leaving a wet ring that didn't dry. You're waiting for me to break, I said, taking a step forward. My chest hit the doorframe. The wood let out a faint crack, but no blood was drawn. Jiang Jin finally looked up at me. His expression hadn't changed. He looked at me like I was someone who had just woken up and couldn't tell what year it was. "I'm not waiting for you to break," he said. My throat moved, but I didn't respond. "I'm waiting for you to choose," Jiang Jin continued. "Either keep being his puppet, or come with me and burn this entire house down." He turned and headed for the stairs. He didn't stop, and he didn't look back. The moonlight turned the back of his shirt a pale, sickly blue. The top button of his collar was still fastened tight. I stayed still. I stared at Jiang Jin's back, at the scar on the back of his neck. It was old and faint, looking like it had been made by a wire that had long since healed over. I opened my mouth to call out, but no sound came. Jiang Jin reached the basement door. He placed his hand on the knob, but didn't turn it yet. The handle was brass, rusted and stiff. He paused for 3 seconds. Then, with a gentle push, the door swung open. It was pitch black inside. "Lu Fun," he said without turning around. "Are you coming?" I didn't move. I looked down at my shoes. The toe of my left shoe was stained with dark brown mud. It was dry and cracked into small pieces. I remembered stepping in it yesterday outside the archives. I hadn't cleaned it. I looked back up at Jiang Jin's silhouette. I looked at the door and the sliver of light leaking from the crack. It was weak, like the flame of a dying candle. I took a step forward. Then another. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I reached the basement door and stopped a pace behind him. I didn't reach out. I didn't speak. Jiang Jin didn't move either. Downstairs, a faucet started dripping. Drip, drip. It hadn't been shut off properly. I looked down at my right hand. Wood splinters from the piano were still stuck under my fingernails, tiny, grayish-white flecks. I didn't wipe them away. The basement door slowly closed behind us. Outside, the water on the coffee table dried up, leaving a faint white ring. On the windowsill, the dead ivy had turned completely yellow. A single leaf fell. The wind blew it halfway across the sill before it stopped. The hallway light flickered twice, then stayed on. The light in the basement was a raw, white bulb. There was no shade. The light hit the concrete floor directly, highlighting cracks that looked like a dried-up riverbed. A projector sat on an old iron rack, its corners rusted red. Wires trailed from the corner of the room, held together by dusty tape. Jiang Jin stood by the wall. The wall was covered in shadows and documents. Audio waveforms. Paternity tests. They were layered one over the other like an old calendar caught in a storm. In the corner, 3 chairs were piled up. Their legs were worn shiny, and the cushions were torn, spilling gray stuffing. The door opened. The butler walked in, clutching an old fedora. He didn't wear it. His knuckles were white. The lawyer followed, his suit wrinkled like a balled-up piece of paper. His tie was crooked. The doctor was the last to enter, carrying a plastic bag full of pill bottles. The labels were turned inward. No one spoke. No one sat. They all stood 3 feet away from the wall, as if they were afraid of catching something. I stayed by the door. My thumb rested on the wheel of my lighter, but I didn't flick it. I was wearing my gray jacket. The cuffs were still stained with dust from the hospital hallway. There was a wet patch on my left shoulder. I couldn't tell if it was sweat or rain. Jiang Jin didn't look at them. He pressed play. The first thing to emerge was the sound of breathing. It was heavy and ragged, like a broken bellows. Then came my father's voice. It was thin and raspy, like it was crawling up from underground. "I chose him because he's obedient," the recording said. "Like a dog." There was a 5-second silence. No one moved. Even the sound of breathing seemed to stop. Jiang Jin pressed the button again. The second recording was the doctor's voice. There was a rhythmic ticking in the background, like in 4-drip. "Blood types don't match. But Mr. Liu said, we can't let outsiders know. The child has to be swapped." The third was the butler, his voice hushed. "All the accounts are run in Lu Fun's name. He learned to write early. His signatures look perfect. No one will suspect a thing." The fourth was the lawyer, sounding calm. "The will modification records. I made 3 copies. The original was burned. The duplicate is in the safe. The password is Jiang Jin's birthday." On the wall, the projector showed the ledger signatures. Page after page. All of them were mine. The recipients: Wang Dihai, Li Guodong, Zhao Chunxing. The dates ran from 2003 to 2018. Once a year, without fail. Jiang Jin finally turned around to face me. You all thought I was the abandoned bastard, he said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't shake. His voice was like a cold wind leaking through a crack in the wall. But you forgot. The real bastard is the one you all put on a pedestal. Lu Fun. He paused, not waiting for a reaction. He pressed play one last time. My father's voice came through, his final words before death. The breath was faint. Lu Fun, you are my most perfect tool, and also my deepest shame. The recording ended. The room was as silent as a power outage. The butler's hat dropped to the floor. He didn't bend down to get it. The lawyer's tie swayed in a draft. He reached up to straighten it, but stopped halfway. The doctor's pill bottles clinked softly in the bag. My lighter slipped from my hand and hit the concrete. It didn't bounce. It just lay there in a crack, covered in dust. I didn't bend down to pick it up. Jiang Jin walked over and crouched down. He picked up the lighter and held it out to me. Light it, he said. I didn't take it. I stared at the lighter for 3 seconds. Then I looked up at the projection on the wall. That line was still there. Lu Fun, you are my most perfect tool, and also my deepest shame. My lips moved, but no sound came out. Jiang Jin didn't rush me. He stood up and walked to the corner, pulling a piece of paper from under the iron rack. It was a photocopy of the will. The edges were curled and the ink was faded, but my name was still clear. He placed the paper on an old wooden table next to the projector. The corner of the table had a long scratch, likely made by a key. The day you burned the will, Jiang Jin said, I saw you standing at the study door. Your hands were shaking. You didn't burn it. You only tore it. I didn't move. You tore it because you were afraid, Jiang Jin continued. Afraid that you aren't a member of the Lu family. Afraid that the last 30 years of your life were a mistake. He paused, staring directly into my eyes. But you never thought about it, he said. You don't even dare to admit who you are. My Adam's apple bobbed. I didn't say a word. I reached up and touched my jacket pocket. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the last page of the ledger I'd pried from the piano's floorboard. I had copied that specific line of text and tucked it away, right against my heartbeat. I didn't pull it out. Jiang Jin turned around and walked toward the basement door. It wasn't locked, just slightly ajar. A sliver of light spilled through the crack, illuminating the threshold. A few specks of dust danced in a draft, swirled twice, and then settled. He didn't look back. If you light it, I leave, he said. If you don't, I wait. The door clicked shut. The only sound left was the low hum of the projector. The shadows on the wall were still moving, still flickering. The butler finally moved. He bent down, picked up his hat, brushed off the dust, and walked out. The lawyer followed, his shoes scraping the floor with a soft, rhythmic hiss. The doctor stood frozen, staring at the paternity report on the wall. On that report, Jiang Jin's blood type was a perfect match for my father's. I stood there. My lighter was still at my feet, covered in dust. I looked at it for 3 seconds before bending down to pick it up. I didn't flick it. I just shoved it into my pocket and walked toward the door. I stopped at the frame. There was an old scratch in the wood, a shallow horizontal line. It looked like a height mark from when I was a kid. I reached out and scraped it with my fingernail. It didn't budge. I kept walking. Behind me, the basement lights stayed on. The projector kept spinning, swapping images one by one. The final slide was a baby photo. On the back, it said, Jiang Jin, born July 14, 1998. The eldest legitimate son of the Lu family, asterisk. Below that, in my father's handwriting, were smaller words. Asterisk, if you ever find the truth, please forgive me. I was afraid you were too much like your mother, too awake to survive. Asterisk. The shadow stopped on those words. It didn't move again. A breeze drifted through the vent, catching a scrap of paper and wedging it into a rusty screw on the iron rack. The lights stayed on. Nobody came to turn them off. Outside, the sky was beginning to break. The weight of the ashes felt heavy. The basement light was a blinding, clinical white. Ash everywhere. I took a step forward. My shoe crunched against a pile of gray remains. Jiang Jin stepped toward me and placed a piece of paper on the floor, sliding it toward my knees with his toe. I didn't pick it up. I stared at it like it was a bone dug up from a grave. You signed it, Jiang Jin said. But you forgot. You were injected with a sedative when you did. My throat tightened. I said nothing. Jiang Jin didn't repeat himself. He walked to the wall and touched a row of surveillance screenshots. One was of me at 7 years old, sitting in the study. My pen was hovering over paper, my hand shaking violently. Another was from last winter. I was standing in a hospital hallway, clutching a lab report. I wasn't crying. I wasn't moving. Jiang Jin pulled his hand back. A bit of white plaster flaked off the wall and landed on his sleeve. I finally leaned over and picked up the paper. It was my signature. The handwriting was crooked, but recognizable. The date was 1 week before my father died. A red fingerprint was pressed into the bottom right corner, looking as fresh as if it had just been made. I stared at that print for 3 seconds. Then I flipped the paper over. The back was blank. I looked up, my lips moving, but no sound came out. Jiang Jin stood there in his deep gray shirt. His collar was loose, the second button undone. A crease ran along his sleeve as if he had rolled it up repeatedly. That night, he said you were too weak, Jiang Jin whispered. He said it was time for a change. My breath hitched. I closed my eyes, then snapped them open. A white light flashed in my memory, a hospital ceiling. I was lying on a metal bed, and 4 needle in my hand, medicine dripping steadily. My father stood by the bed, his shadow towering over me. You planned this all along, I said. Jiang Jin nodded. You waited 20 years, I continued. Not for revenge. No, Jiang Jin said. It was to make you see. You were never loved. You were just needed. I didn't move. I looked down at the paper again. The ink near the signature was slightly blurred, like it had been touched by water. I rubbed it with my thumb. It didn't smudge. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He walked to a chair in the corner and sat. The chair legs were polished from use, the cushion torn with stuffing leaking out. He didn't sit all the way back, leaning forward as if afraid to break it. I stood up and walked to the wall. The carving was still there. Asterisk day 731. He didn't come. Asterisk the words were jagged, cut with a small knife. Next to it was a shallower line added later. Asterisk day 732. He came. Asterisk. I touched the grooves, my finger picking up a bit of dust. Outside, a crack of light split the horizon. It cut across the concrete floor, hitting the ashes and the tips of Jiang Jin's shoes. There was dried mud on his soles, cracking into pieces. I didn't look back. I walked to the door and reached for the handle. The iron was cold, the paint peeling to reveal rust. I didn't turn it yet. My hand just hovered. Jiang Jin pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but didn't light one. Your father didn't die in the hospital, he said. He died in this basement. 3 days ago. My finger twitched. You were the one who brought him his medicine, Jiang Jin continued. Do you remember? That morning, you poured the water. You added 2 pills. I didn't answer. I remembered that morning. The kitchen faucet wouldn't stop dripping. Drip, drip. I stood by the stove, my hands shaking. A pill had fallen to the floor. I picked it up, wrapped it in a tissue, and dropped it into the cup. The water was lukewarm. I hadn't looked at my father's face. Do you remember his last words? Jiang Jin asked. I shook my head. He said you were stronger than him, Jiang Jin said. But he never said who you were. My hand slid off the doorknob. I turned back to the center of the room, knelt down, and gathered the ashes into a small pile. I pulled out my lighter. The thumb wheel was covered in grit. I didn't flick it. I just rubbed my thumb against the metal. Jiang Jin watched me in silence. The morning light crawled up the wall, illuminating the carvings, the ashes, and my knees. My pants were frayed, threads hanging loose and catching the gray dust. Jiang Jin stood up. He walked over, picked up the statement where I had renounced my inheritance, folded it twice, and put it in his pocket. Your father's safe, he said. He said it was inside your mother's piano. The 7th key. Press it down. It'll make a sound. I didn't react. Jiang Jin walked to the door and put his hand on the handle. He didn't open it yet. Make your choice, he said. Do you leave with the ashes, or do you burn this house down with them? He stood with his back to me. I looked down at the pile. A tiny corner of unburned paper stuck out from the gray. It had a single stroke of the character for Lu. I rubbed it between my fingers, but didn't pick it up. I stood up and went to the wall. I ran my nail over the carving of day 731 one last time. It was a light, ghost-like touch. Then, I turned toward the door. Jiang Jin didn't look back. I reached out and turned the handle. The door wasn't locked. I pushed it open and walked out. The hallway was dark. Moonlight leaked from the top of the stairs, reflecting off a wet footprint on the floor. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Behind me, Jiang Jin remained in the basement. The white light stayed on, hitting the concrete like a dry riverbed. A gust of wind caught the pile of ash. The gray flakes drifted, landing on the doorframe, settling into footprints, and clinging to the water droplets falling from the leaky faucet. The drops hit the ash, shattering them into nothing. The key was made of brass. Its edges were worn smooth and shiny, but gray dust remained embedded in the grooves. Jiang Jin didn't use a tissue to wrap it, nor did he wipe his hands. He simply placed it directly into my palm. I didn't close my fingers. My hand just hung there, limp as a branch tossed by the wind. The metal felt ice-cold against my skin, like it had just been fished out of a deep well. "The basement lock," Jiang Jin said, his voice low. "It's the same one for the safe." I stared at the key. I didn't nod, and I didn't shake my head. The left shoulder of my jacket was still damp, the water stain a darker shade than the rest of the fabric. The ash on my sleeves hadn't faded, and the dirt under my fingernails looked like black ink seeping into my flesh. I turned and walked toward the stairs. I didn't stop, and I didn't look back. Jiang Jin followed behind me. His shoes crunched over the unburned paper ash on the floor, making a soft, rhythmic scratching sound. The safe was tucked away in the deepest corner of the study, hidden behind a false wall. It was an old-fashioned model. The brass handle and the keyhole were rusted a dull, reddish-brown. I pulled the key from my pocket, slid it in, and turned it 3 times. There was a click. It was soft, sounding like a door hinge finally snapping. The door swung open. There was no light inside, no sudden sound. Only a puff of dust drifted out from the crack, floating lazily in the air. Inside, there was only a single photograph. It was black and white, the edges curled and warped as if it had been soaked in water and left to dry. 2 infants lay side by side, wrapped in the same blanket. One had a butterfly-shaped birthmark on his left shoulder. The other had a symmetrical mark on his right arm. Though the color was so faint it was almost invisible. I flipped the photo over. There was writing on the back in fountain pen. The ink had bled slightly over the years, but it was still legible. Jiang Jin, born July 14, 1998. The eldest legitimate son of the Liu family. Liu Fun, born July 15, 1998. Adopted. Serial number L0715. I didn't move. My fingers gripped the photo so hard my knuckles turned white. I stared at it for 3 long seconds, then flipped it back to the front. The 2 children both had their eyes closed. One had the corner of his mouth turned up in a tiny smile. The other had his brow furrowed, looking like he was either about to cry or trying his best to hold it in. I went to put the photo back, but my hand stopped. I reached deeper into the safe, feeling beneath where the photo had been. My fingers brushed against an envelope. It was old, made of brown craft paper, held shut not by glue but by a single brass button. The button was so rusted it fell off the moment I touched it. I unfolded the paper inside. The handwriting was my father's, crooked and shaky, as if his hand had been trembling while he wrote. "If the day ever comes that you discover the truth, please forgive me. I was afraid you were too much like your mother, too clear-headed. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to survive. Asterisk." I stared at those words for a long time. I didn't cry. I didn't shake. I didn't say a word. I folded the letter back up, tucked it into the envelope, and slid it back into the safe. I slammed the door shut. The brass handle clicked again. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away. He hadn't moved. The second button of his shirt was undone, his collar loose. There was a sharp crease in his sleeve, looking like he'd worn the shirt yesterday and hadn't bothered to iron it. "Now," Jiang Jin said, "it's your turn to choose." I didn't look at him. I looked down at my hands. My palms were still smeared with ash. The space under my nails was black, like I'd been clawing through ink. I raised my hand and rubbed my thumb against my index finger, shedding a bit of the gray dust. It fell to the floor silently. "Do you take this key and leave?" Jiang Jin continued. Or do you stay with me and burn this house down, along with all the lies? I didn't answer. I turned and walked to the desk. I pulled open a drawer. I didn't turn on the light, relying only on the dim, gray glow filtering through the window. I felt around until I found a box of matches. The box was old, the edges curled, and the label faded. It said Nanching Department Store, 1997. I pulled out a single match and struck it. The flame flared up, casting a flickering light on the shadows under my eyes. I didn't light a cigarette. I didn't light any paper. I just held the match up, watching it burn until it reached the very end. The flame died. A thin trail of smoke drifted upward, hit the ceiling, and vanished. I put the matchbox back and closed the drawer, but it didn't shut all the way. A small gap remained, revealing half a length of red string. It was something my mother had left behind, wrapped around a small brass bell. It hadn't made a sound in years. Jiangjin didn't rush me. He walked to the window and tried to push the frame open. The wood was swollen and stuck. He didn't force it. He just stood there, looking out. Dark clouds were gathering again. The wind whistled through the gaps between the buildings, swirling the dust on the ground and blowing it under the door. It drifted through the air like gray snow. I walked back to the safe and took the key out. I didn't put it in my pocket, and I didn't give it back to Jiangjin. I just gripped it, my knuckles tight, the metal biting into my palm. I walked over to the wall where the surveillance screenshots were still pinned. One showed me at 7 years old, sitting in the study writing. My hand was shaking violently in the photo, the pen hovering over the paper as a drop of ink fell, blooming into a dark blotch. Another was from last winter, showing me standing in a hospital hallway, clutching a lab report. I wasn't crying. I wasn't moving. I reached out and tore those 2 photos down. The paper crinkled and groaned as it ripped. I didn't throw them away. I tucked them into the inner pocket of my jacket, right against my chest. Then I walked up to Jiangjin and held out the key. He didn't take it. "You keep it," I said. "You need it more than I do." Jiangjin remained still. He looked down at the key, the brass, the polished edges, the dust in the grooves. "Where do you plan to start the fire?" he asked. "The basement," I replied. "We burn the basement first." Jiangjin didn't nod, and he didn't shake his head. He turned toward the door, his saws grinding the ash into the floor with that same faint scratching sound. He didn't close the door behind him. He left it ajar, letting the wind blow in, carrying the dust into the room like winter flurries. I followed him. When I passed the stairs, I paused for a second. I looked at the 3 chairs huddled in the corner. The legs were polished from use, but the cushions were cracked, spilling out gray, dusty stuffing. I didn't sit down. I kept walking. The basement light was still on, a harsh, cold white. The projector was still running, the screen frozen on the very last frame, the waveform of my father's recording. It was a jagged, broken line. It looked like a heartbeat. Like a breath. Like words that were never finished. I went to the wall and found the rest of the surveillance photos. I tore them down one by one. I moved slowly. The paper felt damp and warped, as if it had been soaked. Jiangjin stood at the door, unmoving. He was still holding that paper where I had renounced my inheritance. The edges were curled, looking like they'd been drenched and dried in the sun. He didn't throw it away, but he didn't put it away either. He just gripped it until his knuckles turned white. After I tore down the last photo, I turned around. I dragged a container of gasoline out from the corner. The can was old, the paint peeling off. The label was long gone, but someone had written April 12th, 2003 on the bottom in red marker. I didn't say a word. I walked to the projector and poured the gasoline onto the floor. The liquid flowed along the cracks in the concrete like a dried-up riverbed suddenly finding water again. I struck a light. The flames didn't roar or explode. They just started to burn slowly, licking at the floor, tasting the corners of the room, and consuming the leftover piles of ash. Jiangjin stood in the doorway, watching. The second button of his shirt was still undone. That crease was still in his sleeve. The firelight danced across his face, shifting between light and shadow. I didn't look at the fire. I walked to the wall and found the carving. Day 731, he didn't come. I used my fingernails to scrape the words away, stroke by stroke. The dust fell to my feet. The fire continued to burn silently. The smoke drifted up, hit the ceiling, and scattered. Outside the window, the wind swirled the ash like snow, carrying it up toward the sky. I walked to the door and stopped. Jiang Jin hadn't moved. "Are we going?" I asked. Jiang Jin glanced at me, but didn't answer. He turned and headed for the stairs. I followed. The door clicked shut behind us. In the basement, the lights stayed on, and the fire kept burning. Nobody turned them off. Morning light eventually bled through the gaps in the curtains, looking like a thin, grayish-white line drawn across the floor. I was still sitting in that wicker chair. I hadn't moved. The water on my jacket sleeve had finally dried, leaving a stiff, dark stain that looked like it had been soaking for days. My left hand was still clutching that letter. The edges of the envelope were soft and frayed, and when I rubbed them, tiny fibers stuck to my skin. Jiang Jin didn't speak. He stood by the window, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold. There was a faint yellow ring on the rim from the day before. He didn't drink it, and he didn't put it down. A single dried jasmine petal was stuck to the bottom of the cup, crushed as if someone had stepped on it. The diary lay open on my knees. The pages were yellowed and curled. Every single page was filled with writing. It was dense, cramped, and repetitive. Every line said the same thing. "I'm sorry." There was no greeting. There was no signature. There were only dates, one after another, starting from the very day I was born. The entries stopped 2 days before my mother died. Tucked into the very last page was a single sheet of paper. It was thin, stiff, and cold, a hospital report. The printed words were clinical and heartless. It detailed a butterfly-shaped birthmark on a left shoulder and a matching mark on a right arm. The result, a 99.8% match. Confirmed identical twins. I didn't look at the data. I stared at my mother's handwriting instead. Beneath those endless apologies, the ink had blurred in several spots. It looked like teardrops had hit the page, or maybe just drops of water, leaving behind faint, grayish rings where they had dried. I didn't cry. I didn't move. I just pulled the report out and laid it on top of the diary. The envelope was empty now, save for a few tiny paper fibers clinging to the glue, looking like they had been torn but not quite cleared away. Outside, the wind shifted. It wasn't a gale, just that chilly morning breeze that carries the scent of dawn. It blew the curtains until they swelled and deflated like a pair of tired lungs. A bracket on the curtain rod was loose. Every time the wind caught the fabric, the rod rattled with a tiny, high-pitched squeak. It sounded like an old door hinge sighing. Jiang Jin placed his teacup on the windowsill. The porcelain hit the tile without a sound. He turned and walked to the bookshelf, reaching up to touch a cloth-bound photo album on the top shelf. The fabric was gray and frayed at the corners, exposing the yellowed paper core inside. He didn't take it down. He just ran his knuckles over the cover, leaving a faint streak in the dust. I looked back down at the diary. There was a small red stamp in the bottom right corner of the medical report, the hospital's official seal. The date was August 3rd, 1998. It was the last month of my mother's life. A memory suddenly hit me. I was 7 years old. I had woken up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and heard crying coming from the basement. I had crept to the top of the stairs to peek. My father was crouching in the corner, holding a syringe. He was pushing the plunger, injecting something into a child's arm. The child didn't struggle. His eyes were closed, his eyelashes wet with tears. His shirt had been pulled back from his left shoulder, revealing a pale mark shaped like a butterfly wing. I hadn't screamed. I had run back to my room, dived under the covers, and stayed frozen all night. I had always thought that child was Jiang Jin. I thought Jiang Jin was someone else's kid that my father had brought home. Now I knew. That child was me. I didn't move. I just closed the diary gently, as if I were afraid of waking someone up. Jiang Jin walked over and stood in front of me. He didn't say a word. There was a bit of dust on his shoes from the basement last night, and a long, thin crack in the toe of his left shoe where he'd caught it on a door frame at the police station last week. He still hadn't fixed it. I looked up at him. I didn't look away, and I didn't ask questions. I just placed the letter in the diary on the arm of the wicker chair. I stood up. My knees felt numb, making my movements slow and heavy. The dust was still clinging to the left shoulder of my jacket. I walked to the wall and touched the row of surveillance screenshots pinned there. One showed me at 7 years old, sitting in the study, my hand shaking so hard the pen had poked a hole through the paper. Another was from last winter, showing me in a hospital hallway, clutching a lab report. I wasn't crying in the photo. I wasn't moving. I stared at that photo for 3 seconds before pulling my hand away. Jiang Jin remained still. The second button of his shirt was still undone, his collar loose enough to show a faint, old scar on his collarbone. It was so light it was almost invisible. I walked to the door and put my hand on the handle. The brass was cold, just like the key. I didn't open it yet. When did you find out? I asked. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He walked to the sofa and picked up a scrap of paper from the floor. It was a charred fragment of the will I had burned yesterday. The edges were black, but a single line of text remained untouched by the fire. Asterisk Lu Fun, you are too much like your mother. You see too clearly. You won't survive, asterisk. He held the scrap. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't look at it. He just folded it twice and tucked it into his pocket. I waited 5 seconds, but no answer came. I turned and pushed the door open. The hallway lights were off. Only the morning light filtered in from the stairs, illuminating a small puddle of water on the first step where Jiang Jin had stepped last night. Nobody had wiped it up. I walked down, my footsteps light. I didn't look back. Jiang Jin didn't follow. When I reached the foyer, I put on my shoes. My laces were loose. I knelt to tie them, but they slipped twice. It took a third try to get the knot to hold. There was a bit of mud on the soles from the backyard that I hadn't cleaned off. I pulled open the front door. The sirens were already at the gate. Red and blue lights flashed through the glass, pulsing over and over. I froze, staring at the rhythm of the light. Jiang Jin's voice came from behind me, very soft. Go. I didn't turn around. Go, he said again, his voice dropping even lower. I'll stay. My hand stayed on the handle. The door was neither open nor shut. The sirens stopped. Someone outside was shouting through a megaphone, but I couldn't make out the words. I looked down and saw a speck of dust on the tip of my shoe from the basement. I didn't brush it off. I turned back and walked into the living room. Jiang Jin was still standing in the same spot. I went to the wicker chair, grabbed the letter and the diary, and shoved them into the inner pocket of my jacket. The fabric bulged against my chest. I walked to the window and pulled the curtains shut. The light vanished. The room went dark. I didn't turn on the lights. Jiang Jin stepped up beside me. We stood half a step apart. Outside, car doors slammed. Footsteps began to climb the stone stairs, deliberate, steady, and unhurried. I didn't move. Neither did he. The cold tea was still on the windowsill, the jasmine petal at the bottom broken into even smaller pieces. A draft snuck in through the door crack, making me shiver once. Then I was still. The rain outside the courthouse wasn't a drizzle. It was a downpour, like someone was dumping buckets of water from a balcony. It was slow but relentless. I stood on the steps, clutching the summons the court had just handed me. I hadn't even finished reading it. Water dripped from my hair onto my suit collar, spreading into a dark stain. I didn't look back at Jiang Jin. He was 2 steps behind me, holding a black umbrella with a bent rib that wobbled in the wind. He had handed over the recording during the recess. The digital recorder was in his pocket now. The judge hadn't played it in open court, but we had all heard it. My father's voice, low and raspy, sounding like it was rising from the dirt. Asterisk, both children are mine. One is for atonement. The other is for inheritance. Asterisk. My knees went weak. I didn't fall, but I lurched forward, my hands gripping the icy stone railing. My fingernails dug into the cracks, scraping out bits of grit. A sound escaped my throat, a choked, cat-like whimper that didn't even form a word. I turned and ran. The rain got heavier. I didn't have an umbrella, and I didn't look back. I didn't hear footsteps following me, but I knew he was there. I ran past the courthouse steps, through the deep puddles by the police cars, and past an old man in a raincoat selling newspapers. He didn't look up. He just tucked his papers deeper into his coat. I collapsed into a crouch at the street corner, hands on my knees, head down. I vomited violently. My stomach was empty, so only bitter bile and streaks of blood came up. I didn't wipe my mouth. I just stayed there, my shoulders heaving. The rain hammered against my back, flowing down my spine like ice. I remembered the basement when I was 7. The main light was broken, leaving only a single small bulb hanging from a metal rack, swinging wildly. My father stood by the bed, needle glinting in the dim light. The child on the bed didn't cry. His eyes were open, but he was motionless. I had hidden behind the door, not daring to make a sound. I saw my father push the medicine in. The child's eyelids fluttered once, then closed. My father turned and saw me. He didn't hit me. He didn't even scold me. He just told me not to tell anyone. I nodded and ran to my room, locking the door and pressing my ear to the wall. I listened for movement downstairs. I heard footsteps, light, like a cat. I thought it was my father. Only later did I realize it was Jiang Jin. Now, Jiang Jin stood behind me. His shadow covered me completely. Rain dripped from the edge of the umbrella, pooling near my feet. He didn't speak. He didn't crouch down. He just tilted the umbrella toward me, shielding me from the storm. My right shoulder was soaked through. The rain didn't care about my grief or my anger. Do you remember the smell of the medicine that night? Jiang Jin asked. I didn't look up. I was still gasping for air, my throat feeling like it was clogged with gravel. I couldn't catch my breath. That was the first time, Jiang Jin continued, his voice steady against the downpour. The first time you personally fed me the medicine. I snapped my head up. My eyes felt like they were burning, red and raw. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Rainwater dripped from my chin and shattered against the concrete. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I finally screamed. My voice was hoarse, unrecognizable even to me. Jiang Jin didn't answer. He looked down at his left hand. There was an old scar on his index finger, thin, white, and sharp, like a blade had once sliced through it. He didn't move, but he shifted the umbrella an inch closer to me, shielding me further. A gust of wind whipped through the street corner, swirling a stray plastic bag against the wall until it got stuck behind a trash can. Jiang Jin's shoes were caked in mud. His right foot was messier than his left. He must have stepped in a deep puddle when he circled around from the back of the courthouse. He hadn't bothered to change. I stared at the scar on his finger, and a memory flickered. I reached up and touched my own left shoulder. My jacket was saturated, the wet fabric clinging to my skin. Beneath it, I could feel a mark. A butterfly-shaped protrusion. The skin there was harder, tougher than the rest. Growing up, I always thought it was a birthmark. The doctors told me it was congenital. My throat hitched. That day, did you hear me crying in the basement? Jiang Jin didn't nod, and he didn't shake his head. You heard me, didn't you? My voice dropped to a whisper. You heard me crying, and you didn't say a word. Jiang Jin finally moved. He pressed the handle of the umbrella into my hand. I didn't take it. The handle was wet and ice-cold. His fingers were damp, too, with gray dust under his fingernails, the kind of grime you get from flipping through ancient, decaying books. Because I wanted you to know, Jiang Jin said softly. You aren't the victim. I stared at him, unblinking. Rain ran down my eyelashes like heavy tears, but they weren't tears. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He turned and walked away, leaving the umbrella slanted against my feet. Water dripped off the ribs, one bead at a time, landing on the toe of my leather shoe. I stayed there. I looked down at the droplets on my shoe and saw my own reflection, blurred, distorted, and broken. I reached out to steady the umbrella, but the frame was bent. It was broken. It had never been fixed. I stayed crouched on the ground. The rain kept falling. Across the street, a convenience store glowed with neon lights. A sign on the glass advertised bottled water for 2 yuan. A girl in a school uniform ran out into the storm without an umbrella, her backpack thumping against her spine as she splashed away. I finally stood up. I didn't wipe my face or shake the water from my clothes. I just pulled the umbrella out of the mud and tucked it under my arm. I turned and walked back, avoiding the main entrance of the courthouse. I slipped into the back alley. A trash can sat there with its lid slightly ajar. A soaked flyer floated inside. The words paternity test, fast results, bleeding into the pulp. I didn't look at it. I walked to the back door, and there was Jiang Jin. He hadn't gone far. He was holding a plastic document bag. The edges were curled, and the words Lu Group were printed on the front, the ink softening from the dampness. What is this? I asked. A copy of your father's will, Jiang Jin said. I transcribed it. I didn't reach for it, so he shoved the bag into my arms. You burned yours, he said. I kept this one. I looked down at the bag. There was a tear in the plastic, revealing the sharp corner of a paper covered in dense, printed text. I didn't open it. Jiang Jin turned toward the parking lot. His black car sat at the corner, doors unlocked, the windshield wipers frozen halfway across the glass. I didn't follow him. I looked at my left hand. The ink had smeared into an illegible mess. I slowly opened my hand. The paper fluttered down, floating in a puddle like a dead leaf. Jiang Jin got into his car, but didn't roll up the window. He sat in the driver's seat in the dark. In his rearview mirror, my shadow looked blurry and gray. At the end of the alley, a cat crawled out of a cardboard box, shook its fur, and jumped onto a wall. I stood there for a long time until the rain finally slowed to a drizzle. I didn't go back to the court, and I didn't go to the office. I walked into the convenience store, bought a bottle of water, and realized the cap was loose. I had to twist it 3 times to seal it. I took a sip, it was freezing, and just stood by the glass door, watching the last of the rain hit the pavement. I went back to the old family mansion. The lock was rusted shut. It took 3 full turns of the key to force it open, the hinges screaming like a knife grinding against bone. I hadn't used the umbrella. My coat was heavy with water, leaving dark circles on the hardwood floor of the entryway. The piano sat at the end of the living room, draped in a dusty gray cloth. I didn't pull the cloth off gently. I crouched down, grabbed a corner, and ripped it away. The black lacquer was peeling, revealing wood grain that looked like parched, cracked earth. I lifted the lid, and a cloud of dust billowed out. I didn't flinch. The ivory keys were yellowed and cracked. I pressed one down. No sound. I remembered my father saying this piano was my mother's life. If I played poorly, he'd lock me in the basement. Back then, I thought it was just a timeout. I searched the music stand. Tucked at the very bottom was a stack of old, water-damaged papers. I pulled them out one by one. They were all scores: Lullaby, Moonlight, Requiem. On the back of every page, there were notes written in pencil. The handwriting was thin and shaky, as if the hand holding the lead had been trembling. Today, how long was he in the basement? The date started when I was 3 and ended 7 days before my mother died. The last page was a fragment of the Requiem. Only 7 measures. At the bottom, a tiny line of text read, "Jean has been locked up for 3 days." I sat down and placed my fingers on the keys. I didn't know how to play, but I remembered my mother's hands. When she played, she used her left hand to anchor the bass and her right hand to play lightly, as if she were afraid of waking something up. I struck the first note. The sound was muffled, like a gasp coming from underground. The second note broke. By the third, the string snapped. It was rusted through. I pressed harder, and my fingernail split. Blood seeped out, dripping onto the key and mixing with the dust like a bead of dried cinnabar. I didn't stop. I played until I reached those final measures of the Requiem. My fingers went stiff. I looked closer at the sheet music and realized there was something sandwiched between the pages. It wasn't paper. It was something hard and thin. I pried it out. It was an SD card. The label was faded, leaving only the letters J and L, looking like they had been scratched repeatedly by a fingernail. I didn't watch it immediately. I went to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold water, and noticed a faint yellow stain on the rim, exactly like the one on the glass Jiang Jin used yesterday. I went to the study, booted up the computer, and inserted the card. There was only one file, April 17th, 2003.mp4. I clicked play. The footage was of the basement, lit by a harsh white bulb that made my eyes ache. 2 cribs sat in the corner. One was labeled Lu Fun. The other was labeled Jiang Jin. My father stood by the cribs in a gray suit, his tie loosened. He held a syringe, the needle glinting in the sterile light. He smiled, a cold lift of the lips that never reached his eyes. "One will be the heir," he said, his voice dropping into a conversational, sickening tone. "The other will be the scapegoat. It's only fair." In the video, the infants didn't cry. One child's eyelid flickered. The other remained perfectly still. I didn't turn off the video. I stared at the screen, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. The computer fan whirred, a low hum that filled the silence. I stood up, walked back to the piano, grabbed the heavy chair, and smashed it down. The wood splintered with a dull thud. I didn't stop. I grabbed the piano bench and swung. The lid shattered. The strings snapped one by one, recoiling like dying snakes. I kicked it. I stomped on the pedals until the internal gears crushed into dust. Wood, metal, ivory, and grime covered the floor. I knelt in the wreckage, reaching into the splintered remains of the instrument. My fingers brushed against something soft. I pulled it out. It was a rubber pacifier. Faded, gray, and cold. I looked at the rubber. There were tiny teeth marks on the edges. I recognized them immediately. Jiang Jin used to keep this in his mouth constantly when he was little. Even when he slept, he wouldn't let go. My mother once told me that the moment he tasted the rubber, he would stop crying. I didn't say a word. I just squeezed the pacifier in my palm, feeling the cold material press against my skin. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling a window until it swung halfway open. A sliver of light cut through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. I stood up. I didn't bother cleaning my hands or looking at the debris on the floor. I just turned and walked toward the door. The copper handle was half covered in green oxidation. I pulled. It didn't budge. I pulled again, but it remained stuck. I looked down and saw the latch was loose, caught in a groove. I pushed it back in with my thumb. The door clicked open. The hallway was dark, but a figure stood at the top of the stairs. Jiang Jin. He didn't move. In his hand, he held an unsealed envelope. A piece of paper peeked out, a printed document titled Criminal Indictment. We stood there in silence. The wind swept up from the stairwell, swirling dust around his feet. I noticed the mud on his soles. It was dried and cracked, left over from yesterday. I looked at the pacifier in my hand. I didn't throw it away, but I didn't hide it either. I just slid it gently into my jacket pocket. What were you playing? Jiang Jin's voice was barely a whisper. I didn't look up. A requiem, I replied. Is it finished? No. Then why did you stop? I hesitated, my voice catching for a second. Because the piano is broken. Jiang Jin didn't argue. He took a step forward, his shoes crunching against the grid on the floor. I brought a lawyer, he said. Tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock. At the court. I nodded. Okay. He didn't say anything else. He turned and headed downstairs, his footsteps muffled as if he were walking on old carpet. I stayed where I was. The door remained open, the wind still howling through the hall. The light flickered overhead. I felt the weight of the pacifier in my pocket. It was still there. I went back to the wreckage, knelt down, and picked up a broken ivory key stained with a fleck of blood. I tucked it into my inner suit pocket and closed the door. The wind died down. The dust settled. The light at the stairs went out. The road to the outskirts was narrow, flanked by half-withered reeds that hissed in the wind. It sounded like someone was behind us, quietly turning the pages of a book. We were in Jiang Jin's car, an old Toyota that didn't seal properly. Cold air crawled up from the floorboards. I sat in silence, my fingers resting on the window ledge. There were still flakes of black and gray piano lacquer under my fingernails, mixed with dried blood. The old man lived in a small red brick house. One corner of the roof had collapsed, patched over with a sheet of plastic that bulged and snapped in the wind. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open to the smell of medicine, mold, and a strange, fermented sweetness, like sugar left out too long. An old man sat in a wicker chair, his legs covered by a faded blanket. The edges were worn shiny, exposing the gray cotton stuffing beneath. He didn't look up. You're here, he said. Jiang Jin placed a thermos on the coffee table. Steam rose from the loose lid, hitting the ceiling and dripping back down as tiny beads of water. The old man reached under his chair and pulled out a rusted iron box. The edges were bent and jagged. His hands shook as he struggled with the lid. When it finally popped open, he pulled out two yellowed, water-stained sheets of paper. One said Lu Fun. The other said Jiang Jin. Born on the same day, 7 minutes apart. There was a card with infant handprints. The two sets of prints were layered, thumb over thumb. I leaned in closer. The pinky on the right print had a slight extra curve, like someone had scratched it with a fingernail. Your father said twins were too dangerous, the old man rasped. His voice sounded like sandpaper on iron. One had to disappear. He pointed a gnarled finger at Jiang Jin's paper. This one, he cried the loudest when he was born. The nurse said he took after his mother. I didn't move. I remembered my mother's final moments. Her lips had moved, her voice a faint breath. You cried like thunder, she had said. I thought it was just a metaphor back then. But now I realized she might have been talking about the sound of my own voice as a baby. Jiang Jin wasn't looking at the papers. He was staring at the old man's hand. On his left ring finger, the man wore a silver band engraved with a date, April 17th, 1998, the day we were born. Then why? I started, my voice cracking. Why are you still alive? The old man didn't answer. He reached into the bottom of the box and pulled out a scrap of paper. It was wrinkled, like trash that had been balled up and smoothed out again. The pencil writing was so faint it was almost illegible. Jiang Jin surviving is the only way to make him suffer. He handed the note to Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin didn't take it. He just stood there, motionless. The wind whistled through the door, lifting the corner of the blanket to reveal a long, thin scar on the old man's ankle, like he'd been bound by wire. Because you didn't die, I couldn't die, Jiang Jin finally said. His voice was low, directed at no one. He wanted you alive just so my existence would be a curse. I felt my throat tighten. I looked down at my shoes and saw the dried mud from the driveway. You two used to come here all the time when you were small, the old man said suddenly. He pointed at me. You always stood by the door. You wouldn't come in. And your brother. He would crouch on the steps and count ants for hours. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Remember when you were 7? It was pouring rain. Your brother was soaked, clutching a pacifier. You ran out and snatched it from him. You called him a dirty thing. I remembered. I had screamed at him in the rain. Jiang Jin hadn't cried. He had just rolled up his wet sleeve, revealing a dark bruise on his arm. I thought he had fallen back then. Now I knew those were needle marks. Jiang Jin walked to the window and touched a small, 3-centimeter scratch on the sill, likely made by a key. He stared at it for a long time. The old man began to cough violently, leaning forward until his blanket slipped. I saw a dark red patch on his knee, half burn, half birthmark. My heart skipped a beat. I had a nearly identical mark on my left shoulder. My father always told me it was the family brand. I never dared to ask what that meant. Jiang Jin turned around and pulled a paper from his pocket. It was a psychiatric evaluation from 3 years ago, recommending long-term supervision for him. He set it on the table. The old man didn't look at it. He just closed his eyes, his breathing growing shallow. Jiang Jin reached for the door. The latch was loose again, opening with a gentle tug. The wind rushed in, making the papers in the iron box rattle. I looked down at my right hand. There was a small cut on my ring finger from prying the lacquer off the piano. The mud on my shoes had dried into a crusty, dark red stain. I suddenly remembered the photo my mother held before she died. 2 infants, dressed in the same clothes, lying in the same bed. On the back, she had written, "Both of them living is the punishment." I had never told anyone. I thought it was a hallucination. Jiang Jin stood at the door without looking back. "Are we going?" he asked. I didn't answer. I walked to the iron box, snatched my birth certificate, and folded it into my pocket. Then, I walked over to the old man and knelt down. I didn't say anything. I just pulled a handkerchief from my pocket. The handkerchief was clean and white, handed out at the funeral yesterday. I used it to gently wipe the dust off the back of the old man's hand. He didn't open his eyes, but his fingers curled slightly, twitching as if he were trying to grab hold of something. I stood up and walked to the door. Jiang Jin was already outside. He stood on the steps with his back to me. The wind caught his jacket, blowing it out like a tattered flag. I didn't follow him immediately. I stayed where I was, my eyes landing on an old radio sitting in the corner. A sticky note was plastered to it, the handwriting crooked and shaky. "He didn't come today," it read. The date was yesterday. I walked over, peeled the note off, and stuffed it into my pocket. Only then did I step outside. Jiang Jin was standing by the car. He hadn't opened the door or climbed inside. He just stood there, staring down at the tips of his shoes. They were stained with mud from the ground we'd just walked over. I approached him in silence, pulled open the passenger door, and sat down. As the door clicked shut, the sound of the wind was cut off. Jiang Jin got into the driver's seat. He didn't start the engine. A few seconds passed in heavy silence. "Do you believe it?" he asked. I didn't look at him. I stared at the windshield. There was a crack in the glass, jagged and sharp, trailing down from the top right corner like a bolt of lightning that had frozen in place. Believe what? I asked. That you aren't you, Jiang Jin said. I didn't answer. I reached into my pocket, pulled out the birth certificate, and unfolded it. The paper was thin, the ink faded and blurred, but the name Lu Fun was still clear. I folded it back up and tucked it into my inner jacket pocket. Then, I pulled out the handkerchief. I unfolded it and refolded it 3 times until it was a perfect small square, then set it on the center console. The car was silent, save for the faint rhythmic ticking of the air conditioner. Finally, Jiang Jin started the engine. It hummed softly. As we pulled away, the tires crushed the dried grass by the roadside. The sound of the snapping blades was like paper being torn apart. In the rearview mirror, the small house grew smaller and smaller. The plastic sheeting on the roof fluttered in the wind like a dying balloon. We hit the main road just as the rain started. Droplets hit the window one by one, eventually merging into long, weeping streaks. I didn't wipe the fog from the glass. I just watched the rain flow down like tears without warmth. Jiang Jin turned on the radio. It was an old station, playing a piano piece through a thick layer of static. I recognized the tune. It was a requiem, but it only played for 7 measures before cutting out. By the time we reached the city, the rain had turned into a downpour. Jiang Jin pulled over to the curb but kept the engine running. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a plastic bag containing 2 bottles of water. One was sealed, the other was half empty, with a ring of condensation near the cap. He handed the unopened one to me. I didn't take it. Jiang Jin unscrewed his own bottle and took a swallow. A bit of water escaped, trickling down his chin and soaking into his collar, forming a dark patch. He didn't bother to wipe it away. Tomorrow, he said, I'm going to see a lawyer. I looked out the window. The wipers moved back and forth. Swipe. Pause. Swipe. Pushing the water aside only for it to be replaced instantly. What do you plan to make public? I asked. Everything, Jiang Jin said. Including what happened when you were 7? When you were locked in the basement? What you were forced to eat every day? Jiang Jin didn't answer. He rested the water bottle on his lap, his fingers tracing the ridges of the plastic. The rain was loud outside, but the interior of the car felt like a tomb. Do you remember when you were 7? Jiang Jin said after a long time. The first time you fed me my medicine? I didn't move. I remembered. I remembered how my hands shook as I held the cup. Half the liquid had spilled. Jiang Jin hadn't cried. He had just looked at me and said, "Don't be afraid. I don't blame you, Back then, I thought those words were a comfort. Now, I realized they were a curse. Jiang Jin turned off the radio. Now there was only the rain. He pushed the door open and stepped out into the storm without an umbrella. I stayed in my seat, watching his silhouette get drenched. His shoulders were hunched, making him look exactly like he did when we were kids, crouching on the steps counting ants. He didn't look back. He just stood there, waiting for me to get out, waiting for me to follow him, waiting for me to admit the truth. Inside the car, the handkerchief on the console fluttered slightly in a stray draft. Back at the house, the light in the study was still on. I knelt on the floor, my knees pressing into an old rug. The edges were curled, revealing the cracked wood underneath. In my hands was a red leather notebook. The gold-embossed letters on the cover had faded to a dull white, feeling like a layer of frost under my fingertips. Every page was filled with neat, orderly handwriting, like a teacher grading homework. Age 7. Did not cry at the banquet. Reward. Age 10. Refused to visit Jiang Jin. Reward. Age 15. Reported Jiang Jin for theft. Reward. Age 20. Signed the waiver of inheritance. Reward. I flipped through the pages quickly. The paper was worn white at the edges from being opened and closed 1,000 times. The very last line was written in the corner in dark, fresh ink. Only when the heir no longer needs sympathy is he worthy of the Lu family. I slammed the notebook onto the floor. I noticed a loose floorboard behind the bookshelf and pried it up. Wood splinters dug under my nails. A thin piece of paper fell out of the gap. It looked like letterhead, yellowed at the edges with dried water stains that had turned the paper stiff. The handwriting belonged to Jiang Jin. If you are reading this, it means you've finally started to doubt. Don't trust him. Trust yourself. The date was from 3 years ago, July 12th. I didn't move for 3 minutes, just staring at those words. Then, I shoved the note into my pocket and stood up, brushing the dust off my knees. There was a dark stain on the rug, shaped like a human palm. I left it alone. The door was open. A breeze blew in from the hallway, flipping the pages of the documents on the desk. A fountain pen rolled off the edge and hit the floor. The cap popped off, and the ink began to dry on the nib, turning a shiny, deep black. Jiang Jin was standing in the doorway. He wore a dark gray jacket, unzipped to reveal the collar of a white shirt. He held a stack of papers with perfectly straight edges, looking like they had just come from a print shop. I ignored him. I walked to the desk and poured a glass of water. The glass was dirty, a layer of dust sitting at the bottom. As the water hit it, the gray particles floated to the top before slowly sinking back down. "I've drafted the indictment for you," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. I set the glass back down, leaving a faint wet ring on the wood. Jiang Jin took a step forward. His muddy shoes left a blurry print on the rug. "Charges against Lu Mingyuan. Your father's crimes." He held out the papers. The top lines were clear: asterisk unlawful detention, child abuse, identity forgery, human experimentation, asterisk. I looked down at the words, but didn't take the file. I turned to the window. In the backyard, the old locust tree was almost bare. A piece of frayed rope hung from one of the branches, swaying in the wind. Jiang Jin stopped talking. He placed the documents on the desk, right on top of the red notebook. A photo peeked out from beneath the stack. It showed 2 infants in a crib. One was labeled Lu Fun. The other was labeled Jiang Jin. I still didn't look at him. I reached for the very top shelf of the bookcase and pulled down a small iron box. It was heavily rusted, the corners bent as if someone had chewed on them. I opened it. Inside was a faded pacifier. The rubber was cracked and dry, bearing the faint marks of tiny teeth. I held it for a long time before placing it back and closing the lid. "If you sign," Jiang Jin said, his voice flat like he was reading a weather report, "I'll go public. If you don't, I'm taking this evidence to the authorities." I finally turned around. My face was blank, my eyes stinging, but I didn't cry. I walked right up to him. We were so close I could smell the laundry detergent on his clothes and a faint scent of rust. I didn't reach for the papers. Instead, I grabbed his right hand. I pressed my thumb against his index finger joint and gave it a small squeeze. He didn't flinch. "Your left pinky," I said. "It got caught in a door when we were kids, right?" Jiang Jin didn't answer. "You cried the loudest that day," I continued. "The nurse said you looked just like my mother." Jiang Jin's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked down at his hand in my grip. There was black residue under his fingernails, likely from the piano lacquer I'd scraped earlier. I let go of him. I walked back to the desk and picked up the dried fountain pen. I bent down, retrieved the cap from the floor, and snapped it back on. Then, I picked up the legal documents and flipped to the final page. The signature line was empty. I didn't reach for the pen. Instead, I pulled the hidden note out of my pocket. I tore the documents into 4 pieces. One by one, I watched them flutter into the trash bin. Jiang Jin watched me, his expression unreadable, his body perfectly still. I walked to the door and pulled it open. The hallway light was dead, leaving only the sickly green glow of an emergency lamp to light my way. It illuminated a spiderweb in the corner where a dead moth hung, suspended in the silk. I didn't look back at him. "Go to the United Nations for all I care," I said. I took 2 steps and stopped. I couldn't leave without asking. "When did you know?" 7, Jiang Jin replied. His voice was hollow. "I knew you weren't you. But you aren't me, either." I didn't say another word. I headed down the stairs, my footsteps light. The 3rd step was loose, a trap for the unwary, but I didn't bother avoiding it. It creaked loudly under my boots. Jiang Jin stayed behind. He didn't follow me into the night. He stayed in that room, looking at the mess I'd left behind. He picked up the documents, stacked them neatly, and pulled a pen from his pocket. He signed his own name on the line I had left blank. He moved through the house like a ghost, retrieving a red notebook from behind the bookshelf and checking the old piano. He pulled an SD card from the piano's frame and played it on his phone. Our father's voice filled the room, low, calm, and utterly cold. "Choose one to be the heir," the recording said. "The other will be the scapegoat. It's only fair." Jiang Jin stared at the screen for 30 seconds before pulling the card out and dropping it into a glass of water. It floated there like a dead leaf. He walked out of the house, leaving the keys in the lock and a single pacifier sitting on the shoe cabinet. He called a number, his voice steady as he told whoever was on the other end not to go to the authorities. He would handle it himself. I didn't know any of that yet. I was back at my own place, standing in front of the bathroom mirror. The faucet was leaking, the rhythm of the drops hitting the sink slow and deliberate. I pulled my shirt aside to look at my left shoulder. The birthmark was there, shaped like a withered leaf, brownish and frayed at the edges. I ran my nail over it. I felt nothing. But then I saw it. A line, thin as a strand of hair, extending from the edge of the mark. It was almost the exact color of my skin. I backed away, my heart starting to race. I dragged a cardboard box from the bottom of my closet, the old tape yellowed and covered in dust. These were my childhood medical records. I flipped through the brittle pages, my fingers shaking so hard I nearly tore the paper. March 17th. I was 15 years old. Skin repair surgery. The surgeon was a man named Zhou Yan, my father's private consultant. I had no memory of this. My father had signed the consent form, noting that there were no complications. I grabbed my jacket and ran. I didn't even bother with the buttons. The hospital archives were buried in the third basement level, lit by flickering tubes that made my shadow jump against the walls. The old man on duty was half asleep, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips. I slammed my ID on the desk. He didn't say a word, just pointed toward the files. I found the video. It was black and white, grainy and low resolution. I watched the surgeons working on a body covered in white sheets, leaving only the shoulder exposed. They were stitching with tiny, precise needles. My father stood nearby in a gray suit, looking at a piece of paper. "Change the birthmark," my father said in the recording. His voice was a whisper, as if he were afraid of being overheard. "Don't let him look too much like that other child." I pulled the U-disc and left. The old man was still snoring. I didn't go back to my apartment. I went straight to Jiang Jin's house. He opened the door in his pajamas, his feet bare and stained with mud. He held a glass of water, the condensation blurring the surface. I placed the U-disc on his shoe cabinet. "You knew," I said. My voice was a wreck. "You've always known." Jiang Jin didn't answer. He set the glass down on the counter, but his hand slipped, and water spilled across the tiles. I stepped closer, my pulse drumming in my ears. "When you were 7, I whispered. You were locked in that basement. You saw me for the first time. I was wearing the same pajamas as you. But my birthmark, it was sewn on later, wasn't it?" The room felt like it was shrinking. "Then who am I? Am I even me?" Jiang Jin finally looked at me. His eyes were red, but there were no tears. He started listing things I thought were my own memories. A fever at 7 years old. A red bicycle I got when I was 10. The time I reported a neighbor for claiming Jiang Jin stole a cat. "You didn't report him to protect me," Jiang Jin said softly. "You did it because you were terrified he would lock you in the basement again. You weren't just a replacement, Lu Fun. He didn't just change your skin. He changed your mind. You were the tool he built to kill me." I looked down at my shoes. They were covered in dried mud from the hospital. I reached up to touch my shoulder, but my hand stopped halfway. I couldn't do it. Jiang Jin turned away from me and pulled back the curtains, letting the dark night press against the glass. A light rain started falling outside. Water streaked across the glass, blurring the glow of the streetlights into hazy smudges. "You aren't something he manufactured," Jiang Jin said. "You're just the part of himself he was too afraid to admit existed." I didn't answer. I walked over to the sofa and sat down. The cushion was sunken in one spot, but I didn't bother adjusting myself. I just let the seat swallow me up. Jiang Jin walked over and held out a glass of water. I didn't take it. He set the glass on the coffee table instead. A ring of moisture began to bloom on the wood like a small, pale flower. "Your father didn't kill me," Jiang Jin said softly. "He killed you." I looked up at him. My eyes felt like sandpaper, dry and burning, but there were no tears left. Jiang Jin didn't say another word. He turned toward the bedroom, grabbed a jacket, and threw it on. He didn't bother with the zipper. The collar hung loose around his neck. He reached the door and rested his hand on the handle, pausing for 2 seconds. "If you want to burn the will," he said, I'll stay with you. I didn't move. Jiang Jin opened the door and walked out. He left it open. A draft swirled in from the hallway, bringing the scent of rain and the sour stench of the trash bins downstairs. I sat there in the silence, listening to the rain tap against the window pane. I looked down at the glass on the table. A single drop of condensation rolled down the side. Then another. They hit the wood with a tiny, rhythmic thud. I reached out, grabbed the U-disc, and shoved it into my jacket pocket. I stood up and went to the entryway to change my shoes. My laces were loose. I tried to tie them twice, but my fingers were clumsy and the knots wouldn't hold. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the rain. It wasn't heavy, just a cold mist that settled on my skin. I didn't wipe it away. Behind me, the door clicked shut, the latch snapping back into place with a dull thud. The hallway light flickered violently above me. Chapter 17, The Silent Witness. The rain had just stopped when we reached the west side of the city. The air smelled like wet rust. Jiang Jin stood under the porch of an old building, his jacket darkened by the dampness. He waited for me to fix my shoelaces. My shoes were old, and the knot I finally managed was crooked, one side tight, the other loose. I stayed crouched for a moment, staring at Jiang Jin's shadow. It stretched out beside my feet like a long, pulled rope. The old man lived in a 3-story house. The plaster was peeling away, exposing the raw red brick underneath. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open on rusted hinges when I pushed it. Inside, the lights were off. Heavy curtains were drawn tight, letting only a sliver of grayish light leak through the cracks. The air was thick with the smell of medicine and old, decaying paper. An old man sat in a wrought-tan chair with his back to us. He was clutching a stack of papers with curled, water-damaged edges. "You're here," he said without turning around. Jiang Jin gave a quiet grunt of affirmation and sat on the sofa. I stayed standing, my eyes fixed on the back of the old man's head. His gray hair was thin, and his scalp looked pale and fragile, like worn porcelain. He turned slowly. His eyes were cloudy with age, but his hands were steady as he placed the stack of papers on the coffee table. Some pages were stained with old coffee marks the color of weak tea. "Your father, Lu Mingyuan," the old man began. "Starting from 1993, he had me perform a paternity test every single year." He picked up the top sheet and handed it over. The paper was yellowed, the printing blurred. In the bottom right corner was the official seal of the First Hospital's Forensic Center. The date read October 7th, 1993. I didn't take it. I just stared at the words. The ink looked like it had bled, but the result was clear: exclusion of biological relationship. The old man pulled out the second sheet. October 5th, 1994. Same result. Then the third. October 10th, 1995. 7 days before you were born, the old man said. He had me take a blood sample from you while you were still in the womb. My breath hitched for a second. I didn't ask how. I didn't move. I just shoved my left hand into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the note I'd stolen from my father's study, the one Jiang Jin had written 3 years ago. The old man kept flipping through the years. "When you were 7, he had me do it again. The sample came from a piece of skin taken from your left shoulder after a surgery." My hand tightened into a fist in my pocket. I remembered that surgery. I had always thought the scar was just a birthmark that had grown crooked. "Your father never intended for you to be his heir," the old man said, flattening the final sheet of paper. "He wanted you to be Jiang Jin's shadow, a living replacement. The more you looked like him, the more he feared you." On the table sat a glass half filled with water. A few tea leaves floated on the surface, refusing to sink. Jiang Jin reached out and took the final report. The sampling date was October 1st, 1995. The match rate was 99.99%. He didn't say a word. He just put the paper back, his finger leaving a smudge of dust on the corner. The old man looked at me. "Have you ever asked yourself why you cry? Why you're afraid to look in mirrors? Why your heart feels like it's going to explode every time you see him?" I didn't answer. I walked to the window and tugged at the curtain cord. It snapped. The fabric only opened half an inch, letting in a beam of light that illuminated the dust on the table. "You aren't a tool," the old man said. "You're the mirror he couldn't face. The more you resembled him, the more he hated you." I turned around. My face was a mask, my eyes dry but bloodshot from exhaustion. I stepped forward and took the stack of reports from the old man's hand. The paper was thin and crackled at the slightest touch. I went through them one by one, slowly, as if I were counting grains of rice. Every single one said the same thing: no biological relationship. Except the last one. October 1st, 1995. Name: Lu Fun. Result: excluded. I folded the papers and tucked them into my inner jacket pocket. I didn't button the coat. As I turned, the wind caught the hem, making it flutter. Jiang Jin stood by the door, his hand on the loose handle. It made a faint clicking sound as he turned it. "Let's go," he said. I lingered for a moment. The old man didn't try to stop us or see us out. He sat back in his rattan chair and shook an empty cigarette pack. He crushed it and tossed it into a trash bin filled with old medicine bottles. I looked at the water glass on the table one last time. There were rings of moisture at the bottom, looking like the growth rings of a tree. I stared at them for 3 seconds, then turned and followed Jiang Jin out. The hallway light was broken, flickering in and out of the darkness. As we walked down, our footsteps echoed through the hollow space. I noticed a long scratch on the banister that ran from the 3rd floor all the way to the 1st, as if someone had carved it with their fingernails. Outside, the rain had started again, fine, silent, and persistent. Jiang Jin didn't head for the car. He suggested we walk, and I didn't object. We walked along the street in silence. We passed a convenience store where a wet cat huddled by the door, its fur plastered to its body. At the intersection, the light turned red. Jiang Jin stopped. He wasn't looking at the traffic. He was staring at a billboard across the street. It showed a smiling baby with the word "love" written underneath. I stood half a step behind him. The left shoulder of my jacket was soaked through, the fabric turning a dark, heavy shade. The light turned green, and we crossed, our shoes splashing into puddles and sending cold water up our pant legs. By the time I got home, it was nearly dark. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat at my desk and opened my old diary. The pages were yellow and curled. I pulled out a fountain pen, but the cap was missing and the ink had dried into a shiny black crust on the nib. I forced it to write one line. "I am not Lu Fun. I am Jiang Jin's shadow." I tore the page out. The paper was brittle and ripped easily. I walked to the window and flicked a lighter. The flame was small and blue, dancing for a second before licking the corner of the paper. The edges blackened and curled, the ink blurring as if washed by water. I let go before it burned my fingers. The ash drifted down onto the windowsill, settling into a layer of dust and a single, dried leaf from some forgotten year. I shut the window and turned around. Jiang Jin was standing in the doorway, holding a glass of water he hadn't touched. A bead of moisture was tracing a path down the side of the glass. "What did you burn?" he asked. I didn't answer. I walked to the sofa and sat down. There were 2 indentations in the armrest, one deep, one shallow. I chose the shallow one. Jiang Jin walked over and set the water on the table. Jiang Jin set the glass down. It didn't make a sound. He didn't sit. He just stood there, looking down at me. "Do you remember your 7th birthday?" he asked. I didn't look up. "Your father gave you a key that day," he continued. "He called it a rite of passage, but he didn't tell you what it was for. That key opens my mother's safe." My eyes snapped to his. It felt like a needle prick to the brain. "It's in your pocket, isn't it?" he said. I didn't move. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out, palm flat. A brass key. A tiny character for Lu was etched into the metal. Jiang Jin watched it for 3 seconds. Then, he reached into his inner jacket pocket and pulled out another one. They were identical. He laid his key next to the water glass. A single drop of condensation slid down the glass and hit the table. Silence. Outside, the rain stopped. The curtains twitched in the wind, then fell still. I didn't touch the keys. I just closed my diary and slid it back into the drawer. There was a scrap of paper in there. It was scorched at the edges, but the words were still clear. Asterisk, don't trust him. Trust yourself. Asterisk. I left the drawer open. The wind from the hallway flipped the pages of the diary. My fountain pen rolled off the desk and hit the floor. The cap stayed off. The ink was a dry, shiny crust on the nib. The lights in the studio were blinding. I sat on a folding chair backstage, palms dripping with sweat. I couldn't look at the screen. I just stared at my shoes. There was a smear of mud on my left sole from the cemetery. My right sock had a hole, and my big toe was poking through. Jiang Jin stood behind me. The camera was still rolling, the red light glowing like a warning. The comments were a landslide across the screen. Lu Fun is a bastard. His father forced him to frame his brother. Why isn't this deleted? Lu Group stock is down 17%. Jiang Jin didn't stop the stream. He just adjusted the tripod to show my profile. Then, the video played. 7-year-old me, wearing a white shirt with a silver family pin. I was standing in front of a mahogany bookshelf. I stared at the floor. My lips moved 3 times before a sound came out. Jiang Jin is a bastard, I said in the video. My voice was thin, like I was being strangled. I don't know him. I didn't cry in the footage. I didn't shake. But my fingers were white, gripping the hem of my shirt so hard my nails dug into my skin. A voice off camera whispered, again, every word. I said it again, even quieter. The frame froze on my face. My eyelashes trembled. The air in the room felt like ice. The hum of the AC bit at the back of my neck. Jiang Jin walked over and turned off the camera. The red light died. Only a small desk lamp remained, casting a weak glow over the half-empty water glass. I didn't move. I felt like I'd been shoved from behind. I wasn't falling, but I couldn't stand straight either. Jiang Jin handed me a bottle of water. Drink, he said. I didn't take it. He set it on my knee. The cold plastic left a damp patch on my jeans. I finally looked up. My eyes were bloodshot and dry. Why did you keep that video? I asked. He walked to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to see the alley. A cat was licking its paws on top of a dumpster. When you were 7, he said, I was locked in the basement. I heard you crying. I stayed silent. You cried all night, not because you were scared, but because you didn't understand what you were saying. He leaned against the windowsill. Your father told you to say it, so you did. When you refused, he locked you in the closet for 3 days without food. Do you remember? I shook my head. You don't remember, he said, looking down at me. You only remember being obedient. You weren't lying, Lu Fun. You were surviving. I watched a drop of water fall from the bottle onto my pants. One drop, then another. What about you? I asked. Why don't you hate me? He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a folded piece of paper from his bag. The edges were frayed. He put it on the table next to the water. It was a photocopy of the Lu family inheritance rules. Rule 1. The heir must maintain absolute distance from Jiang Jin. Rule 2. Report any abnormal behavior immediately. Rule 3. Lu Fun. Code F07. Confirmed as a substitute. Not a blood heir. No right to inherit. I stared at the paper for a long time. I reached out and touched the corner. It was thin and wrinkled easily. Where did you get this? Your father's safe, he said. I saw you steal the key that day. I remembered that day. My hands had been shaking so hard. The key had slipped and rolled into the carpet. I had crawled on the floor, searching frantically. Then Jiang Jin had knelt beside me. He didn't say a word. He just reached into the rug and handed me the key. I thought he was going to tell on me, but he just gave it back. Back then, Jiang Jin said, you asked me if I already knew. I nodded. I told you yes, but I didn't tell you that the first time I saw you, you were wearing the exact same pajamas as me. The only difference was your birthmark. It was sewn on later. My throat tightened. I looked at my left shoulder. Under the fabric, I could still feel the faint ridge of the scar. Why keep the video? I asked again. He plugged a USB drive into a laptop. The same video played, but the angle was wider. Behind my 7-year-old self stood a man in a dark suit. His back was to the camera, his knuckles white as he gripped the chair. It was Lu Mingyuan. My father. He hadn't said a word, but he never looked away from me. Jiang Jin pulled the drive out. Your father didn't want you dead, he said. He wanted you to forget who you were. I opened the water bottle and took a sip. It tasted like iron. I set it down, leaving a ring on the table. What should I do? Jiang Jin didn't talk about revenge or running away. He just said, cry? Just once. I didn't cry. I looked out the window. The cat jumped off the dumpster and vanished into the shadows. A cleaning cart squeaked down the hallway. Jiang Jin walked to the door and gripped the handle. If you don't want to burn the will, he said, we can start with this. He pointed to the inheritance rules. I looked at my shoes. The mud was dry now, cracked like tiny islands on a map. I picked up the paper. It felt weightless. I walked to the trash can, but I didn't throw it away. I pulled out my lighter, a birthday gift from my father. I pressed the button. The flame was small and blue. It flickered once before he brought the paper close. The corner curled, turning black and then charring slowly. The fire crawled upward, licking the ink away. The heir must maintain an absolute distance from Jiangjin. Non-biological heir, substitutional existence. The light reflected off his face, shifting between brightness and shadow. He wasn't crying, but his hand was shaking violently. The fire died out. The ashes fell into the trash, like a handful of old, gray snow. Jiangjin walked over and stood behind him. "You're not burning the will," he said. "You're burning your father's script." I didn't look back. I just slipped the lighter into my pocket and turned toward the door. The handle was loose, making a faint click as I turned it. I didn't turn on the lights. The hallway was motion-activated. As I walked, the lights flickered on one by one. 1, 2, 3. The glow spilled down from above, casting my shadow long and slanted against the floor like a tightened rope. Jiangjin followed me in silence. We walked down the stairs together. The window at the landing was open, letting in a breeze that smelled like damp earth after a rain. Downstairs at the hotel front desk, a girl was hunched over her phone. The screen was bright with a headline. * Lu Group trading suspended. Board demands Jiangjin clarify identity. *. Jiangjin stopped. He pulled out his phone and opened an anonymous text message. * Your father's safe. The password is your birthday. *. He stared at the message for a long time before putting the phone away. I was already at the entrance, my hand on the door. I didn't turn around. "Going?" I asked. He gave a soft grunt of affirmation. The door opened. Outside, the sky was nearly black. When Jiangjin finally slid the key into the safe's lock, the metal made a faint grinding sound. It wasn't a clean click. It was the sluggish, stubborn resistance of an old lock core that hadn't been used in years. He didn't force it. He just gave it a gentle, steady twist. Click. The sound came from inside the box. It wasn't the sound of opening. It was the sound of a deadlock engaging. Jiangjin froze. He stared at the thin crack of the door, his fingers still gripping the key handle until his knuckles turned white. I stood half a step behind him, my breathing shallow, afraid to disturb the air. I noticed a bit of dust on his cuff. The fabric of his left shoulder had been soaked by rain and was now dry, wrinkled like crumpled paper. "You knew all along?" I asked. Jiangjin didn't look back. He looked down at the tiny scratches on the key handle. There were 3 marks, carved by his mother's fingernails. They looked like 3 lines, or perhaps 3 characters. He didn't answer. My throat tightened. I reached into my inner pocket and pulled out another key. It was copper-colored, the edges worn shiny from years of handling. The teeth were slightly bent, as if someone had tried to pry something with it when they were a child. I remembered that day, my 7th birthday. My father had said, "You're grown up now. You should have something of your own." He had pressed the key into my palm, warm with the sweat of his hand. I never asked what it locked. I never asked why it was my coming-of-age gift. Now I knew. Jiangjin finally turned his head and glanced at me. His eyes were empty, like he was looking at a stone. He didn't speak, but he moved his key to the side so I could see the dual keyholes. One left, one right. The distance between them was exactly the width of the 2 keys. I didn't move immediately. I looked down at the mud on my shoes. I hadn't cleaned them since returning from the cemetery this morning. The mud on my left sole had dried and cracked into pieces, looking like tiny islands on a map. I raised my hand and inserted the key into the right hole. As both keys engaged, the safe emitted a low hum. It wasn't a ring, but a vibration, like the static of an old radio searching for a frequency. The door popped open slowly. There were no sparks, no smoke, and no miracles. The door just opened. Inside, there were no gold bars, no contracts, and no will. There was only an old tape recorder. The plastic casing had yellowed with age, and the antenna was broken and wrapped in electrical tape. Next to it lay a piece of white paper, its edges water-stained and curled. Jiangjin reached in first and pulled the recorder out. He didn't turn it on right away. He just used his thumb to wipe the dust off the surface. The dust was light gray, the kind that accumulates in corners over years of neglect, like a thin layer of frost. I picked up the paper. The handwriting was manual, the ink faded but still legible. If you can open this, it means you have finally learned to trust. I clutched the paper, unable to move. Jiang Jin placed the recorder on the coffee table and pressed play. There was no mechanical click or beep. The machine just started. The tape spun once, and then my mother's voice came out. She wasn't crying or shouting. She sounded calm, as if she were reading a recipe. Children, you are not enemies. You are each other's salvation. My fingers jerked. The paper almost slipped to the floor, but I let it hang limp by my leg. Don't let your father win a second time. The voice cut off. The recorder stopped automatically, the tape clicking back with a faint hiss. Jiang Jin stared at the machine as if waiting for it to say something more. On the table, the glass of water poured this morning was half empty, tiny air bubbles rising slowly to the surface. When did he give you the key? I finally asked. 2 days before he died, Jiang Jin replied. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me? I didn't answer. I looked down at my hands. There was dirt under my fingernails from reaching into the safe. I didn't wipe it away. Jiang Jin stood up and walked to the window. The curtains weren't fully closed, leaving a gap where moonlight sliced through, hitting the floor like a narrow blade. He reached out and pulled the curtains tight. When you stole the key, he said, did you ever wonder why he left too? I didn't look up. I stared at the recorder. The power light was still on, a tiny red dot, faint, like an eye that refused to close. He knew we would hate each other, I said. He knew we would forget who we were. Jiang Jin remained silent. Outside, the wind brushed against the iron railing of the balcony, making a faint metallic clink, the sound of a screw loosened by the wind, hitting again and again. I stood up abruptly, walked to the recorder, and hit the stop button. The machine went dead, though the red light lingered for a second. I picked it up and held it against my chest. The plastic was cold, feeling like a block of ice against my skin. Jiang Jin moved to the coffee table, picked up the paper, looked at it, and put it back. The corners were badly curled. He tried to flatten them with his fingertip, but they wouldn't stay down. Do you remember the last thing he said? Jiang Jin asked. I remember, I said. What was it? I paused. He said, don't let him carry the sins of 2 children alone. Jiang Jin didn't respond. He walked to the door and rested his hand on the handle. He didn't turn it yet. The bolt was loose. The door creaked open just by leaning on it, the sound typical of an old building. He didn't leave. What do you plan to do? He asked. Holding the recorder, I didn't answer. I looked down at my shoes. The laces were still in the same messy knot from this morning. I knelt down and started to untie them. Jiang Jin watched me, not rushing, not asking, and not leaving. The laces came undone. I kicked my shoes off. My sock was torn, my big toe poking through a hole with frayed edges that looked like they'd been singed. I didn't put on slippers. I stood on the bare floorboards. They were cold. I walked up to Jiang Jin and stopped. Do you have anything else in your hands? He shook his head. Are you sure? Sure. I stared at him for 5 long seconds. Then, I turned and headed toward the basement stairs. Jiang Jin didn't follow. He stayed where he was, watching my back. My shadow, stretched by the moonlight, clung to the wall like a taut rope. The light at the top of the stairs was broken, leaving only the green glow of the emergency light to illuminate the steps. I didn't turn on any other lights. I walked down step by step, my footfalls light, as if I were afraid of waking something up. Jiang Jin waited for 3 minutes. He walked to the coffee table and picked up the piece of paper. He folded it twice, tucked it into his pocket, and moved toward the window. When he pulled back the curtains, the moonlight flooded in, hitting the keyhole of the safe. 2 bronze keys were still stuck there, one on the left and one on the right, looking like 2 forgotten medals. He didn't pull them out. Instead, he turned and headed for the door. It wasn't locked. With a light push, it creaked open. The hallway lights were buzzing. From downstairs, I heard someone coughing. Once, twice, intermittent and dry. A draft blew up from the stairwell, carrying the smell of mold and paper ash. Jiang Jin didn't look back. He walked downstairs with a steady pace. At the entryway, he stopped. He pulled the paper from his pocket, gave it one last look, and tore it into 4 pieces before dropping them into the trash can. Inside that bin sat another piece of paper, half-burned, its edges charred black. You could just barely make out a few words, "My 2 sons." He closed the door behind him. Outside, the moonlight remained. The light bulb in the basement was dead. Only an emergency light remained, casting a yellow glow as thick as overnight tea. The tape recorder sat on a metal table, a chunk of its paint chipped off to reveal the rusted red iron beneath. I sat on a small stool, my knees pressed against the machine. My fingers stayed glued to the plastic casing. I didn't let go. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces behind me, leaning against the wall. The wallpaper was peeling there, exposing the gray plaster and a diagonal crack that stretched from the ceiling to the doorframe. It looked like someone had gouged it with a fingernail. The recorder stopped, auto-restarted, and the tape clicked through a full rotation before playing again. "I can't save you," my mother's voice said, crackling like a bad radio signal through the hiss of static. "But I can leave a spark." After she spoke the word witness, the sound cut out. There were 5 seconds of silence before she added one more line. "Jiang Jin, you weren't the child who was abandoned. You were the truth that was left behind." Then, silence. I didn't move. I looked down at the recorder's knob. There was a thin scratch on it. I'd carved it with a pencil when I was a kid to keep track of the days. I had counted them once. 73 marks. Now, the texture was worn smooth. The tape spun again, and my father's voice emerged, low and heavy like air rising from deep underground. "I was wrong," he said. "I was afraid you were too much alike. Afraid you would hate me." The voice stopped. The tape kept spinning. Click, click, click. It sounded like a pendulum. My shoulders slumped. A tear fell onto the recorder, but it didn't splash. It just slowly seeped into the narrow cracks of the plastic. I didn't wipe it away. I held that machine like I was cradling a newborn that had just stopped breathing. Jiang Jin didn't move. He stared at the crack in the wall for a while, then looked down at his shoes. The sole of his left shoe was still caked with dirt from the garden, dried and crumbling into pieces like islands blown away on a map. My right sock was torn, my big toe poking out, grime under the nail. When I finally spoke, my voice was as light as if I were mentioning the weather. "Now you choose. Do you leave with this sound, or do you help me light this house on fire? Let the truth burn cleaner than any will." I didn't wait for his answer. I pulled the recorder even closer, resting my chin on the top cover and closing my eyes. I breathed slowly, afraid of disturbing the air. Jiang Jin didn't rush me. I turned toward a cardboard box in the corner filled with old newspapers, broken pencils, and half-burned photo albums. I knelt down and pulled out a tin of gasoline. The label was long gone, and the cap was wrapped in 3 layers of duct tape. I shook it. It was nearly empty. I walked back and set the tin on the corner of the table. The smell of gasoline drifted out, faint and sharp, like old motor oil in a garage mixed with the scent of rot. I opened my eyes and looked at the tin, then back at the recorder. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a box of matches. It was my mother's old blue-bordered box, printed with a faded sunflower. I slid it open and pulled one out. It took 3 strikes to get it to catch. The flame jumped, steady and bright. I didn't light the gasoline. Instead, I held the match to the tape compartment of the recorder. The flame licked the plastic, making a faint hissing sound like water hitting a hot pan. The plastic began to curl and blacken, sending up a thin ribbon of blue smoke. Jiang Jin stayed still. He stood there watching the smoke, not reaching out, not saying a word. The smoke rose, hit the ceiling, and dissipated. The light bulb didn't flicker on, but the emergency light dimmed for a split second. I didn't stop. I moved the match to the other side. The flame bit into the magnetic tape, shriveling it into charred black ribbons. I burned it slowly, as if I were waiting for something. Jiang Jin walked to the window and pulled the curtain. The fabric was old and grayish-white, stained with soot at the edges. Outside, the moonlight hit the wall, illuminating a carved mark, Day 731. She didn't come. The words had been carved deep with a nail. Under the moonlight, they looked like an old scar. I finished burning the tape. All that was left was a hollow shell, black and radiating heat. I left it on the table. I didn't throw it away. I looked up at Jiang Jin, but he wasn't looking at me. He was staring at the windowsill. A dead moth lay there, its wings curled, legs tucked in. Beside it sat half a moldy biscuit. I stood up and walked over to him. I didn't speak. Jiang Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. The teeth were worn crooked, the edges polished bright from use. He didn't look at me. He just placed the key on the windowsill, lined up next to the moth and the biscuit. I looked at the key, then at his hand. There was a scar at the base of his thumb from a piece of scrap metal last week. I reached out. I didn't take the key. I just gently gripped his hand. His skin was cold. He didn't pull away. We stood there for a long time. Outside, the wind died down. The moonlight remained frozen, shining on the moth, the key, and the biscuit. My voice was hoarse when I finally asked, "When did you know?" Jiang Jin didn't answer immediately. He looked down at my hand holding his, then up at the carvings on the wall. "Do you remember your 7th birthday?" he asked. "When she gave you a key?" I nodded. "I was outside the study that day," he said. "She didn't give you a key. She pressed it into your palm and lied to you. That key was for my room." I didn't move. He continued, "She told me to go into your room on your birthday and throw away all your toys. She said she wanted you to get used to being lonely." My throat tightened. "Do you remember the wardrobe in your room?" he asked. "The top shelf had a hidden compartment." I shook my head. "I hid our mother's diary there. You never saw it because you never opened it." I let go of his hand and turned back to the cardboard box. I dug out a hardbound notebook. One corner of the cover was burned, the handwriting blurred. I flipped it open. The pages were covered in my mother's cramped script, some parts water-damaged, others singed by fire. I stopped at one page. It read, "She is afraid of us recognizing each other. Because in the moment we face one another and realize the truth, she will see how pathetic she really is, I stared at those words for a long time. Then I closed the notebook and put it back in the box. Jiang Jin walked over. He didn't look at the book. He just picked up the gasoline tin and walked to a corner of the basement where a pile of old lumber was stacked haphazardly. A few tattered clothes and my father's old coat were draped over the wood, the collar worn shiny. He poured the gasoline over it. He didn't use it all, just half the tin. The liquid soaked into the wood, spreading slowly like blood. He turned and pulled another box of matches from his pocket. This one was new, unopened. He held it out to me. I didn't take it. I walked to the wall and picked up a rusty nail from the floor. The tip was bent. I knelt by the old carving and, bit by bit, I scratched a new line under day 731. She didn't come. I wrote, day 732. We came. I dropped the nail. Jiang Jin stood there, looking at the new words. He said nothing. I walked back, took the gasoline tin, and poured the very last drop onto the woodpile. Then I took the matches from his hand. I slid the box open, pulled one out, and struck it. The flame flared up. I didn't throw it at the wood. I leaned down and placed the lit match gently onto the melted remains of the tape recorder. The fire licked the black plastic, burning brighter and hotter. Jiang Jin didn't move. I didn't move. We just stood there in the dark, watching it burn. I watched the fire. It wasn't big, but it was bright. The light flickered across the metal table, illuminated the cracks in the walls, and caught the wings of a moth resting on the windowsill next to a brass key. The flame danced twice, then suddenly died out. A single wisp of blue smoke rose, hit the ceiling, and vanished. The basement fell into a silence so deep it felt like no one had ever been there. I turned and walked toward the stairs. Jiang Jin followed behind me, silent. At the top of the steps, the lights were off. Moonlight leaked through the door crack, hitting the first step and reflecting off a small puddle of water, melted snow or rain tracked in from our shoes. I stepped on it without stopping. Jiang Jin stepped on it, too. Behind us, the basement door clicked shut. The moonlight remained, resting on the unlit pile of wood. The wind picked up again. We moved to another room. The emergency light was still on, yellow and thick like overnight tea. I knelt in front of a metal cabinet, my fingers digging into the gap at the bottom. Dust caked under my fingernails, but I didn't care. I pulled out a hardback notebook. The edges were scorched and curled, smelling of old smoke. There was no title on the cover. The pages were brittle, crumbling at the slightest touch. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away, leaning against the wall. The plaster was peeling badly, revealing red bricks underneath. A long, jagged scratch ran from the ceiling to the doorframe, looking like someone had spent hours digging their nails into it. I didn't say a word. I flipped to the middle of the book. Half the page was burned away, the handwriting blurred. But in the bottom right corner, one thing remained, a thumbprint. It was deep brown and hard at the edges. It looked like dried blood, but it wasn't. I rubbed it with my thumb. It didn't smudge. Instead, it gave off a faint, oily sheen. "It's hers," Jiang said. I didn't look up. I kept flipping. The writing on the next page was faint, but I could make out a few lines. "She is afraid of us recognizing each other. Because the moment we do, she will see how pathetic she really is." My hand stopped. I stared at those words, frozen. Jiang walked over and stood behind me. He didn't lean in or reach out. He just looked down at the page. "Have you seen this before?" I asked. "No," he replied. "But I remember her saying that the diary was the last thing she ever wrote." I closed the book, then opened it again. I pulled a small tin box from my pocket. Inside were a few bottles of chemical reagents, their labels faded. I found the one I needed. I dropped a single bead of liquid onto the paper. It soaked in like spreading ink, but it didn't turn black. It turned pale yellow. Words began to emerge from the paper, row by row, like they were growing out of the fibers. "March 14th, 1998. I read aloud, my voice dry. Jiang Jin's blood test report was replaced. The original was normal. She changed it to show tendencies of moderate schizophrenia. I flipped the page. May 2nd, 1999. Hospital records rewritten. Diagnosis, delusional personality disorder. 2001. She had the nurse add long-term chlorpromazine to the prescription list. But she never actually prescribed the medicine." Jiang didn't respond. He looked down at his shoes. His left foot was tilted up, the sole caked with dried mud from the cemetery. It was cracking into pieces, looking like islands being blown away on a map. His right sock had a hole, his big toe poking through, dust trapped under the nail. I turned to the last page. Tucked inside was a yellowed photo with curled edges. Two children stood side by side. One wore a blue checkered shirt, the other wore a gray sweater. On the back, someone had written in pencil, *, my two sons. One should live. One should disappear, *. My hand shook. The child in the blue checkered shirt was me. The one in the gray sweater was Jiang. Neither of us was smiling. We were staring straight into the lens, looking like we were being hunted. I looked up at him. "You knew all along," I said. Jiang didn't look at the photo. He stared at the crack in the wall for a long time, then looked back at his shoes. A piece of mud fell from his sole, hitting the concrete floor without a sound. "She gave me the key before she died," he said. I didn't move. I held the photo with a tissue, not crushing it, not tearing it, just holding it. There was a crease on the back of the photo, a mark from being opened and closed 1,000 times. "What did she say?" I asked. "She said, 'Don't let her bear the sins of 2 children alone.'" I stayed silent. I put the photo back into the diary and closed it. The book felt light, like it was made of nothing but ash. I tucked it into the inner pocket of my jacket. I didn't zip it all the way, leaving a corner of the plastic cover peeking out. Jiang turned and walked toward the metal table. The old tape recorder was still there, a chip of paint missing from its shell, revealing rusted iron beneath. He didn't touch it. He just moved a glass of water at the corner of the table. The water was cold. A white ring remained on the wood where the moisture had dried. "You choose," Jiang said. I didn't ask what he meant. I walked to the wall and touched the long crack. My nail scraped the plaster, and a bit of white powder fell onto my hand. I didn't brush it off. "When did you find out?" I asked. "A month after she left," he said. I went through her closet. I found the diary hidden under some sweaters. "I didn't tell you because I knew you would hate me." I looked down at my hands. There was dust under my nails, just like his. "Why didn't you burn it?" "Because I knew you would look for it," he said. "You always loved digging up the past." I didn't answer. I went back to the metal cabinet and found another tin box. Inside were several old, rusted keys with bent teeth. I picked one out. Its brass edges were polished bright, looking exactly like the one my father gave me on my 7th birthday. I slid it into the cabinet's lock and turned it. Click. The cabinet was empty except for a single piece of paper pressed under some old clothes. It was a printed document titled Liu Family Inheritance Distribution Plan, Revised Edition. The date was 1 week before my mother passed away. The third clause stated, if Jiang Jin is medically determined to be mentally unfit and incapable of action, his share of the inheritance will automatically transfer to Liu Fun. I gripped the paper but didn't tear it. I walked to the table and set it on top of the tape recorder. The machine wasn't off. The tape was still spinning, making a rhythmic clicking sound. Jiang Jin didn't look at the paper. He walked to the door and pulled the bolt. It was loose, rattling in his hand. He didn't fix it. He just pushed the door open slightly. A sliver of light from the hallway flickered in, dim, unstable. What do you plan to do? He asked. I didn't answer. I walked to the corner and placed the diary on the floor, nudging it against the wall with my toe. Then I pulled out my lighter. Snap! The flame jumped to life. I didn't light the diary. I held the flame to the corner of the printed inheritance document. The paper curled, blackened, and began to catch. The fire was small, quietly licking at the edges as if afraid to wake someone up. Jiang Jin stood by the door, unmoving. He watched the fire. He watched me. He looked at the diary on the floor, the cracks in the wall, and the mud on his shoes. The fire died out, leaving nothing but a small pile of ash next to the tape recorder. A draft blew in from the door, and the ash drifted, landing on the tip of Jiang Jin's shoe. I tucked the lighter away and headed for the door. Let's go, I said. Jiang Jin didn't move at first. He reached down, picked up a flake of the burnt ash between his fingertips, and held it. He didn't throw it away, and he didn't look at it. I reached the doorway, my hand on the handle. I didn't open it yet. I looked back at him. He looked back at me. We stared at each other for 3 seconds. Outside, the hallway light flickered once, died, and then buzzed back to life. Jiang Jin put the ash into his pocket and walked toward me. He didn't say a word. He just reached out and pushed the door open. The hallway light continued to blink. A tiny clump of ash was caught in the wind, rolling slowly toward the corner of the room. The hearing was held in the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the old mansion. Outside the glass walls, a dead ginkgo tree stood against the gray clouds, its branches looking like a pinned skeleton. The chairs were made of hardwood. They creaked whenever you moved, the sound hanging awkwardly in the heavy air. I sat in the 3rd row of the gallery. The seat to my left was empty. A man in a gray suit sat to my right. His tie was crooked, and his cuffs were stained with gray dust. I couldn't tell if it was cigarette ash or chalkboard chalk. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at the stage. He just stared at the space between his shoes, where a few clumps of dried yellow mud had cracked into pieces. Nobody stood up when Jiang Jin walked in. She was wearing a black shirt, no tie, with her sleeves rolled up to her forearms. A jagged old scar ran across her skin, looking like it had been carved there by a wire. 7 people followed her in, one by one, like a line of patients waiting for medicine. A private investigator clutched a battered briefcase. A nurse held a stack of files. A driver wore a faded work uniform. And then there was old Chun, the human trafficker's associate. His right eye was fake, a glass bead that caught the light whenever it rolled. He was gripping a cassette taped tightly in his hand. The judge stayed silent. The lawyer spoke first. Mr. Jiang Jin, the identities of these people are questionable. This evidence was obtained illegally. The court will not accept it. Jiang Jin didn't answer. She placed the briefcase on the table, unzipped it, and pulled out an old-fashioned tape player. The plastic casing was cracked, held together by tape around the ports. She pressed play. When the sound came out, it was shaky, like a signal struggling through an old radio. You must point her out. She's a thief. You saw it, didn't you? It was my voice. 7-year-old Liu Fun. It was thin and trembling, like a cat being strangled by the neck. Yes, she's a thief, the child replied. The recording stopped. No one in the meeting room moved. The judge's pen dropped onto the table with a sharp clatter. The lawyer's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't say a word. Jiang Jin pressed play again. March 14, 1998. Jiang Jin's blood test report was replaced. The original report was normal. It was falsified to show a tendency toward moderate schizophrenia. Signatory, Chun Ziyuan, Chief of Psychiatry. Resigned. Current residence, Yunnan. It was my father's voice. Low, steady, It sounded like he was reading a recipe. Then came the nurse's testimony. She spoke about how she had been ordered to fill Jiang Jin's medical records with lies, refusal to eat, self-harm tendencies, frequent outbursts. But she remembered the truth. That child ate 2 bowls of porridge every day. After meals, she even watered the prickly ash plants. The driver spoke next. She had driven 12-night trips to a private hospital in Chengdong to bring a mental patient home. Every time the passenger got out of the car, she was perfectly lucid. She would even ask, "How is the weather today?" Old Chun pulled a yellowed receipt from his pocket. The ink was blurred, but the words were clear. Paid to Lu Group, 30,000 renminbi, for assistance in forging a death certificate. Subject, Jiang Jin. July 2nd, 1999. He didn't look up. He just mumbled, "I was drunk that day. I didn't see who was supposed to be dead. I only found out later that the kid wasn't dead at all. She was just locked in a basement under a different name." I didn't move. I stared at my hands. The dirt from the basement was still stuck under my fingernails. I hadn't washed it off. I remembered that day. My father had made me stand in front of a mirror. He told me, "If you don't point her out, you aren't my son." I had followed his orders. I remembered the mirror was cracked right down the middle, like it had been split by a knife. No one ever fixed it. The lawyer finally found his voice. These recordings, these documents, they weren't obtained through legal procedures. They cannot be used as evidence. Jiang Jin looked at him without blinking. "They are legal," she said. "It's your silence that isn't." She paused for 5 seconds. No one spoke. The judge looked down at the documents, rubbing the edges of the paper until they frayed. Jiang Jin looked up at the clock on the wall. The hands were stuck at 10:17. "The hearing is suspended," the judge announced. "All inheritance documents will be re-examined. We continue next Wednesday at 9 a.m. No one clapped. No one stood up. Old Chun tucked the tape into his pocket. The nurse stacked her files. The driver tucked the briefcase under her arm. They all moved slowly, as if afraid of waking something up. Jiang Jin turned toward the door. I didn't follow her. I stayed in my seat, motionless. The dust from my sleeve rubbed off onto my pants. I looked down and saw the soles of my shoes. They were stained with the same yellow mud as the man in the gray suit. Jiang Jin reached the door and put her hand on the handle. She didn't turn it. She didn't look back, but she stopped. I finally stood up. I walked over, my footsteps light, the floor silent beneath me. I stood a step behind her. The brass handle was slightly rusted, catching with a faint click as it turned. "You knew all along," I said. Jiang Jin didn't answer. "You knew she wrote those words?" I said again. "Yeah," she whispered. "Why didn't you say anything?" Jiang Jin's fingers stayed on the handle for 3 seconds. She didn't look at me, and she didn't look at the door. She stared at a tiny scratch above the doorframe, an old mark that looked like it had been made by a fingernail a long time ago. "You weren't ready," she said. I didn't respond. I looked down and saw that Jiang Jin's right sock was torn. Her big toe was poking through, and there was dust under the nail, just like mine. The hallway light flickered. The wind whistled through the gaps in the window, fluttering a piece of paper left on the table. The edge curled, revealing the title, Lu Estate Asset Evaluation Draft. The ink was smudged in one corner, ruined by water. Jiang Jin finally turned the handle. The door opened a crack, letting in the cold, damp air of an approaching rain. She didn't walk out. I reached out and gently pushed the door shut again. We stood behind the door in silence. Down the hallway, a janitor pushed a mop past us. The bucket swayed, dripping 2 beads of water that spread slowly on the floor like 2 small moons. "I burned the will," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. "That night." "I know," she said. "You didn't stop me. I knew you would burn it." I didn't say anything else. I pulled a small metal box from my pocket and opened it. Inside was a half bottle of liquid. The label was faded, but I could make out the words, citric acid and potassium iodide. I poured a drop into my palm. It was cold. Jiang Jin watched the liquid. She didn't ask what it was. I put the bottle back and snapped the lid shut. Click. I looked at her. She looked at me. No smiles. No tears. No hugs. We just stood there. The hallway light flickered once more and then stayed on. Everything was quiet. I turned back toward the seats. Jiang Jin didn't move. She waited until I sat down before she pushed the door open and walked out. The door closed without a sound. The wind caught the paper on the table again, flipping the page. On the back, there was a line of small, faint handwriting. They think burning the will erases the truth. But the truth was never on paper. Outside, the wind picked up. The ginkgo branches swayed, leafless and skeletal. The light slanted across the floor, casting two shadows. One was long, one was short. They stood close together, just like when our father forced us to stand together as children. Only this time, the shadows didn't pull away. I went home later that day. When I pushed open the door to the study, the latch was loose. It gave a short creak and jammed. I didn't care. I stepped inside, 2 grains of dried mud falling from my shoes onto the old rug. The door to the study wasn't locked. I remembered my father's final warning, never enter that room. But now the door stood open, as if it had been waiting for me. An entire wall was covered in mirrors. Not modern ones, but old dressing mirrors with brass frames that had turned black with age. The glass was covered in fine scratches. Every mirror had a photo taped to it. The photos were yellowed, their corners curled, held up by tape that had cracked and aged. I walked closer. The first photo was me at 5 years old, wearing a white shirt in the garden. Jiang Jin was beside me in a gray sweater, looking down at her feet. Below the photo, someone had written, "Not similar enough." The second was from when I was 7. We were standing in front of a birthday cake. I was grinning, showing my teeth. Jiang Jin wasn't smiling. Below it, expression is too soft. The third was from when I was 10, at a school sports meet. I had won first place. Jiang Jin was in the corner of the stands, not clapping. Below it, the eyes are wrong. I kept walking, looking at every single one. 15 years old, wearing a school uniform. My back to the camera. Jiang Jin behind me, only half her face visible. Below it, asterisk, he looks too much like you. So it won't work, asterisk. I reached out. My fingertips touched the glass. It was freezing. I gave it a hard push, but the mirror didn't break. It just wobbled, reflecting my own face and the empty room behind me. I took a step back. I raised my foot and kicked the nearest mirror as hard as I could. The glass didn't shatter first. The frame did. The brass loosened and slammed onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. Then, a crack snaked across the mirror, spreading like a spider web. Then, with a sudden, sharp crash, it shattered. Pieces of glass scattered everywhere. I looked down, and in every single shard, I saw a version of myself. In one fragment, my face was twisted. In another, my eyes looked too large. One showed my mouth drooping, and another didn't show my nose at all. Not a single reflection was whole. I knelt down and picked up a large piece. About a third of the mirror remained on it, reflecting my reddened eyes. Behind me, the door stood open. The hallway lights spilled into the room, casting a glow across the floor. I noticed a gray line of mud tracked in from someone's shoes. It hadn't been cleaned. I didn't look back. Still kneeling, I dug my fingers into the gaps between the floorboards. One of the planks felt loose. I ignored the wood splinters stabbing under my fingernails and kept prying. After 3 minutes of struggling, the board popped up. Hidden underneath was a metal box. It was rusted, the edges curled and blackened as if it had been scorched by fire. I pulled it out. It wasn't locked. I flipped the lid open to find a VHS tape inside. The plastic casing was cracked. A handwritten label was stuck to it. Lu Fun. July 12, 1999. Unreleased. I stood up and walked to an old television in the corner. It was a relic from the 90s, its antenna bent at an awkward angle. The power cord was wrapped 3 times around the base. I crouched, plugged it in, and hit the power button. The screen flickered to life, buzzing with static before an image finally stabilized. It was my father. He was sitting in his study, his back to the camera. He wore a charcoal gray suit, his tie knotted with suffocating precision. He wasn't looking at the lens, he was staring at the desk lamp. The lampshade had a crack in it, looking like it had been struck by a hammer. "If you are seeing this," my father began. His voice was soft, like he was reading from a script. "It means Jiang Jin is still alive." He paused for 5 seconds, perfectly still. "My original plan was for him to die in an accident in the summer of 1999, he continued. "A car crash or a drowning would have sufficed. I swapped your mother's medication. She didn't know. Before she died, she gave the key to him, not you. My father's fingers tapped twice on the desk, as if he were counting heartbeats. Since you were a child, I have trained you to be like him. The way you walk, the tone of your voice, even the rhythm of your cough. You are not my son. You are his body double. You exist so that his death can be made logical. He paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. If Jiang Jin is dead, then Lu Fen will always be Lu Fen. The screen cut to black, replaced by the hissing white noise of static. I didn't move. I just stood there, my knuckles white as I gripped the tape. The light from the TV flickered across my face, half bright, half shadow. I didn't cry, and I didn't scream. I turned back toward the wall. The broken glass was still all over the floor, every piece reflecting me. I stepped onto them, not bothering to avoid the shards. I felt the glass bite into the soles of my shoes, but I didn't stop. Then I saw him. At the end of the mirror-lined hallway stood Jiang Jin. He wore a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing that old scar, a faded, thin line on his skin. He didn't say a word. In his hand, he held a hammer. The metal head was polished to a shine, but coated in a layer of dust. I didn't ask how he got in. Jiang Jin walked toward me. His steps were light, avoiding the broken glass. He stood beside me, looking neither at the mirrors nor at me. You were right to break it, he said. I didn't answer. He held the hammer out to me. Now, he said, it's our turn to tear this wall down completely. I took the hammer. The metal was cold and heavy. I didn't look at Jiang Jin. I just looked at the hammerhead. The dust on the metal was dry, clinging to it like a layer of frost. I turned, raised the hammer, and smashed the next mirror. The glass shattered without a sound, falling in flakes like snow. Jiang Jin didn't move. He just stood there watching me work. I swung again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. The brass frames twisted, the glass cracked, and the photos taped to them drifted to the floor like wind-blown paper. One photo landed at my feet. It was from when we were 10, standing by a swimming pool. I was smiling. Jiang Jin wasn't. On the back, someone had written in pencil, "When he smiles, he looks just like him." I didn't pick it up. By the time I hit the 7th mirror, the light in the corner flickered and died. In the darkness, the only sound was the rhythm of the hammer hitting glass. Thud. Crash. Not fast, not slow. Jiang Jin knelt and picked up a photo from the floor. It was us at 7 years old, standing at the door of my father's study. I was holding Jiang Jin's hand. He wasn't holding back. On the back of this one, it said, he should be the one living. Jiang Jin tucked the photo into his shirt pocket. He didn't speak. The hammer fell again. One by one, the mirrors on the wall were obliterated. When I was finished, the wall was bare. The plaster was peeling, revealing the red bricks beneath. A long, diagonal scratch ran from the ceiling to the doorframe, looking like someone had spent a long time clawing at it with their fingernails. I stopped. The hammer hung at my side, my hand shaking. I didn't look at Jiang Jin, and he didn't look at me. Outside, the wind howled through the dead ginkgo trees. The branches swayed, but no leaves fell. On the desk, the old TV was still on, hissing with static. On the floor, the pile of broken glass reflected the ceiling lights like 1,000 tiny stars. I set the hammer down. I reached over and picked up the smallest shard I could find. It was no bigger than a fingernail. It showed half my face, my right eye. There was a fine line at the corner of my eye, making it look like I had been crying, or perhaps like I hadn't. I gripped the shard tight in my hand. Jiang Jin walked to the door and pulled the bolt. It was loose. He didn't fix it. He turned and looked at me once. "Are we going?" he asked. I didn't answer. I tucked the small shard of glass into my pocket. Then I turned and walked toward the door, stepping over the glass. Jiang Jin followed me in silence. The door remained open, and the wind blew a single photo across the floor until it stuck against the wall. It was the photo of the 2 children, one smiling, one not. Outside, the sky was turning dark. A single lamp flickered at the end of the hallway. Jiang Jin placed his mother's jewelry box on the nightstand. The lacquer on the bottom corner was peeling, looking like an old stamp that had been soaked and dried. He didn't touch the peeling paint. He just pushed the box aside to make room for a stack of letters. They were in manila envelopes, unsealed, held together only by a bronze paperclip. The clip was slightly bent, as if it had been opened and closed many times. He counted them. 23 letters. They spanned from the spring he was 10 to the winter he turned 28. Each was dated. The handwriting was consistent, thin and steady, like someone transcribing a textbook. He didn't open them immediately. He sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers hovering over the envelopes for nearly 10 minutes. Outside, the sun had just set. The streetlights flickered on, casting a narrow yellow beam through the gap in the curtains. His shoes were still stained with mud from the old house. It had dried and cracked, sticking to his socks. He went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The kettle was old, the spout rusted, dripping a few spots onto the stove that slowly spread out. He didn't wipe them away. He took his glass back to the room and sat down again. He picked up the first letter. 10 years old. March 17th. Asterisk, today you wore a blue shirt, like the one you loved when you were little. You didn't say anything, but I knew. You rolled the cuffs twice so you wouldn't wrinkle them. Don't catch a cold. Asterisk. He flipped to the next. 11 years old. May 2nd. Asterisk, you didn't eat breakfast today. Remember to drink warm water. I filled the thermos in the kitchen. You'll see it as soon as you open the door. Don't wait until it's hot to drink. Cold is fine, too. Asterisk. He kept flipping. 12 years old. September 10th. Asterisk, when you smile, your eyes look like your father's. But your mouth, that's for me. Asterisk. He stopped. His fingers gripped the paper. Outside, the wind rattled the iron railing on the balcony with a faint creak. He looked down at his left hand and saw a faint scar on his ring finger. He had cut it on glass when he was 7. His mother had told him not to touch it or it would leave a mark. He hadn't listened. He turned to the last letter, dated 7 days before his mother passed away. Asterisk, if you are reading this, it means you finally have the courage to face yourself. You are not his shadow. You are my child. Asterisk. The paper wasn't wrinkled. There were no tear stains, no folded corners. The handwriting was exactly the same as the others, except for the very last stroke. It lingered slightly, as if the pen had stayed on the paper for an extra 2 seconds after the thought was finished. He didn't cry. I put the letters back into the envelope and closed it gently. The paperclip was a bit tight. It took 2 tries to snap it back into place. I slid the stack into my inner jacket pocket. I didn't zip it up. I just pressed my hand against my chest, feeling the weight of them against my heart. I stood up and pushed the door open. Lufin's bedroom door was slightly ajar. The latch was loose, catching for a second as it moved, just like the door in the study of the old house. I didn't knock. I didn't push it further. I just stood there in the hallway. I listened to the sounds from inside. His breathing was light but steady. Inhale. Exhale. There was a half-second pause between each breath, like he was counting his own heartbeats. I stood there for 10 minutes. The hallway light was broken, leaving only a dim wall lamp glowing yellow. The light hit the carpet like a thin layer of ash. I looked down. There was more mud on the tips of my shoes. I must have brought it from my mother's room and failed to wipe it off. I didn't move. After a while, Lufin's breathing changed. It became short and frantic, like a dream was tightening its grip on his throat. I heard him turn over. The bed frame creaked. The fabric of the pillow rustled as he moved. I didn't go in. I turned back to my own room and closed the door. I didn't lock it. I just let it click shut softly. The next morning, Lufin found me in the living room. I was making coffee. It was an old-fashioned pot, the base scorched with heat marks. I didn't use a filter. I just poured the ground straight in. The water boiled, bubbling and gurgling like it was trying to speak. Lufin stood in the doorway. He was wearing the same blue shirt from yesterday. His sleeves were rolled up twice, exactly like the letter described. I didn't look at him. I poured the coffee into 2 cups. I put sugar in one and left the other plain. The sugar jar was ceramic, its lid missing a corner. I stirred the sugar 3 times, then stopped. Last night, Lufin started. His voice was hoarse. I pushed the unsweetened cup toward him. I picked up my own cup, but didn't drink. I just held it, letting the steam rise against my face. You read those letters? Lufin asked. I nodded. Since when? Since you were 10, I said. The first time you slept outside my bedroom door, I started reading them. Lufin didn't reply. He looked down at his coffee. There was a ring of dried water on the rim of the cup from the day before. It hadn't been cleaned. "Why didn't you say anything?" he asked. I didn't answer immediately. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Outside, a light rain was falling. Water dripped from the eaves, one drop at a time, hitting the tin rain shed with a soft thud. "Because I knew," I finally said. "You weren't ready to hear that you were loved." Lufin didn't move. He took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter without sugar. He winced, but he didn't spit it out. He set the cup down. The bottom clinked against the table, leaving a faint, wet mark. I didn't look back. I reached out and moved an empty flower pot on the windowsill. There was no soil in it, just a few withered branches. My mother had planted them last winter, saying they would sprout in the spring. Spring never came. The branches had dried up. Lufin walked up behind me, stopping 2 paces away. "I'm going to the police station today," he said. "I'm going to testify." I didn't respond. "What about you?" he asked. I set my coffee cup down. It made a soft sound as it hit the wood. "I'll go with you," I said. Lufin didn't say another word. He turned and walked toward the entryway. The mud on his shoes left fresh marks on the floor as he walked from the kitchen. He didn't change his shoes. The door latch caught again, creaking before it went silent. He walked out and left the door open. I stood there, staring at the open doorway. The rain was still falling. The wind drifted through the gap, blowing an old, uncollected newspaper on the coffee table. In the corner of the page was a news snippet from when Lufin was 10. He had participated in a school sports meet. The headline read, "Young champion wins gold, a proud son at home." I walked over and picked up the paper. I folded it twice and tucked it into my inner suit pocket, right next to the letters. Then I closed the door. The hallway light stayed on. Raindrops fell on the steps, slowly gathering into a small puddle that reflected the gray, overcast sky. At the police station, 2 of the lights in the reception hall were flickering and dead. The left row was bright, but the right side was pitch black. It made everyone's face look pale and sickly. Lufin sat on a long bench, clutching a stack of documents. The edges of the paper were soft from the sweat on his fingers. He didn't look at me, and I didn't look at him. We left 2 empty seats between us. There was a piece of old gum stuck in the carpet fibers, turned yellow with age. When the officer came to call us, his shoes left a gray streak on the floor. Lufin stood up. The folder under his arm slipped, and a single sheet of paper fell out. He leaned down to grab it. His fingertips brushed the floor, picking up dust. I didn't move. I just pushed my chair back half an inch to give him space. The hearing room was smaller than the reception hall. The 4 walls were cement gray. 2 overhead lights shone straight down, making the tabletop glare. The judge sat behind a high bench, looking down slightly through his glasses. A clerk typed in the corner. The sound of the keyboard was light, like rain hitting glass. Lufin spoke first. "My father, Lu Huaishan, forged the paternity test between me and Jiang Jin. He found a black market doctor to swap our identities through surgery. The day I was born, he declared Jiang Jin dead. Then he made me take his place." He paused. He didn't look at anyone. He just stared at a scratch on the corner of the table, as if someone had picked at it repeatedly with a fingernail. The drugs he gave me were a mix of sedatives and melatonin. I slept for 72 hours. When I woke up in the hospital, the nurses told me I was the only son of the Lu family. I believed them. He pushed the documents forward. The top sheet was a hospital surgery record. The date was clear. The signature was a mess. The judge didn't take it. He just adjusted his glasses. I sat there, my right hand on my knee and my left hand hanging at my side. The old scar on my ring finger was so faint, it was almost invisible. I didn't look down or up. I just stared at the clock on the wall. The judge asked, "Do you have anything to add?" "When I was 7, I said, I was locked in the basement of a suburban nursing home. Every day, someone gave me an injection. They said, 'Go to sleep, and your brother can come back.' I didn't sleep. I counted the cracks on the wall. I counted 731 cracks before they finally let me out." I paused. My voice remained flat. "They washed me, put me in new clothes, and took me to get a photo taken. In the photo, I was wearing a sweater, standing next to Lufin. He was smiling. I wasn't. My father said my expression was too soft. I pulled a piece of paper from my inner pocket. It was folded neatly, though the corners were curling. I didn't unfold it. I just placed it on the table and pushed it to the center. Lufin glanced at me, but said nothing. He reached into his folder and pulled out another document, placing it side by side with mine. The two documents were identical. Both were in our father's handwriting. The title was Identity Exchange Agreement. The signature date was March 17, 1995. The judge picked up one of them. He rubbed his thumb over the paper. It was thin and creased, as if it had been folded and unfolded 1,000 times. "You two are brothers," the judge said. Lufin didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his left sleeve. There was a gray smudge on it from somewhere. He looked up at me. I didn't look back, but the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. It was faint, like a breeze catching a curtain. "Yes," Lufin said. Only then did I turn my head to look at him. Then I looked back at the judge. "We always have been." The judge didn't ask anything else. He put the documents back on the table and flipped through the file beside him. The clerk stopped typing, looked up at us for a second, and then went back to the keyboard. The room was so quiet I could hear the hum of the air conditioner. Someone coughed at the far end of the hallway, a muffled sound that felt like it was coming through a thick wall. Lufin stood up. He tucked the folder back under his arm slowly. He didn't look at me as he turned toward the door. I waited until he reached the doorway before I stood up to follow. The brass doorknob was cold. Lufin pushed the door open to the hallway. The light outside was a bit brighter. He didn't rush away. He stood there, waiting for me. I walked up to his side, my footsteps light. We stood there, side by side, in silence. There was a window at the end of the hallway. It was open. The wind blew in from outside, carrying the damp scent of rain. Water stains marked the floor where someone had recently walked through, the prints still wet. An empty water bottle sat on the windowsill, its cap screwed on tight. The label was half torn, but I could still see the faint traces of condensation. Lufin looked down. Dried mud clung to the soles of his shoes, left over from our trip to the old family house this morning. The mud had cracked into several pieces, some of it sticking to his socks. He didn't move. My own sleeves were gray with dust, matching his. "You," Lufin said. His voice was low. "Yeah," I replied. "You read those letters?" "Yeah." "You went to my door every night?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you tell me?" I didn't answer him. I just reached up and pulled the zipper of my jacket all the way to my chin. I moved slowly, as if I were trying to shield myself from a deep chill. The wind gusted through the window, rattling the empty bottle on the sill. It wobbled, but it didn't fall. Lufin didn't ask anything else. We started walking down together. The stairs were made of concrete, the edges of the steps chipped and broken. They made a dull thudding sound under our weight. The lobby doors were glass, looking out onto a gray, oppressive sky. Two bailiffs stood by the entrance. They didn't speak, they just nodded as we passed. Lufin pushed the door open. The wet wind rushed in to meet us. I followed him out, neither of us carrying an umbrella. We didn't have a car. We walked toward the bus stop near the police station. 3 people were already there. One was staring at a phone, one was eating bread, and another was crouching down to tie a shoelace. Lufin stopped. He didn't move, and neither did I. A few seconds passed in silence. "Let's go," Lufin said. "Okay," I replied. We walked toward the bus, not side by side, but with me half a step behind him. The rain began to fall. It was light, drifting through the air like gray dust. The people at the stop looked at the sky, then went back to their own business. A bus pulled up slowly, the doors hissing open and releasing a burst of warm air. Lufin got on first. I followed. The bus wasn't crowded. There were plenty of empty seats. Lufin chose a spot by the window, and I sat next to him, leaving a small gap between us. As the bus moved, the rain intensified. Streaks of water blurred the glass. Lufin didn't look outside. He stared down at his hands. There was an old scar on his ring finger, so faint it was almost invisible. I pulled a pack of tissues from my pocket, took one out, and placed it gently on the armrest between us. I didn't say a word. Outside, the rain hammered against billboards, the water blurring the words for today's specials. The bus stopped. People got off, people got on. No one spoke. Neither of us moved. The rain kept falling. Later that night, the rain turned into a downpour. It felt like someone was pouring buckets of water from the sky. My car headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating deep puddles and the distorted shadows of trees. Lufin didn't turn on the radio or the air conditioning. A thick mist began to form on the windshield. He wiped it twice with his sleeve, but it blurred again almost immediately. I sat in the passenger seat. My left hand rested on the window ledge while my right hung loose. In the dim light, the old scar on my ring finger looked pale. I wasn't looking at the road, and I wasn't looking at Lufin. I just stared straight ahead, counting the rhythm of the rain hitting the glass. The car turned onto a dirt path. The tires sank into the mud with a heavy, squelching sound. Lufin didn't hit the gas. He let the car crawl forward. Dead trees swayed in the rain. A faded cloth doll hung from a branch, one eye missing, the other staring hollowly at the car window. My breath hitched for a second. "I lost that when I was 7, I said. Lufin didn't respond. He parked the car in front of a rusted iron gate. The lock was broken, leaving half a chain dangling like a dead snake. He pushed the gate open. The hinges groaned briefly and then went silent. The rain got louder. We didn't have an umbrella. The back of Lufin's jacket was soaked. Water clung to my hair and dripped down my chin, sliding past my collarbone and into my shirt. The walls of the nursing home were gray concrete, smothered in dead vines. The withered branches looked like charred fingers that would snap at a touch. The wooden door was half-rotted. Lufin kicked it open, sending wood chips flying. The stairs to the basement were at the end of the hallway. Water had pooled on the steps, making a sticky sound as we walked down. There was no power. Lufin turned on his phone light. The beam cut through the corners, making dust motes dance like startled insects. Iron cages were bolted to the walls in rows. Each door had a number, though most were too rusted to read. Someone had carved new marks into the metal with a fingernail or a knife. Day 1. Day 731. Day 1204. I stood by the furthest row. I touched the iron bars lightly, just feeling the cold metal. I stayed here for 4 years, I said. Lufin didn't move. He knelt down, sweeping his flashlight across the floor. He found a metal box buried under broken bricks and mold. The lid wasn't locked. Inside were stacks of drawing paper, neatly folded. The edges were curled and yellowed. Some were water-damaged, the ink spreading like old bloodstains. The first drawing showed a little boy sitting by a window. The sky outside the frame was red. He was holding a doll with 2 black dots for eyes. The second drawing was the same boy standing in front of an iron cage, his hand pressed against the bars. Beside it, someone had scribbled, "Brother, when are you coming?" The third drawing showed 2 children holding hands in a red glow. The sky looked like it was on fire, and the ground was pitch black. The boy's hair was drawn with fine, delicate lines. Below it was a small note. "When I grow up, I'm going to take him home." Lufin's hand shook violently. The paper nearly slipped from his fingers. He flipped to the last page. On the back, a date was written in pencil, age 7. May 17th. His throat tightened. He couldn't make a sound. I stood behind him, not moving closer, but not walking away. Water dripped from my hair onto his shoulder. "I drew those," I said. Lufin didn't look back. He pressed the drawings against his chest, the sharp corners digging into his skin. They were getting wet. "You," he started, his voice rasping like sandpaper. "Every day, you were waiting." "Yeah. Why didn't you scream? Why didn't you cry? Why didn't you beg for help?" "No one would have heard me if I screamed," I said. "If I cried too much, they gave me injections. And as for begging, you didn't come, did you?" Lufin didn't answer. He tucked the drawings into his inner jacket pocket and stood up. He turned around, looking like he wanted to say something, but then he saw my left hand. It was shaking. Not a violent shudder, but a tiny, uncontrollable tremor, like a leaf in the wind. He reached out, wanting to touch my wrist, but he stopped. His fingertips hovered just an inch away from my skin. I didn't pull away. I didn't look up. I just stared at my shoes. The mud on them had dried and cracked, just like the day I stood in front of my mother's vanity box. Lufin finally took a step forward and pulled me into a hug. I didn't hug him back. I just stood there, my back stiff, waiting. Lufin rested his chin on my shoulder. His breathing was heavy, ragged. He wasn't sobbing out loud, but his shoulders were shaking, as if he were being crushed by something he couldn't carry. Water dripped from both of us, pooling on the floor. After a long time, I finally spoke. Your jacket is wet. Lufin didn't let go. Yeah. Are you cold? No. Then let go. He didn't move. I didn't say anything else. I raised my right hand and patted his back. Once. Twice. Very gently. The way you would soothe a child who couldn't sleep. The rain outside never stopped. Somewhere in the basement, a single dim light flickered on. It was yellow and weak, pulsing like a broken ventilator. Lufin finally pulled away. He stepped back and touched the pocket where he'd hidden the drawings, making sure they were safe. Let's go, he said. I nodded and turned toward the stairs. I didn't look at him. I didn't look back. One of the bricks at the top of the stairs was loose. I stepped on it, and it wobbled, but it stayed in place. I paused for a second before continuing. Lufin followed me, his phone light scanning the corners. There was a faint scratch on the wall, right where a fingernail would have dug in. I noticed a small note stuck to the wall. The ink had bled, but the words were still legible. Day 1472. He didn't cry today. The edges of the paper were curled, soaked by moisture and dried by the wind over and over again. We walked out of the building. The rain was still coming down. My car was parked exactly where I'd left it, but I'd forgotten to close the door. Rainwater had seeped through the gap, soaking into the seats. I didn't rush to close it. I just stood there in the downpour, looking at Jiang Jin. He didn't move either. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bronze-colored paperclip, pinning it to his jacket collar. It was slightly crooked. Your mother's? I asked. Yeah, he replied. You've always carried it? Yeah. I didn't ask anything else. I walked around to the driver's side and pulled the door open. Water splashed against my legs. I sat down, but didn't start the engine. I just looked down at a jagged scratch on the steering wheel. It looked exactly like the one I'd seen on the table in the police interrogation room. Jiang Jin climbed into the passenger seat. He didn't put on his seatbelt. He just stared straight ahead. The wipers moved back and forth, struggling to clear the blur from the glass. Do you? I started, my voice mostly swallowed by the sound of the rain. What? Do you hate me? Jiang Jin didn't answer. He reached into the back seat and grabbed a plastic bag containing a few clothes and my mother's vanity box. He placed the box on his lap, but didn't open it. The wipers swiped again, leaving a trail of water that looked like a tear running down the windshield. The car stayed still. After a long silence, Jiang Jin spoke. Do you remember the blue shirt you wore when I was 7? I blinked, surprised. I remember. You got it dirty. It was mud, he said. Not blood. I know. You didn't change out of it. I didn't. I drew a picture of you in that shirt, he whispered. I didn't know what to say to that. Jiang Jin gently placed the box at his feet and turned off his phone light. Darkness filled the car, leaving only the sound of the rhythm on the roof. A few minutes passed before I finally reached for the ignition. I turned the key, and the engine groaned to life. A low, heavy sound, like a sigh. I shifted into gear and pressed the pedal. We rolled forward, splashing through deep puddles. In the rearview mirror, the nursing home's iron gates faded into the gray mist. The dead tree, the rag doll, the iron cage, it all sank back into the dark. The headlights cut through the wet road ahead, making it look like a frayed, washed-out rope. Jiang Jin leaned against the window and closed his eyes. I didn't look at him. The rain kept falling. The automatic glass doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau slid open. A blast of cold air hit me, smelling of stale dust and old air filters. I walked inside, my muddy shoes leaving faint streaks across the polished floor. I didn't care. The woman behind the counter looked up briefly before returning to her screen. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the keyboard. Name change application, she said. What is the new name? Change Lu Fun to Jiang Fun, I said. Her hand stopped. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly behind her glasses. She stared at me for a moment, then pushed her glasses down her nose. Are you sure? This means giving up your original family name. Legally, it's a total re-registration. Your ID, social security, bank cards, everything has to be redone. I'm sure. She stared at me for 5 more seconds, then reached into a drawer and pulled out a form. It was yellowed and frayed at the corners. She pushed it toward me and placed a pen on the top right. The cap was off, and the ink was half-dried. I picked up the pen but didn't write immediately. I looked at the first line where my current name was printed, Lu Fun. I stared at those two characters for 10 seconds. Then, I pressed the tip of the pen onto the character for Lu. I didn't cross it out or scribble over it. I just pressed down hard. I wrote the name Jiang Fen very slowly, as if I were carving an old scar into the paper. Once I finished, I pushed the form back. I didn't look at the clerk. I just turned and walked out. Jiang Jin was leaning against the wall outside. He was holding a document, folded into fourths, the edges wrinkled as if it had been carried in a pocket for a long time. He wasn't wearing a jacket. His white shirt was buttoned to the very top, hiding a faint red mark on his neck from the police chair the day before. He didn't say a word. He just held the paper out to me. I didn't take it. I looked down at my shoes. The mud had dried and cracked into little islands. Your father signed it, Jiang Jin said. The adoption agreement. Dated April 17, 1998. 7 days after you were born. I looked up then, but I still didn't take the paper. Jiang Jin unfolded it and held it in front of my eyes. It was a standard A4 sheet with a red seal in the corner. The text was printed, but the signatures were handwritten. Asterisk Lu Huaishan, adopter. Jiang Jin, adoptee. Lu Fun, asterisk. I stared at those names for a long time. I didn't frown. I didn't sneer. I didn't even shake. I just lowered my gaze to Jiang Jin's ring finger. The scar was still there, faint like a faded thread. He wanted you to be the son he imagined, Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. I turned toward the elevator. When the doors closed, I didn't press a button. I just stood there, watching the floor numbers count down. 12, 11, 10. Jiang Jin didn't follow me in. When the doors opened again, I stepped out but stayed right there. Jiang Jin stood where he was for 3 minutes before he finally walked over. He stopped a step behind me. You don't have to change your name, he said softly. You can finally just be yourself. I still didn't move. I reached into my pocket and felt the name change form I had just filled out. It was still warm from my body heat. I didn't tear it up or throw it away. I just folded it twice and tucked it into my inner jacket pocket. Then I turned around. For the first time, I looked Jiang Jin directly in the eye. He didn't look away. His eyes were bloodshot, but he wasn't crying. His left hand was still gripping the adoption papers, the corner damp with sweat. We stood there for 10 seconds. A light at the end of the hallway flickered, and dust drifted down from the ceiling, landing on his shoulder. He didn't brush it off. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, I said. Jiang Jin. Yeah. Have you? I ate, he said. Noodles. With an egg. Where? Old Zhang's place. Is he still there? He is. The owner's wife said the last time you went was 3 years ago. I nodded. I didn't have anything else to say. I turned toward the stairs. Jiang Jin followed me silently, not rushing to catch up. As I went down, I missed a step and stumbled. I caught myself on the iron railing. It was freezing cold and covered in scratches from people's keys. Jiang Jin didn't reach out to help me. When we hit the exit, the sun had just come out. The light on the steps was almost blinding. I didn't have my glasses, so I squinted. Jiang Jin stood behind me, still clutching that paper. Where are you going now? He asked. The bank, I said. And after that? I don't know. Jiang Jin didn't reply. He looked down, folded the adoption agreement carefully, and tucked it into his pocket. He moved gently, as if he were afraid of wrinkling it further. We walked to the parking lot. The car was still there, engine running, AC blowing. The windows were fogged up. I got into the driver's seat. Jiang Jin walked around to the passenger side and sat down. He didn't put on his belt. The car was quiet, the air smelling like old leather. I didn't drive off yet. I just looked at the windshield. A single trail of water from the earlier rain was sliding down the glass, slow and crooked, like a tear that couldn't be wiped away. Jiang Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He didn't open them. He just rubbed the packaging with his thumb. Keep it, he said. Keep what? That paper. I didn't answer him. He put the cigarettes back without lighting one. When you leave, he started. Yeah. I'll meet you in Kunming. Okay. Wait for me. I turned to look at him, but he was staring straight ahead. His eyelashes cast long shadows on his cheekbones. The car went silent again. After a few seconds, I pressed the key fob. The engine gave a soft hum. I hit the gas, and the car slid forward. The tires rolled through a small puddle, sending a spray of water against the undercarriage. We drove away. I looked in the rearview mirror. Jiang Jin was still standing there, unmoving. The sun hit his white shirt, making the fabric look almost translucent and highlighting the red mark on his collar. I pulled out of the parking lot. A sycamore leaf drifted down, sticking to the roof of my car. I didn't brush it off. I drove slowly, as if any sudden movement would shatter the world around me. In the mirror, Jiang Jin's figure shrank until he was just a speck. Then he disappeared behind the shadows of the trees. I passed a convenience store where a kid in a school uniform was eating a popsicle. Sticky sugar water dripped onto his shoes, but he didn't seem to care. He just kept walking. I kept driving too. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting a flickering spot of light on my steering wheel before vanishing. I didn't turn on the radio. The only sound was the low hum of the engine and the wind whistling past the glass. Back at my place, I sat on the sofa in the dark. The TV was the only light in the room, the volume turned down to a whisper. On the screen, a 7-year-old version of myself knelt on a carpet, head pressed against the floor. My younger voice, crackly and distorted by the old recording, confessed to crimes I hadn't committed. I stole the money. It was me. I killed my brother. I didn't move. My fingers rested on my knees, ash still trapped under my fingernails from when I burned my father's will. On the table, a glass of water sat untouched, the lip prints on the rim drying into fine cracks. My phone screen lit up with one notification after another. The Lu Group stock was crashing. The Jiang family case was being reopened. The fire archive was trending globally. I didn't click on any of them. The doorbell rang. 3 steady chimes. I stayed still. It rang again, another 3 times. I walked to the door and opened it without checking the peephole. Jiang Jin was standing there. His shirt was wrinkled, and the red mark on his neck had faded but hadn't disappeared. He held a heavy black plastic bag. He didn't look at me. He just stared at the tips of his shoes. "It's all over," he said. "Everything is falling apart." "I saw," I replied. He handed me the bag. Inside was my mother's old tape recorder. The plastic casing was cracked, but the buttons were still there. Tucked beside it were stacks of printed testimonies and a single photograph from our childhood. In the photo, Jiang Jin was smiling, showing his teeth. I was looking down, hands shoved deep into my pockets. "Keep it," he said. I didn't take the bag. I just turned and walked back into the living room, leaving the door open. He followed me and set the bag on the coffee table. He didn't sit down. He walked to the TV and hit the power button. The screen went black. The only sounds left were the hum of the AC and the splash of a car hitting a puddle outside. "I went to your father's hospital room today," Jiang Jin said. I stood by the window and pulled the curtain open a little wider. A slanted beam of light hit the floor, making the dust motes look like falling ash. "The locks were changed," he continued. "The nurse said that 2 nights before he died, he got up in the middle of the night and knocked over a potted plant. A green ivy. The roots were rotten and dirt was everywhere. He spent hours on his knees, trying to scoop the dirt back into the pot with his bare hands. He did it 3 times. He just kept scooping and then dumping it out again. I didn't say a word. He was muttering to himself," Jiang Jin said, his voice dropping. "He kept saying, he won't tell. He doesn't dare tell. He thought you'd stay silent for the rest of your life." I finally moved. I picked up the glass of water, looked at the rings of moisture on the inside, and walked to the kitchen. I poured it down the drain. The sound of the water was sharp and quick. I didn't dry my hands. I went back to the bag and pulled out the recorder. I pressed the play button, but nothing happened. The batteries were dead. I rubbed my thumb over a piece of old red tape on the power button, a makeshift bandage Jiang Jin had put there when we were kids. I put it back and zipped the bag shut. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a set of keys. They were for the old Lu family estate. I set them on the shoe cabinet. "I'm leaving tonight," I said. Jiang Jin didn't ask where. He just pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and tucked it under the keys. "You stay," I told him. "You're the real heir to the Lu family." He didn't answer. He walked to the door and pulled it shut, but didn't lock it. Through the gap, a sliver of light hit the keys and the paper. I stood in the silence, watching our shadows overlap in the reflection of the dark TV screen. It reminded me of the basement 20 years ago, when we were separated by the bars of a cage. After he left, the wind blew through the door frame, fluttering the paper on the table. It was a page from the fire archive. Under the headline was a small caption, asterisk, "This isn't revenge. This is a return, asterisk." I pulled the curtains wide. It was dark now. The streetlights were flickering on, one by one. Down below, a delivery truck stopped. A driver with frozen, red fingers hauled a box into the building. The label on the box read, Fire Archive number 731. I went into the bedroom. I didn't turn on the lights. I opened a drawer and tucked the recorder, the keys, and our childhood photo inside. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched a stray cat jump onto a wall outside. My phone vibrated. It was a text from Jiang. Just one line. Dad heard it. I stared at the words for a long time. Then I flipped the phone over and closed my eyes. In the distance, I heard the low rumble of a train. It was far away, but clear. It sounded exactly like the song Jiang used to hum to me through the bars of that cage all those years ago. Later, we met at a small noodle shop. The light bulb was flickering, casting a greasy yellow glow over the table. The owner brought out 2 bowls of beef noodles. My bowl was piled high with thin slices of meat. Jiang's bowl had only one. Jiang didn't say anything. He just picked up his 1 slice of meat and placed it in my bowl. His movement was careful, as if he were afraid of disturbing the peace we had finally found. I didn't push it back. I didn't need it either. I just sat there, looking at the steam rising from the soup. The owner leaned against the counter, scrubbing a rag back and forth. The edges of the cloth were frayed white, and his sleeves were stained with chili powder. He looked at us and spoke. He said one of us loved spicy food and the other was terrified of it, yet we always ended up stealing the meat from each other's bowls. He gave a small, knowing smile, but didn't wait for an answer. He turned back to the kitchen to grab the vinegar. The door curtain swayed, letting in a draft of damp air. It had just rained outside, and the pavement was reflecting the dim city lights. I stared at the meat in my bowl. The slice floated for 2 seconds before sinking into the broth. Small ripples spread across the surface, looking like the creases on a piece of old, wind-blown newspaper. I told him I was leaving tonight. Jiang didn't look up. He used his chopsticks to poke at his noodles, picking up a single strand and winding it slowly around the wood. He spun it 3 times, then let go. The noodle snapped and splashed back into the soup. He told me I wanted to go south. He knew I was looking for that orphanage, the place where I stayed when I was a kid. I gave him a short nod. He said he would go with me. I shook my head. I told him no. I told him he had to stay, because he was the true heir to the Liu family. Jiang laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, like a light bulb flickering before it dies. He didn't argue. Instead, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. It was folded into a perfect square. He tucked it into my jacket pocket. The edges were rough, like it had been torn from a notebook. He told me the flight to Kunming was at 7 tomorrow morning. He said he would wait for me there, not as a brother, but as 2 people who finally dared to live. I didn't move. I looked down at my soup. A drop of water fell into the bowl, not making a splash, but slowly bleeding out like ink in clear water. I didn't wipe my eyes. The owner came back out and set a small dish of smoked radishes on the table. He didn't ask if we wanted them, and he didn't charge us. The rim of the plate was chipped, a break from last summer that he'd tried to glue back together. You could still see the seam. Jiang stood up and pushed his chair back 1/2 inch. The legs scraped against the concrete floor with a sharp ring. He didn't take his coat. His shirt was buttoned tight to the collar, and the red mark on his neck was still there. The color had faded, but it hadn't disappeared. He walked to the door and put his hand on the handle, but he didn't open it yet. He asked if I remembered when I was 7 years old. He said he stole a piece of candy from my pocket, and I chased him for 3 blocks. He remembered me crouching at the mouth of the alley, crying because that was the only piece I had. I didn't answer him. I picked up that slice of meat, put it in my mouth, and swallowed it without chewing. Jiang opened the door and walked out. The wind rushed in, flipping the corner of the paper he had given me. I hadn't noticed it before, but the wind revealed a line of small text on the back. It was an adoption agreement, signed April 17, 2003. The adoptee was me, Liu Fun. The adopter was Jiang. The wind died down, and the paper sat still. I stayed in my seat. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the flight ticket. The paper was thin, the corners already soft from my grip. The destination was Kunming. The time was 7. I didn't look at the flight number or the name. The name column was blank. I put the ticket back. My fingers lingered on the fabric for a second before touching my mother's diary. It sat there, heavy and hard, like an old brick. Behind the counter, the owner was counting change. He lined the coins up one by one. 50s, 1s, and a rusted 5-cent piece. He counted them 3 times to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. I stood up, aligned my chopsticks, and pushed my bowl to the edge of the table. I walked to the door without looking back. My hand hit the doorframe. The wood on the left was loose. It wobbled the moment I touched it. The rain started again outside. It wasn't heavy, just a thin, dense mist. The streetlights made the puddles look like they were coated in oil. Jiang Jin was standing under the eaves across the street. He didn't have an umbrella. Half of his shirt was soaked, clinging to his shoulder. He was holding a photo, the one of us as children. It had been reframed. The corner of the glass was lifting slightly. In the photo, I was looking down, and Jiang Jin was grinning. I didn't walk over to him. I stayed inside the doorway while he stood outside. Between us was a 3-meter road and a rain that felt like it would never end. I told him he didn't have to wait for me. He didn't respond. He just held the photo up a little higher, letting the streetlight hit the glass. The reflection stung my eyes. I closed them. I turned around, walked back to the table, and grabbed the bowl of untouched noodles. I dumped the whole thing, broth and all, into the trash can in the corner. The soup splashed onto the floor, mixing with the rainwater until you couldn't tell them apart. I didn't wipe my hands. I didn't grab my coat. I just gripped the ticket in my pocket until my knuckles turned white. The owner poked his head out from the kitchen. He looked at the trash, then at me. He didn't say a word. He just picked up the dish of smoked radishes and walked away. The plate clattered against the stove. I walked to the entrance. I didn't change my shoes. They were still caked with mud. I knelt down and pulled the laces tight. I tied them twice, ending in a dead knot. I pushed the door open. Jiang Jin was still there. The sound of the rain got louder. I didn't look at him or speak. I just walked forward into the wet. My feet hit the puddles, but the water didn't splash high. It just rippled and went flat. Jiang Jin didn't follow. I walked 10 paces and stopped. I didn't turn around. I just reached into my pocket, pulled out the ticket, and tore it in half. The pieces fell into the water. They floated for a second, then sank. I kept walking. I didn't stop again. Jiang Jin watched my back until my gray jacket vanished around the corner. He looked down at the photo in his hand. There was a tiny crack in the glass, a diagonal line running from the top left corner like an old scar. He didn't wipe the rain off it. The light in the right half of the noodle shop flickered on. The owner came out, flipped the sign to closed, and locked up. The bolt jammed once with a loud thud. At the end of the alley, a taxi pulled up slowly. The headlights were on, but the driver didn't honk. Jiang Jin walked over and slid into the back seat. The driver didn't look back. He just asked where to. Jiang Jin said the airport. The car moved. In the rearview mirror, the lights of the noodle shop slowly faded to black. The rain kept falling. On the ground, the half-torn ticket was washed toward the drain, eventually covered by a fallen leaf. The security scanner at the airport hummed like an old electric fan. I put my bag on the belt. It held 3 things. My mother's diary, yellowed and curled. My father's surgical report, wrinkled with dried water stains that looked like old tears. And that childhood photo. I was 7, he was 9. We were standing in a yard with a backdrop of dead sunflowers. I didn't look at anyone. I fed the items into the shredder one by one. The machine swallowed them. Click, clack. The paper scraps fell into the metal bin like snow. Nobody stopped me. Nobody spoke. A woman in a gray jacket stood nearby, looking at the weather forecast for Kunming on her phone. Light rain turning to heavy. The shredder stopped. I reached in and moved the scraps around. A few pieces were still stuck in the blades, clinging to the metal like ash on rust. I turned around. Jiang Jin was standing outside the glass partition. His white shirt was still wrinkled. The red mark on his neck had faded more, but it was still there. He was holding the photo, reframed again in dark wood with a gray cloth border. He held it with the back facing out. I couldn't get close, but I could see the words written in heavy black ink. It said, *, we are not shadows. We are the light. *. Jiang Jin didn't move. He didn't smile or wave. He didn't call my name. He just held it up like a brick he had just pulled from a wall. I didn't raise my hand. I walked toward the glass and stopped 2 feet away. Then, I pressed my right palm against the cold surface. My knuckles turned white. I didn't push. I just held it there. Jiang Jin raised his left hand. He pressed his palm against mine, separated only by the glass. It was a perfect fit. 20 years ago, when the basement door was locked, we had done the exact same thing through the gap in the metal. Back then, my hand was freezing. Jiang Jin's hand had been warm, but now, both of our palms were cold. 2 blurry fingerprints smeared across the glass, spreading slowly like ink dampened by breath. The airport intercom crackled to life. A woman's voice, calm and emotionless, announced the boarding for flight Huazhong. I didn't move. Jiang Jin didn't move either. A few seconds passed in silence before Jiang Jin's lips twitched. There was no sound, but I knew exactly what he was saying. This time, I won't let you go alone. I pulled my hand back, turned, and walked toward the gate. I didn't look back. The wheels of my suitcase clicked rhythmically against the floor tiles. The lace on my left shoe had come undone, dragging on the ground, tripping me every 3 steps. I didn't bend down to tie it. At the gate, a staff member gave me a professional smile and handed me my boarding pass. I took it without looking and stuffed it into my inner jacket pocket. My fingers brushed against another piece of paper, the one Jiang Jin had shoved at me in the noodle shop. The edges were frayed, the handwriting blurred. I'll wait for you there, it said, not as brothers, but as 2 people who finally dare to live. I didn't unfold it. The cabin door hissed shut. The engine started with a low rumble, sounding like distant thunder that refused to break. I sat down in 14A, a window seat. The spot next to me stayed empty. I closed my eyes as the cabin lights dimmed, leaving only the small overhead lamps glowing like fireflies in the dark. The intercom chimed again. Welcome to Flight Huazhong. Destination, freedom. I stayed still. When the clouds finally split, moonlight slanted through the window and fell onto the empty seat beside me. No one was sitting there, yet the cushion was indented as if someone had just stood up. On the edge of the fabric, there was a tiny trace of gray, not dust, but lint from clothes. I opened my eyes and stared at the empty space. I said nothing. Outside, the clouds closed back up, the moonlight vanished, and the plane kept flying. Back in the terminal, Jiang Jin hadn't left. 2 handprints remained on the glass, slowly fading. He didn't wipe them away. He looked down at his right hand, at an old scar on his palm. He'd caught it in an iron door when we were kids. It wasn't a raised scar, just a patch of skin slightly lighter than the rest. He pulled a scrap of paper from his pocket, my boarding pass stub that he'd secretly torn off. On the back, he had scribbled a few words in pencil, so small they were almost invisible. * After you left, I burned the will. Not because I hate you, but to let you know I stopped wanting to be a Lu a long time ago. *. He folded the paper and tucked it away. The terminal lights flickered, bright on the left and dim on the right, just like the bulbs in that old noodle shop. He stood there, mud from his shoes drying and crumbling like land falling off a map. In the corner, a child cried, clutching a plastic toy plane with a broken wing held together by tape. Jiang Jin looked up at the flight board. Flight Huazhong departed. This time, he whispered to the empty air, I won't let you go alone. He turned and walked toward the exit. As he passed a trash can, he tossed the boarding pass stub inside. It landed silently among coffee cups and old napkins. Outside, the rain began to fall. It wasn't heavy, just a thin mist tapping against the glass roof. He didn't open an umbrella. He walked down the steps, his shoes splashing into puddles, soaking the hem of his trousers. He didn't look back. Behind him, the terminal lights flickered one last time, and the right side went completely dark. The rainy season in the south was relentless. In Kunming, the rain never seemed to end. I dragged my suitcase through the mud, leaving a trail of wet earth behind me. I didn't have an umbrella. My jacket was soaked through, clinging to my back like a sheet of cold iron. The driver said the road from the airport to the orphanage wound through the mountains. It took 40 minutes. The windows were so streaked with water I couldn't see the trees outside. The orphanage's iron gate was halfway open, rusted so badly it shrieked when I touched it. It sounded like a soft sigh. The paint on the walls was peeling, revealing the grayish-white concrete underneath, like chewed bone. A wooden sign hung over the door frame. The ink faded, but I could still make out the name. Jiang Jin lived here. I didn't knock. I just walked in. The weeds in the courtyard were taller than a man. They snapped under my boots with a dry crunch. To my left, a row of flat-roofed houses stood with shattered windows, the glass shards piled on the sills like spilled salt. A corner of the roof had collapsed, letting the rain hammer a small pit into the floor. A dead leaf floated in the puddle. I remembered this place. When I was 7, I was brought here for 3 days. Jiang Jin was 2 years older than me. He used to squat in the corner at dusk, drawing suns on the ground with a stick. They were always crooked, and every time he finished one, he'd rub it out with his foot. The caretaker lived in a small shack in the back. The door wasn't locked. I pushed it open. An old man sat in a wrought-tan chair, a faded blue blanket over his legs. He was clutching a stack of yellowed, curling papers. Hearing my footsteps, he looked up. His eyes were cloudy, but his mouth twitched as if he recognized me. "You're here," he said. I didn't answer. I stood in the doorway, the mud from my shoes staining the floor. The old man held out the papers, his hands shaking so hard the pages rustled. "When you were little, you always came to ask if anyone left anything for you," he whispered. I said no, but actually there was. I took the bundle of letters. There were no postmarks. The recipient was written as Brother Lu Fun in childish, wobbly pencil strokes. Each one was folded neatly and bound with a rubber band. The top one was dated April 12, 1999. I didn't open it. I just stood there, the paper feeling like a block of ice in my hands. "He wrote every day," the old man said. "When he finished, he'd hide them under the bed frame. I told him to mail them, but he said, 'Brother won't take them. He hates me.'" My thumb brushed the corner of an envelope. The paper was so thin it felt like it would tear at the slightest touch. On the back, someone had lightly sketched a sunflower. It had 5 petals, all leaning to one side. "What happened later?" I asked. The old man coughed, a sound like sandpaper on wood. "After you left, he stopped talking. The doctors came and said he had a trauma response. He drew pictures, thousands of suns. He'd draw them and then rip them up. Later, he was taken away. They said it was a relative, someone named Lou." I didn't move. I pressed the letters against my chest. The paper was cold against my skin. The rain kept falling, dripping from the leaky roof onto the concrete floor. Drip, drip, steady and slow. I sank to my knees. The mud soaked into my pants, but I didn't care. I began to open the letters one by one. The pages unfolded, the ink blurred and swollen from the damp air. "Brother, the sun came through the window today like gold thread. I miss you. I stole a bun from the cafeteria today and hid it under my pillow so you'd have something to eat when you come back. The worker said you aren't coming back. I said you would, he promised. Bring a bunch of sunflowers. If you ever come to find me, remember to bring sunflowers." The last letter was dated July 15, 2004. The handwriting was even lighter, as if the writer had run out of strength. "I drew the sun again today. I drew 10 of them. They say I'm crazy, but I know you'll come. You won't leave me. You just forgot." I pressed the letter to my face. Rain ran down my forehead, mixing with my tears and soaking into the paper. The words began to bleed into the page like ink dissolving in water. I didn't make a sound. I just knelt there, my knuckles white as I gripped the letters. The water rose over my shoes, reaching my ankles. I thought back to the airport, to Jiang Jin standing behind the glass, holding that photo. The back said, "We are not shadows. We are the light." I had thought it was a goodbye. I realized now it was a promise. I don't know how long I knelt there. The rain stopped for a moment, then started again. A drop fell from the eaves onto the back of my neck, making me shiver. The old man didn't move or speak. He just pulled his blanket higher over his knees. I stood up, bundled the letters back together, and tucked them deep inside my jacket. He turned and walked out. The iron gate groaned shut behind him, a heavy thud that sounded like rusted hinges finally giving up. He didn't look back. In the yard, a single sunflower pushed through a crack in the wall. Its petals were small and green, like unripened fruit, bowing under the weight of the rain but refusing to break. He walked over and knelt down. He didn't touch the flower. He just used his fingertip to gently brush a water droplet off a petal. The drop rolled away, disappearing into the mud. He stood up and brushed the dirt from his pants. His suitcase was still there, the wheels sunk deep into a muddy puddle. He gripped the handle, hauled it out, and dragged it toward the gate. He stopped for a second to look back at that sunflower. The rain picked up. He didn't look again and just stepped out into the downpour. At the edge of the village, a small shop was still open. The light was a lonely yellow glow. He pushed the door open, triggering a thin chime. The woman behind the counter was busy counting cash and barely looked up. He walked to the back and grabbed a bouquet of sunflowers. They were wrapped in plastic, 7 flowers, a bit wilted, their yellow color fading. He paid and walked back out, the stems prickly against his palm. He waited for the bus as the rain blurred the world. A battered old bus pulled up, its brakes squealing. The driver didn't even look at him, just muttered that they were headed to the train station. He nodded and climbed aboard. He found a seat by the window and rested the flowers on his lap. Water streaked down the plastic wrap, soaking a dark patch into his trousers. He closed his eyes. Outside, the streetlights flickered past like ghosts. The engine groaned, a low, wheezing sound. The rain didn't stop. The flowers hadn't bloomed yet. Back at the house, the iron gate wasn't locked. When Jiang Jin had pushed it earlier, the hinges made a sharp, clear sound. There were no lights. He didn't use his phone for guidance. The air inside didn't smell like rust or rot anymore. It smelled like paper, wood, and candle wax. There was a faint, lingering scent of tobacco. A single penlight sat on a desk, its yellow beam catching dust motes that floated like slow-motion snow. The bookshelves were new walnut wood, lined with items that felt like ghosts of my past. There was a drawing of a son I'd made when I was 7, the edges curled and yellowed, now carefully laminated. A diary from when I was 10, written on torn notebook paper. The handwriting was shaky, the title reading, "Brother Didn't Come Today." Beneath everything lay my old medical records. A diagnosis for mild depression, dated just 1 week before I was adopted. He didn't touch the papers. He moved to the center of the room where a mirror hung in a black iron frame. Words were chiseled into the metal, rough and uneven, as if someone had attacked the frame with a hammer. The true heir is the one who can see the truth. The glass was spotless. No dust. No fingerprints. He lit a candle. The flame flickered, casting a glow into the mirror. 2 faces appeared. His own was thin, marked by a scar from a fall when he was 12. Next to him, my face looked back. Harder features, a high bridge on the nose, a mouth set in a permanent line of endurance. We looked like we had been pressed into the same mold, fired in the same kiln, but cracked in different places. He took the mirror down. The iron hook snapped, a small flake of paint falling silently to the floor. He opened his backpack and pulled out a leather binder labeled "The Final Spark." He slipped the mirror inside, tucked between 2 old photographs. One was of him at 9, holding sunflowers outside the orphanage. The other was of me at 7, standing by a hospital door, clutching a medical report. He had written a new label on the binder. The ink had bled slightly, but the words were clear. "This is our portrait." He left the candle burning. On the bookshelf, he looked at my old blue diary one last time. It was mostly empty, but a single page at the end had writing in light pencil. "I tried many times to make you hate me," it said, "but you never did. You just forgot me." He turned to leave. On the bottom shelf, another report sat waiting. A DNA test from when I was 7. 99.8% match. Not biological. The truth was right there, hidden in plain sight for years. As he walked through the hallway, the motion sensor light flickered on. He stopped at the door, looking at the iron gate one last time. A dead leaf was caught in the frame. He didn't move it. He headed down the wooden stairs, intentionally stepping on the 3rd riser. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the empty house like a footstep following him. Downstairs, a cup of water sat on the coffee table, still warm. Beside it was a pack of cigarettes, the brand my father used to smoke. Jiang Jin didn't touch them. He went to the shoe rack and found a pair of old, blue-gray slippers. The right one had a hole in the toe. They were his, from when he was 7. He had thought they were thrown away a lifetime ago. He reached out and touched the tip of the shoe, his finger coming away with a smudge of dust. He stepped out and closed the door. This time, it didn't make a sound. The latch was loose, leaving a tiny crack for the wind to whistle through. The rain had turned into a fine mist. He opened his old black umbrella, the one held together by peeling tape, and walked into the night. Behind him, in the window of that old house, the candle flames slowly died out. Fast forward. I was standing backstage at the United Nations conference hall. The air conditioning was freezing, but I was sweating. I stared at the USB drive in my hand until my knuckles turned white. No one offered me water. No one said a word. The microphone gave a sharp pop as the technician tested it. I didn't look at the crowd. My eyes were locked on a man in the third row. Jiang Jin. He was wearing his old jacket, his head down, flipping through a worn notebook with curled edges. I stepped up to the podium and plugged in the drive. The massive screen flickered to life. It showed a dim hospital room, the only light coming from the rhythmic green flash of a heart monitor. A nurse's voice filled the hall, soft and hesitant. "Mr. Liu," she said, "you really need to rest." I took a breath. The truth was finally ready to be told. My father's voice continued to play through the speakers. It was hoarse, but every word was cuttingly clear. "Liu Fun is the perfect heir," the recording said. "Jiang Jin is just a mistake that needs to be forgotten." There was a 2-second pause. The only sound in the massive hall was the rhythmic, low beep of the heart monitor from the video. Someone in the audience gasped, but the room remained deathly silent. In the front row, men in expensive suits exchanged quick glances, but said nothing. In the back, a few people held up their phones, cameras aimed at the screen, though they were too stunned to even press record. I didn't move. I waited for the recording to stop before I spoke again. "This was recorded on December 17th last year," I said, my voice steady. 7 days before he died. No one replied. Someone coughed, then quickly stifled it. I slowly unbuttoned my suit jacket. My movements were deliberate. A tiny speck of dust fell from my cuff and landed silently on the carpet. I rolled up my left sleeve, exposing the scar. It wasn't a tattoo. It was a brand, burned into my skin with a hot iron. The edges were white and raised, while the center formed a deep red character for Liu. It looked like it had been carved in with a knife, then burned twice over, leaving a jagged, uneven texture. He said, I whispered into the microphone, that only with this mark would I be worthy of his name. Below the stage, heads dropped to look at phones. Someone snapped a pen in half, the ink cartridge rolling across the floor, ignored. I reached for my right hand and pulled off the silver ring on my ring finger. Inside, the initials LF were engraved so small you could barely see them. I didn't look at the ring, and I didn't look at the crowd. I simply tossed it toward the microphone. It hit the metal mesh with a sharp ding, rattled for a second, and got stuck there. I don't want the name, I said. I want the truth. I didn't wait for applause. I didn't wait for a reaction. I turned and walked away, my pace steady, never looking back. I draped my jacket over my arm. My shirt collar was damp with sweat, the fabric sticking to my skin like a dark stain. I walked down the steps and through the side door. 2 of the hallway lights were burnt out. The only one left flickering cast a dim glow over a trash can overflowing with used paper cups and wet wipes. I didn't swerve to avoid it. My shoe stepped through a puddle of spilled water that hadn't dried yet. I didn't go to the green room. I didn't look for anyone, and I didn't check my phone. I pushed open a heavy door leading to the fire escape. The stairwell was dim, lit only by the sickly green glow of the emergency exit signs that made the peeling wall paint look bruised. I leaned against the wall and pulled out a cigarette. My lighter was old, the flint wool worn smooth and shiny. It took 3 tries before it caught fire. I didn't smoke it. I just held it between my fingers, watching the cherry glow and fade, glow and fade. I ignored the buzzing in my pocket. Outside, the news was already exploding. People were shouting about a historic moment, but I couldn't hear them. All I heard were footsteps coming up the stairs. They were light, the sound of cloth soles hitting concrete. It sounded sticky, like someone walking through wet mud. By the time Jiang Jin reached my floor, the cigarette was almost out. He didn't say a word. He didn't even come close. He stopped 3 steps below me and looked up. I kept my eyes fixed forward. A bit of ash fell, landing on the tip of my shoe. Jiang Jin's jacket was still unzipped. His t-shirt was loose, showing his collarbone. In his right hand, he held a thin envelope. The paper was worn, the corners curled as if it had been torn from an old notebook. He held it out to me. I didn't take it. He didn't pull his hand back. The cigarette finally died, the ash scattering on the floor like gray dust blown by the wind. Only then did I reach out. I didn't grab the letter. I pressed the cigarette, but into a rusted metal box in the corner. A faded sticker on the box said no smoking. The words were barely legible, but they were there. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "You forgot your jacket," Jiang Jin said quietly. I didn't answer. I looked down at the envelope. It was blank. No writing, no stamp, no name. "I found our mother's diary," Jiang Jin said. I stayed frozen. "You aren't his biological son," he continued, his voice flat and calm. "She knew. She begged our father not to destroy you. He hid my birth certificate to keep the lie going." I glanced at him for a split second, then looked back down. Another speck of dust fell from my sleeve, mixing with the cigarette ash on the floor. Jiang Jin didn't say anything else. He tucked the envelope into my shirt pocket. He didn't touch my chest. His movement was light, like sliding a bookmark into a page. Then he turned and walked back down the stairs. The sound of his footsteps slowly faded, echoing like he was walking on an old carpet. I stood there alone. The envelope felt hard against my ribs. I didn't pull it out. The stairwell light flickered but stayed on. I heard a door open and close downstairs. A gust of wind blew in from outside, sharp and sudden, not like the soft rains of Kunming. I looked down at the water stains on my shoes. I didn't wipe them. I turned and walked back toward the conference hall. The doors were still open. Inside, the chaos was loud, a wall of voices I couldn't understand. I didn't go back in. I just stood at the entrance, looking at the empty chair on the stage. My silver ring was still stuck in the microphone, reflecting the overhead lights. Someone walked over and bent down to pick it up, but I didn't see who. I stood there for 3 minutes. No one noticed me. No one asked where I'd been. I turned and walked out of the building. The rain had just stopped, leaving the ground shimmering under the streetlights. I didn't have an umbrella, and I wasn't wearing my jacket. The damp shirt felt freezing against my back. As I rounded the corner, I saw an old woman pushing a small cart of flowers. A few sunflowers were left, their petals a bit wilted and sticky, but the yellow was still vibrant. I stopped. The old woman looked up at me, but didn't ask if I wanted to buy anything. I didn't speak, and I didn't reach for my wallet. I just reached out and took one. A single petal fell to the ground. I didn't say a word, and I didn't pick it up. I carried the flower toward the subway station. Behind me, the glass walls of the skyscraper reflected my shadow, a man without a coat, clutching a dying sunflower. The light at the subway entrance was green, exactly like the emergency light in the stairwell. I walked inside and never looked back. As the subway doors hissed shut, I looked down at the flower. Another petal fell, landing at my feet. I didn't bend down to grab it. The train lurched forward, and the lights outside the window flickered against my bare left hand. The ring was gone. The scar remained. I closed my eyes. No one in the carriage spoke. Only the faint, tinny sound of the intercom broke the silence. Next station, Cultural Palace. April 12, 1998. That was the date on the first page. The ink was blurred, smeared like someone had cried over the words and tried to wipe them away. The doctor said the baby was healthy, but the Liu family only wanted a boy. My mother had lied to them. She promised to keep the secret. She promised to protect the truth. The handwriting got messy as I turned the pages. I wasn't who I thought I was. The diary said Liu Fun, me, was brought from an orphanage. They chose me because I looked like his father. Quiet. Still. I remembered the blue cloth shoes I wore that day. There was mud on the soles. She had asked me if I was afraid of the dark. I shook my head. I lied. I tucked the diary into my jacket, pressing it against my chest. My knees were numb. I stood there for 3 minutes before I could even move. I didn't wash up. I didn't change my clothes. I went straight to the cemetery. My mother's headstone was gray and plain. No carvings, just her name and the year she lived. 3 withered flowers sat in front of it, turned a dusty brown. I sat there with my back against the cold stone, my legs stretched out. The mud from the old house dried on my shoes and flaked off onto the steps. I stayed until 4 a.m. A stray cat watched me from the shadows, but it didn't make a sound. I pulled a black folder out of my bag. I had labeled it Spark. Inside were the pieces of my broken life, a transcript of my father's recordings, photos of my scars, and my mother's medical records. I added the diary to the pile. I typed a single sentence on the title page. He loved us. He was just too tired. I didn't zip the folder all the way. A corner of the paper stuck out, sharp and white. The bus ride back was quiet. An old woman sat next to me peeling oranges, the sticky juice staining the paper in her hands. I didn't look at her. I just leaned my head against the window. The glass was foggy. I drew a circle with my finger and then wiped it away. My phone vibrated. It was a call from the house. I didn't answer. I just set it to silent. Back at my apartment, the hallway light was dead. I tripped on the broken 3rd step, my nails scraping the wall as I tried to steady myself. Inside, the house was dark. My leather shoes sat on the rack, polished to a shine but with the laces undone. I didn't put them on. I went to my desk and scanned the diary into the computer. The scanner hummed, a cold light flickering for 3 seconds before dying out. My finger hovered over the enter key for 10 seconds. I didn't save the file. I just closed the laptop and watched the rain fall on the neighbor's plants. Later, I found myself in Kunming. The rain there was steady, like a leaking faucet. I stood by the ruins of the old orphanage, digging into the black soil with my bare hands. My fingernails filled with dirt. I found the iron box. It was rusted red, the lid falling apart the moment I touched it. Inside were 2 shoes. One was a small, blue cloth shoe. The edges were worn white and the stitching was torn, like someone had pulled at it with everything they had. I knew this shoe. When we were 7, I saw Jiang Jin wearing it as 2 men in suits dragged him toward the back door. I had heard the crying that night, but I was too scared to run outside. I wiped the sole of the shoe with my sleeve. The words were faint, nearly washed away by years of damp earth. Brother, I'm afraid of the dark. Don't leave me. I flipped the other shoe. The handwriting was shaky, the ink uneven. It was mine. I won't leave you. I swear. The memory hit me like a physical blow. The crystal lights in the ballroom had been so bright they made my eyes ache. My father told me to stand straight in my white shirt and bow tie. I heard the butler say the little master was sleeping. I believed him, but then I saw them. I saw the men grabbing Jiang Jin. One of his shoes fell off on the concrete. I tried to scream, but the butler covered my mouth and dragged me into a closet. He locked the door. I heard the click of the old copper lock. I pounded on that door until my voice was gone, but no one came. I sat in the corner and counted my heartbeats. 72 times. I never told anyone what I saw. I was afraid my father would be angry. I was afraid they'd take my white shirt away and throw me back into the mud. I thought he was dead. I thought my entire life was just a way to pay for my silence. I knelt in the rain and pressed that small shoe to my chest. It was freezing. I didn't cry, though my eyes burned. I put the shoes in my bag next to a crayon drawing Jiang Jin had made when we were kids, 2 boys holding hands under a big, red sun. I opened my notebook and wrote one last thing. I owe him, not an apology, but to live the life he expected of me. I didn't look back at the rusted box in the dirt. I just walked away. Behind me, the iron lid sat open like a mouth, empty and silent. I only took the shoes. 3 days later, I rented a small shack in Kunming. The walls were a dull gray, the window frames were crooked, and the door latch was so loose it groaned every time I touched it. I placed the blue cloth shoes on the bedside table. Next to them, I laid out Jiang Jin's old drawing and the thick ledger. Every day after school, the neighbor's kid would stop by my open door. He'd poke his head in, curious and wide-eyed. "Mister," he asked one afternoon, "who are you drawing?" I didn't look up. My pencil slid across the paper, leaving a jagged, uneven line. I was trying to sketch 2 people standing back to back, one in a white shirt, one in a black trench coat. Between them, I drew a jagged crack of light. I had tried 5 times, and none of them looked right. "It doesn't look like them," the kid said. I didn't answer. I just tore the paper, laid down a fresh sheet, and kept going. My pencil lead snapped. I didn't reach for a sharpener. I just used my fingernails to pry the wood back and continued to draw. That afternoon, I received an encrypted email from a Swiss bank. I clicked it open. It was a DNA report. The results were cold and final. My father and I weren't related. It was a fake. As for my mother and Jiang Jin, there was no matching information. No blood connection at all. I scrolled down further and found an older record. My mother had undergone a procedure for assisted promotion. The embryo source was listed as me, Lu Fun. I stared at the screen for 10 minutes. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Outside, the rain stopped, and a sliver of sunlight cut through the clouds, hitting the bedside table. It illuminated a tiny tear in the toe of the blue shoes, a mark from when Jiang Jin had been dragged away, his foot caught in the door frame. I shut the laptop and walked to the window. An old lady downstairs was hanging laundry. A pair of blue pants and a pair of black pants swayed on the line. When the wind blew, they touched gently. I remembered when Jiang Jin was 7. He had a pair of blue pants my mother sewed herself. She had made the legs an inch too long so he could grow into them. I didn't cry. I just took the shoes and tucked them into the bottom of the wardrobe, hiding them under a pile of old sweaters. The sweaters were handmade by my mother, the loose threads still tangled in the cotton. I went to the kitchen to boil some water. When the kettle whistled, I poured a cup. I didn't add sugar. The water was scalding, so I left it on the table to cool. I waited until it was cold before taking a single sip. It tasted like rust. I set the cup down, leaving a faint ring of water on the table that looked like a dried tear. I didn't touch the shoes again. The next morning, I went to St. Mary's Church to take up my post. The locks had been changed, but the key was still in my pocket. I slid it in, turned it 3 times, and heard the heavy click. The place was thick with dust, so thick I could have written my name in it. I walked to the altar and knelt. I pulled the small slip of paper from the ledger and laid it on the floor. It was so thin the slight draft made it flutter. I struck a flame. The fire started small, blue at the base and yellow at the tips, licking the edges of the paper. The edges curled, and the handwriting blackened and vanished. I watched until the last speck of ash drifted onto the stone steps of the altar. I stood up and brushed the dust off my pants. As I turned to leave, I saw a man in a black trench coat standing in the doorway. He didn't have an umbrella. His hair was damp, clinging to his temples. I didn't stop walking. "What did you burn?" Jiang Jin asked. I looked back briefly. "A piece of paper." He didn't ask again. He stepped inside, his muddy shoes leaving 2 dark prints on the dusty floor. He walked to the altar, leaned down, and picked up a fragment of unburnt ash. He tucked it into the crease of his finger. "Do you remember?" he asked. "That year, you promised me you wouldn't leave me." I stood by the door, my hand resting on the frame. The loose latch rattled softly. "I remember," I said. Jiang Jin looked at me, then down at the ash in his palm. "And now?" I didn't answer. I turned and walked out. The sunlight was brilliant, hitting the church spire like a coat of polished copper. Jiang Jin stayed behind, unmoving. The wind blew through the broken windows, scattering the rest of the ash. He took one last look at the altar and left. The door creaked and swung shut on its own. Back in my kitchen, the kettle was still there, the water cold and unfinished. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin sat before his own computer. The screen glowed with an email from an unknown sender, labeled only as SW70719 Delta. He typed in the password, his mother's birthday. The report took 3 minutes to load. The page was mostly blank, except for one line, DNA comparison results. He scrolled down. Lu Fun and Lu Jinghua, 0.01% probability of paternity. Sample contaminated. Results invalid. Jiang Jin and Lin Siyun, 0.03% probability. Samples do not match. His fingers went numb. Outside, rain streaked the glass in crooked lines, like someone scratching the window with their nails. He didn't delete the email. Instead, he searched for assisted reproductive technology, 1997, Kunming. An old news clipping popped up, a pilot project at the Kunming Pediatric Hospital. The first successful case was announced in December 1997. The photo showed a doctor in a white coat standing in front of an operating room door with a no-entry sign. He accessed the hospital's archives using his father's old work ID. He remembered the numbers. His father used to write them in his ledgers constantly. The system asked for secondary authorization. He entered his mother's ID number. An electronic medical record appeared. November 15, 1997. Patient, Lin Suyun, 32 years old. Embryo transplant due to infertility. Embryo number, L0719. Embryo source, Lu Fun. Male, 3 years old. Healthy. He stared at those words. The clock on the screen ticked to 2:07 p.m. He got up to get water, but the kettle was cold, filled with yesterday's leftovers. He took a sip and held it in his mouth, waiting for it to warm up before swallowing. He returned to the screen. Below the record was a consent form signed by his mother. Her handwriting was steady. Next to it was a handwritten note. If the pregnancy is successful, the newborn must be registered as Lin Siyun's biological child. No donor information is to be recorded. It was signed by his father, Lu Jinghua. He flipped to the next page and found a blurry, scanned photo. A 3-year-old boy in blue cloth shoes was standing outside a nursery window, his face pressed flat against the glass. On the back, someone had written in pencil, Lu Fun. Age 3. Donor source. He opened another file. A birth registration. Jiang Jin's birth certificate, dated April 12, 1998. Mother, Lin Suyun. Father, Lu Jinghua. Then, he found the next one. Dated April 13, 1998, the very next day. Name, Lu Fun. Mother, Lin Suyun. Father, Lu Jinghua. He shut the computer but didn't unplug it. The screen stayed lit for a moment, reflecting his face. His eyes wide, his mouth set in a hard line. He walked into the bedroom and dragged his mother's old leather suitcase from the bottom of the closet. The latch was broken, tied shut with a piece of red string. He untied it. Inside were sweaters, folded flat as paper. At the bottom was a quilt. He pulled it out and began to tear at the seams. The stitching was dense, the threads tangled in the cotton batting. His fingers brushed against something hard in the lining. It was a piece of paper, folded into fourths. The edges were brittle, as if it had been soaked and dried. He unfolded it. It was his mother's handwriting, written in fountain pen. The ink varied in darkness, as if her hand had been shaking while she wrote. I was wrong, the note read. I shouldn't have used you to replace him. You were the first child I ever held in my arms. He stared at the line for a long time. Then, he turned the paper over. On the back was another line, written in pencil, so faint it had almost rubbed away completely. It wasn't a case of being swapped at birth. I realized then that I hadn't been stolen. I had been created. I was a replacement, a biological backup designed to fill a void. I didn't cry. I didn't smash anything. I didn't even scream. I simply folded the paper back up, tucked it into the lining of the quilt, and smoothed the fabric over. I placed the quilt back into the suitcase, clicked the latch shut, and tied the red string into a tight, permanent dead knot. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. The rain was still falling, relentless and gray. Down on the street, a delivery scooter sat parked, a cracked plastic box strapped to the back. Broth was leaking from a container inside, trailing a greasy smear across the pavement that the rain slowly washed away. I stood there for 10 minutes, motionless. My phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Fun. I didn't pick up. The ringing stopped, and 3 seconds later, a text arrived. Asterisk, I'm in Kunming. The old place. I found the shoes. Asterisk. I stared at the screen, but didn't reply. I walked into the study and approached my father's safe. I tried the code, my mother's birthday. It took 3 tries before the lock clicked open. Inside were 3 documents. On top was Lu Fun's birth certificate. In the space for the mother's signature, she had written, I am willing to give my life for his. I didn't touch it. I flipped to the next file. It was an agreement titled, Memorandum on Embryo Transfer and Identity Displacement. It was dated December 1st, 1997. My father, Lu Jinghua, had signed it. Next to his name was a small note circled in red ink. If Jiang Jin survives, Lu Fun is a spare. If Jiang Jin dies young, Lu Fun becomes the heir. I closed the safe but didn't lock it. I walked to the entryway and pulled on my jacket. The sleeves were covered in dust, but I didn't bother brushing them off. I felt the keys in my pocket, but I didn't take them out. I opened the door and walked out, leaving it standing wide open behind me. The hallway light was broken. On the final step of the stairs, there was a small puddle of muddy water, a footprint from someone who had just come in. It was blurred, as if they had intentionally scuffed their soul against the concrete. I headed down the stairs without looking back. The rain hit my face, sharp and cold. At the street corner, I stopped. A taxi pulled up, and the driver rolled down his window. "Where to?" he asked. I didn't say a word. He waited 5 seconds, rolled the window back up, and drove off. I stayed where I was, watching the rain. In the distance, a bus groaned to a halt. The doors hissed open, but no one got on, and no one got off. I turned around and walked back home. The front door was still open, just as I'd left it. I went inside and shut it behind me. On the coffee table sat a half-finished glass of water. A single tea leaf floated on the surface before drifting to the bottom like a dead leaf. I picked up the glass, poured the water out, and set the empty cup back down. I didn't wash it. I went into the bedroom and lay down. I didn't take off my jacket. I didn't turn off the lights. Outside, the rain continued to pour. On the nightstand, my mother's letter was still there, unopened, tucked under an old photo album. The cover was a faded, jaded red. Inside the front cover was a photo of 2 little boys. One wore a white shirt, the other wore blue cloth shoes. They were holding hands, standing in the bright sunlight. On the back, someone had written, April 12, 1998. Happy birthday, brother. I stared at that photo for a long time. Then, I closed my eyes. I didn't cry. I didn't move. The light stayed on, and the water ring on the coffee table slowly dried into a faint, circular scar. In Kunming, the rain had stopped 2 days ago. Water droplets still hung from the eaves, rhythmically dripping into a tin bucket with a slow, steady thud. I, Lu Fun, sat on a low stool in front of an old drawing board. The corners of the wood were chipped, held together by 3 layers of duct tape. I held a pencil with a blunt tip, pressing it against paper so wrinkled it looked like it had been balled up and smoothed out again. The walls were covered in over 20 drawings. They were all the same, red skies and children holding hands. In some, they had 5 hands, in others, 3 feet. I drew slowly, every stroke feeling like a guess. A neighbor's kid crouched by the door, his shoes caked in mud and his pant legs rolled up to his knees. He stared at the drawing. "Mister, who are you drawing?" he asked. "My brother," I said. The kid tilted his head. "It doesn't look like him." I didn't answer. I put the pencil down and rubbed my finger against the paper, leaving a gray smudge. I tore the drawing off the board. The edges curled as if they'd been singed by fire. I didn't throw it away. I folded it twice and stuffed it into the bottom drawer. The drawer was a graveyard of old shirts, half a box of crayons, and a tattered introduction to children's drawing book. Tucked between the pages was a supermarket receipt from last March for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. I spread out a fresh sheet of paper. I drew 2 lines, one long, one short. Then I stopped for 5 minutes. A kettle whistled in the corner, but I didn't move to get it. A sparrow landed on the clothesline outside, shook its wings, and flew away. I drew 2 boys again. One in a white shirt, one in a black trench coat. Between them, I drew a streak of light. It wasn't the sun, and it wasn't lightning. It was just a crack, a rift, like a jagged tear in a peeling wall. I didn't give them faces. I only drew their backs, the curve of their shoulders, the folds in their clothes, and a shoelace trailing loose at the ankle. When I finished, I didn't wait for the lead to set. I slid it into an envelope I'd picked up at the supermarket, the kind with "Thank you for your patronage" printed on the back. I didn't write an address. I just took a ballpoint pen and scribbled 2 lines on the back. Asterisk this time. I'm not drawing to wait for you. I'm drawing to show you I am here. Asterisk. I mailed the letter at the post office on the corner. The door frame was crooked, and the mailbox was covered in rust, with a half-torn advertisement jammed in the slot. I didn't look back as I walked away. I stopped at a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. The cap wasn't screwed on tight, and after a few steps, it leaked, leaving a dark, wet patch on my shoe. When the letter reached Jiang Jin, the rain had started again. He sat in his study in the dark, the only light coming from his phone screen, illuminating half his face. The envelope sat on the desk, unopened. He stared at the handwriting for 20 minutes, his fingers hovering in the air, never touching the paper. Outside, rain streaked across the window pane like rivers on a map. He stood up and went to the back of the bookshelf, sliding open a hidden compartment. He entered the code, our mother's birthday. The door clicked. Inside, there were no gold bars or bankbooks. There was only a stack of papers held together by a rubber band. The edges were yellowed, the ink fading. The top sheet was a birth certificate. Name, Lu Fun. Date of birth, December 3rd, 1997. Mother, Lin Suyun. Father, Lu Jinghua. He looked down at the signature line. Our mother's signature was shaky, like a child just learning to write. Beneath it, in darker, heavier ink, were the words, I am willing to give my life for his. He didn't move. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the paper. The desk drawer was slightly ajar, revealing a fountain pen with a missing cap. A brown stain of dried ink sat on the desk, like a small scab. He stood up and pulled a pediatric nursing manual from the shelf. Tucked inside was a yellowed photograph of two infants lying side by side, one wrapped in white, one in blue. A nurse held them, her smile stiff and forced. On the back, someone had penciled a date, December 4th, 1997. He flipped the photo over. There was another line of text, faint, as if added much later, asterisk Lu Fun. Donor embryo, Lin Suyun. Surrogate mother, asterisk. He didn't cry. He didn't break anything. He didn't scream. He put the photo back in the book, closed it, and returned it to the shelf. As he turned, his knee clipped the chair, sending it skidding across the floor with a sharp scrape. He didn't lean down to fix it. He walked to the window. The rain was still falling. Down below, a couple walked past under a single umbrella. The woman carried groceries. The man looked at his phone. They didn't speak. They didn't even look at each other. Jiang Jin turned on his computer and logged into the hospital's archives. He didn't use his father's official account. He used our mother's ID number. The system pinged, database updated. He clicked on the embryo transfer records. November 15th, 1997. The entry was there. Patient, Lin Suyun. Age, 32. Procedure, embryo transfer for infertility. Embryo ID, L0719. Source, Lu Fun. Male. Age 3. Healthy. He stared at those words for a long time. In the corner of the screen, the clock ticked to 2:07 p.m. He shut down the computer. He didn't delete the record. He didn't print it. He didn't call the police. He walked to the kitchen. The kettle was old, its base rusted red. He unscrewed the lid. The water inside was left over from yesterday, cold and still. He poured a glass, but didn't drink it. He set it on the table, where a faint yellow tea stain from the week before still marked the wood. He turned and went back to the bedroom. The letter sat on the bed, still sealed. I didn't touch the letter. I lay down, pulled the covers over me, and closed my eyes. Outside, the rain began to fade. Downstairs, a neighbor's child shouted for his mother, saying his homework was finished. A woman's voice answered, telling him to hurry and shower so he wouldn't catch a cold. A door slammed. The hallway light flickered on for 3 seconds, then died. I rolled over to face the wall. There was a crack in the plaster. A single grain of dust was wedged inside it, glinting like a tiny star. I didn't move. I stayed like that until dawn broke. I stood up and walked to the wardrobe. From the bottom shelf, I pulled out an old black coat. The cuffs were worn shiny from years of use. Hidden inside the left chest pocket was a silver locket. On the inside of the metal, 2 names were engraved, Jiang Jin and Lu Fun. I put the locket around my neck. The silver felt ice cold against my skin. I didn't look in the mirror. I walked out, locked the door, and left the key in the lock. I went to the hospital. On the nurse's bedside table sat a plastic pot with a withered ivy plant. The leaves were yellow and curled, the roots buried in bone-dry soil. A half-empty water bottle sat on the windowsill, its label blurred and peeling. He lay there in the bed, eyes half closed. His breathing was so thin it sounded like a piece of paper trembling. I stood in the doorway and didn't move. In my hand, I gripped a photo. It was Lu Fun at 5 years old, standing in front of the orphanage. His hair was shaved close to the scalp. He wore a blue shirt that was far too big and old rubber shoes. The right lace was broken, held together by a piece of wire. The nurse didn't look up. His fingers rubbed against the bed sheets, dirt visible under his fingernails. I placed the photo on the nightstand, exactly 3 centimeters from the water bottle. I didn't say a word. 5 minutes passed. The nurse suddenly looked up. He stared at the photo, his lips moving as if he were counting the fingers of the child in the picture. That day he started. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against sheet metal. He cried. He said, "Don't take him away." He paused, a gurgle in his throat as if he were swallowing phlegm, or perhaps a sentence he couldn't finish. But his father said. His eyes suddenly brightened. It was the final flash of a light bulb before it shorts out. "He is not your child." I rubbed my thumb against the edge of the photo. There was still a trace of rust under my nail from fixing a water pipe last month. The nurse stopped looking at the photo. He turned over slowly, his movements stiff, like he was taking apart an old garment. A flash of silver appeared from under his pillow. He reached for it with his left hand while his right hand gripped the corner of the quilt. He pulled out a locket. It was silver, thin, and the edges were polished smooth by time. There was a deep scratch in the center, like someone had dug a fingernail into it. Inside, the names were carved by hand. Jiangjin, Lu Fun. The writing was crooked, but there were no corrections. He pressed the locket into my palm. His fingers were freezing and shaking violently. "He shoved this to me before he left," he whispered. He said if he ever came back, I should give this to him." I didn't answer. I looked down at the locket. A sliver of sunlight leaked through the curtains, hitting the engravings. The 2 names looked blurred at the edges, like they had been soaked in water. The nurse closed his eyes. His breathing grew shallow again. I tucked the locket into the inner pocket of my coat, right against my chest. The fabric was old, with a small oil stain on the left shoulder from a bowl of noodles I ate last week. I turned and left without closing the door. The hinge groaned once, sounding like an old clock pendulum getting stuck. At the end of the hallway, a young nurse was hunched over the station writing records. The pen made a faint scratching sound on the paper. She didn't look up. I walked downstairs, stepping over 3 loose floor tiles. One at the stairs, one at the corner, and one by the courtyard wall. Each one made a short, shifting sound under my weight, like crushing a small insect. I didn't stop. Lufin's studio was in the west part of the city. It was an old warehouse with a rusted iron door. The lock was ancient. The key had been in my pocket for 7 years, its teeth worn flat. I had to turn it twice before it clicked open. The studio smelled of mold, turpentine, and pencil shavings. The walls were covered in drawings. They all featured red skies and children holding hands. Some had 5 hands, some had 3 feet. Drawing paper was piled on the floor, some rolled up, some torn in half, looking like they had been blown by the wind and forgotten. Lufin sat on a low stool in front of a fresh canvas. He wasn't painting a person. He had painted 2 shadows. One wore a white shirt, the other wore a black trench coat. Between them was a crack of light. It wasn't the sun or lightning. It looked like the mark left behind when wallpaper peels off a wall. He didn't look up. I walked in, my shoes leaving a bit of mud on the floor. I didn't wipe it. I walked to the painting and stopped. The locket slid out of my pocket and hung from my fingertips, catching the light. I didn't speak. I placed the locket gently on the edge of his easel, 3 centimeters from his pencil. Lufin's pencil stopped moving. He didn't look at the locket, and he didn't look at me. He stared at the painting, his fingers smudging the edge of the paper and leaving a gray streak. A breeze drifted in through the gap in the window, curling the corner of the paper like it had been singed by fire. I stood there, motionless. Lufin finally looked up. He glanced at the locket, then at me. He didn't ask questions. He didn't smile. He didn't cry. He put down his pencil and stood up. He walked to an old wooden cabinet in the corner and pulled open the bottom drawer. It was filled with old shirts, half a box of crayons, and a tattered introduction to children's drawing book. Tucked inside the pages was a supermarket receipt from March of last year. It was for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. He pulled out the receipt. Without looking at it, he tucked it next to the locket. Then he sat back down and picked up his pencil. He didn't paint anything new. He just gently pushed the locket into the very center of the canvas, right over that crack of light. I didn't move. I watched the locket, the 2 names, and Lufin's back. Outside, a sparrow landed on the clothesline, shook its wings, and flew away. I turned to leave. I didn't close the door. I stopped at the threshold, my hand resting on the handle, but I didn't turn it. There was a faint scuff on the doorframe from when I bumped it moving a painting last year. It had never been fixed. I didn't touch it. I just stood there, watching him. Lufin made a single stroke. It was light, like a breath of wind. On the canvas, a thin line extended from the crack in the locket. It looked like a thread, connecting the sleeves of the two shadows. No one spoke. The kettle in the corner made a lonely clicking sound, but the water wasn't boiling. No one moved to check it. The sunlight shifted slowly, hitting the locket, the paper, and the tips of my shoes. The mud there still hadn't dried. The wind returned, fluttering an old poster in the corner. It was for a children's art exhibition from last year. The title read, "We are all children who have been loved." The edges were curled, and the tape was failing. I didn't fix it. Lufin didn't move. We stayed like that until the sunset spilled in, stretching the shadow of the locket until it covered the entire painting. I finally closed the door. The bolt was loose and made a sharp clack. I didn't look back. In the hallway, a janitor pushed a mop past me. The bucket sloshed, and water dripped onto the tiles, spreading slowly like rain. The United Nations announcement went live at 3 in the morning. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in front of the computer, the blue glow of the screen reflecting on my face like a thin layer of frost. I didn't click on any news sites. I just stared at the video on the official homepage. It had already auto-played 7 times. In the video, my voice was steady, like I was reading a grocery list. I told the world I wasn't an Avenger. I was a survivor. I said we weren't trying to destroy anyone. We just wanted everyone locked in the dark to know they weren't alone. At the end of the video, Lufin's voice drifted out from an old recording. It was raspy and broken, sounding like it had been dug up from deep underground. I finally dared to say it. The recording played. "I am not Lufin. I am Jiangfun." I hit pause. The room was still. The curtains didn't move, but the dust on the curtain rod shivered slightly. I walked to the window. It was dark, the dawn still far off. The clouds hung low like a heavy, wet gray cloth. Downstairs, the lights of the convenience store were still on. A sign on the glass door advertised a special, bottled water for 2 yuan. A crack ran across the glass, a jagged line stretching from the top left corner. It looked like a fingernail had scratched it. I didn't turn off the video. I let it loop in the background, the volume low. My own voice kept repeating that one sentence over and over. "I am not Lufin. I am Jiangfun." It sounded like the static from an old radio. I went to the bookshelf. I pulled down an old introductory drawing book for children. A grocery receipt from March of last year fell out from between the pages. 1 bottle of water. 2 packs of cookies. I flipped to the sketches. The torn and folded drawing was still there. It showed the backs of 2 boys with a crack of light between them. I stared at it for a long time. I traced the paper with my finger. I didn't press hard. I just felt the texture. There was a scratch on the corner of the desk. I made it last winter while sharpening an eraser with a pencil knife. The marks were uneven, like someone had slowly picked at the wood with a fingernail. I didn't wipe it away. I walked to the entryway and put on my jacket. The left cuff was stained with dust from the day I fixed a pipe. I hadn't washed it. I didn't care. I pulled the zipper, but it was crooked and got stuck in the fabric. I gave it 2 tugs. It wouldn't budge. I just left it hanging. I didn't lock the door when I left. The bolt was loose and never closed properly. The wind made it creak. I'd known about it for a long time, but I never fixed it. The elevator was empty. I hit the button for the basement level. When the doors opened, a blast of cold air hit me. The garage AC was always set to 16 degrees. I walked past rows of cars. Dried leaves were trapped under the tires, though I didn't know how they had blown in. They were brittle. They didn't even make a sound when I stepped on them. My car was parked in the corner. The handle was rusted. I touched it, but didn't clean it. I didn't drive. I walked out of the garage and turned into a small alley. At the end was an abandoned printing factory. The iron gate was heavily rusted and the lock was long gone. A piece of plastic rope hung from the frame, swaying slightly in the wind. I pushed the door open. The factory was hollow. 3 holes in the ceiling let the moonlight in, falling on the floor like 3 yellowed sheets of paper. Old boxes were stacked in the corner. Lu Group 2018 promotional brochures, The ink had bled and faded, looking like it had been soaked in water. I walked to the very back and pulled off a waterproof tarp. Underneath sat an old black shredder. The casing was dented and the power cord was wrapped around it like a dead snake. I plugged it in. Nothing happened. I hit the switch twice. On the third try, it hummed to life. I took a stack of files from my bag. The paper was thick. The cover said the Tinder Files, Volume 1. The gold lettering had peeled off, leaving only indentations in the paper. I fed them into the shredder one by one. The machine made a soft tearing sound. No sparks, no smoke, just paper scraps falling into a metal bin, piling higher and higher. I didn't stop. I reached the last page. It was my birth certificate. Under the mother's signature line, she had written, "I am willing to trade my life for his." I stared at it for 5 seconds. I didn't hesitate. I fed it into the machine. The scraps joined the rest, looking like a light dusting of snow. I turned off the shredder. I knelt down and pulled the silver locket from my pocket. On the inside, the names were still there. Jiang Jin, Lu Fun. The handwriting was crooked, but it hadn't worn away. I placed the locket on top of the pile of shredded paper. I didn't cover it. I didn't bury it. I just left it there. The sky was turning white as I walked out. A crack formed in the clouds, letting light leak onto the rusty gate and the plastic rope. I didn't look back. I got into my car. I didn't start the engine. I just sat there. My phone lit up in the passenger seat. It was a news alert. Asterisk Lu Group Chairman Lu Funds will officially forged. Global investigations launched. Asterisk. I didn't click it. I looked down at my left ring finger and saw a faint mark where a ring used to be. The ring was gone, but the mark remained. I tried to rub it away with my thumb. It stayed. I started the car and drove. I went slow. I hit 3 red lights and waited the full 60 seconds for each one. I didn't go to the office. I didn't go anywhere. I parked in a wasteland on the edge of the city. Weeds grew tall around a few dead trees with peeling bark. I walked to a tree where a stone sat by the roots. The words were hard to read, but I could make out 3. Jiang He Fun. It looked like a child had carved them. I touched the letters. I didn't speak. I took out the drawing of the 2 boys and placed it on the stone. The wind caught the corner, but it didn't fly away. I stood up, brushed the dust off my pants, and walked back to the car. I drove away without leaving a trace. Behind me, the wind flipped the paper over. On the back, in my own handwriting, it said, "This time, I'm not drawing to wait for you. I'm drawing to say I'm here." No one saw it. No one read it. The sun rose, and the wasteland went quiet. Spring in Kunming arrived without a sound. The trees were green, but faded, like an old sweater. I knelt by a flower bed, filling a hole with dirt. The sunflower seedlings were only 2 inches tall. Their leaves were still curled, like they hadn't woken up yet. I wasn't wearing gloves. Mud was caked under my fingernails. I had a scar on my middle finger from fixing a pipe last year. Jiang Jin stood 3 paces away. He didn't speak. He carried a canvas bag with frayed edges. A paintbrush poked out of the top, stained with gray-blue paint. He wasn't wearing a suit. His shirt was old, with loose threads at the cuffs. I finished with the dirt. I didn't pat it down. I stood up and brushed the grass from my knees. I didn't look at him. "I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow," I said, "to sell that house." Jiang Jin didn't answer. He knelt and took a water bottle from his bag. The label was torn. A crack ran down the side, looking just like a fingernail scratch. He poured a little water into his palm and let the wind dry it. "Where to?" he asked. I didn't answer. I sat on a concrete bench where the paint was peeling. Jiang Jin sat down next to me, leaving a gap between us. He pulled 2 yellowed slips of paper from his bag. Plane tickets. The destination was Reykjavik. The date was the 5th of next month. "I booked tickets to Iceland," he said. "I heard there are northern lights there, and a small town where no one knows who we are." I didn't look at the tickets. I just stared straight ahead. An old locust tree stood at the edge of the flower bed. Its bark was cracked, and a shredded plastic bag was caught in the crevice. It fluttered in the wind. It had been hanging there for 3 days, refusing to fall. "You're not staying here?" he asked. Jiang Jin shook his head. I didn't ask again. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small silver locket. It hung from a thin string. I had worn it for a long time. I rubbed my thumb over the fine cracks on the surface. Inside, two names were still visible, Lu and Jiang. They were carved deep, as if someone had gouged them out with a knife, bit by bit. I didn't put it away. I just held it, my hand hanging by my side. Jiang Jin glanced at me, but said nothing. He pulled something else from his bag, a supermarket receipt dated March of last year. It was for a bottle of water and 2 packs of biscuits. On the back, someone had sketched 2 figures from behind in pencil. Between them was a beam of light, split down the middle. He didn't show it to me. He just folded the receipt twice and tucked it into the string of the locket. He placed them both into a gap in the concrete bench. The wind picked up again. The sunflower seedlings swayed. I looked down and saw the locket and the receipt wedged into the crack. They looked pinned there, permanent. I didn't try to pick them up. "Wherever you go, I'll go," Jiang Jin said. I didn't respond. He didn't wait for an answer. He stood up and brushed off his pants. There was a smudge of gray dust on his left cuff, probably from fixing a pipe days ago. He didn't wipe it off. "Not as brothers," he said, "but as 2 people who can finally breathe." I still didn't move. I watched the sunflower. The seedling was small, and the leaves hadn't unfurled yet, but the stem was straight. It wasn't crooked. Jiang Jin turned and walked out of the garden. He didn't look back. He didn't speed up. His soles were muddy from crouching earlier. The mud on his right foot was thicker than the left, like he'd stepped in a puddle. He stopped at the roadside and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He didn't light one. He just gripped them until his knuckles turned white. I finally moved. I stood up and walked behind him, standing there for 5 seconds. Then, I reached out and took the cigarettes from his hand. I didn't smoke. I just held them between my fingers and looked down. "Let's go," I said. Jiang Jin nodded. We didn't walk side by side. One in front, one behind, 2 paces apart. The road was concrete, split by 3 long cracks. Grass grew in the gaps, a dusty, grayish-green. The convenience store lights were still on. A "Today's Special" sign was taped to the glass door. Water was 2 yuan. A crack ran diagonally down the glass, looking exactly like the one on Jiang Jin's water bottle. I stopped at the door, but didn't go in. Jiang Jin didn't move either. The wind swept around the corner, blowing a flyer against the door handle. It had the word "Spark" printed on it, above an image of 2 open hands. I stared at it for 2 seconds, then turned and walked away. Jiang Jin followed. We didn't speak. When we reached the crossroads, Jiang Jin turned left, and I turned right. He walked 5 paces and stopped. I stopped too. Neither of us looked back. The wind rushed between us, making the plastic bag on the road rustle loudly. In the garden, the sunflower swayed gently. No one watered it. No one supported it. It still faced the light. The snow in Iceland fell silently. It looked like someone was pouring flour from a windowsill, slow and endless. I woke up at 6 every morning. I didn't check the weather. I wore old sweaters with frayed cuffs. The scar on my left index finger from the pipe repair was still there. I used an old kettle I brought from Kunming. The spout was bent. The water always poured an inch off the mark, splashing onto the stove. When it dried, it left a pale yellow ring. I wrote letters on A4 paper I bought at the supermarket. The backs were printed with grocery deals, salmon for 1,290 krona. I didn't mail them. I just folded them and stuffed them into the 3rd drawer of my nightstand. The drawer had a crack on the left side that had been there since I moved in. I never fixed it. It caught every time I pulled it, requiring a bit of force. "Today is a polar night," I wrote. The sky went dark early. By 7, it was pitch black. I counted 73 stars. By the 74th, my eyes blurred. I thought the light bulb had burned out, but there was no light, just the reflection of the snow. I wrote, "I learned to use coffee grounds to fertilize the moss on the windowsill." It lived. "It's a dusty green, like that old sweater you once painted." I wrote, "Last night, I dreamed you were standing in a fire. You reached out your hand, but didn't speak. I didn't grab it. I knew if I did, it would be over." I pressed the letters under a glass cup. It was white and plain, except for a crack on the rim from a drop last week. I didn't throw it away. I used it for my coffee every day. When Jiang Jin came over, he didn't knock. The door wasn't locked. It rattled in the wind. He would stand in the entryway, snow clinging to his coat. His shoes tracked mud onto the wooden floor, leaving 3 spots like nail marks. He didn't speak. He just took off his shoes and put on the slippers I bought him. They were too big for his feet, so he shuffled when he walked. He would sit by the fireplace and flip through the letters. They were piled on the coffee table in a tin biscuit box. I had taped a handwritten label to the lid, "Don't touch." He touched them every time. He read them one by one. He remembered them. Sometimes he looked at them for so long that I would bring a cup of hot coffee from the kitchen. I'd place it on the right corner of the table, 3 inches from the pile. I didn't ask if he wanted it. I didn't wait for a response. I just put it down and went back to the bedroom. I closed the door. I didn't lock it, but I shut it firmly. One night, the wind turned violent. The snow dumped onto the roof like a landslide. It wasn't loud, just heavy. I came down with a fever. My forehead felt like iron pulled straight from a furnace. In my delirium, I rolled over and clawed at the sheets. I caught a piece of fabric and gripped it tight. "Jiangjin," I rasped. My voice sounded like sandpaper on wood. "Don't go." No one answered. I closed my eyes and opened them again. I saw a water stain on the ceiling, curving down like an unfinished line. I thought it was a hallucination. Then, a hand reached out and took mine. It was cool and steady. There was dried paint on the knuckles, gray-blue, like a rainy sky. I didn't open my eyes, and I didn't let go. Jiangjin didn't leave. He sat by the bed in the dark. Outside, the snow kept falling. The wind hammered against the glass. He didn't move. He just held my hand like he was holding a stone freshly pulled from the ice. By dawn, the snow stopped. I woke up early. The sun wasn't up, but the sky was a pale, grayish white. Light leaked through the curtains and hit the nightstand. I moved slightly. My hand was still being held. Jiangjin had fallen asleep with his head resting against the edge of the bed. His eyes were closed. His lashes were dusted with something white. He was wearing yesterday's shirt. A loose thread from his cuff rested against the back of my hand. I didn't move. I turned my head and saw a new letter on the nightstand. The envelope was plain, no stamp, no address. Just 2 words on the front, "To Lu Fun." The handwriting was familiar, but steadier than before. The strokes didn't shake. I sat up. I didn't open it immediately. I stared at it for a long time, as if waiting for myself to speak. Then, I picked it up. The envelope was thin. There was only 1 sheet of paper inside. No greeting, no signature, just the words. I read every one you wrote. "This time, it's my turn. The first time I saw you was in the orphanage laundry room. You were crouching by the sink, washing a white shirt. You washed it 3 times, saying there was blood on it, and it couldn't stay. I never told you that blood was from my father. He was hitting me, and you took the blow for me. You didn't cry. You didn't say it hurt. You just said, 'I'll help you wash it tomorrow.' I remembered that for 20 years. I painted you many times later, but I never dared to show you. I painted you washing clothes, standing in the rain waiting for me, and frowning in your sleep. I was afraid if you saw them, you'd think I was crazy. I was afraid you'd think I was still waiting for you. I only realized today that you never said it. You weren't waiting for me. You were waiting for yourself. I'm leaving. Not because you don't want me, but because I finally dare to live without depending on you. I'm going back to Kunming today. If you miss me, go look at the flower bed," the letter continued. "The sunflower there should be blooming soon." I finished reading. I didn't move. The paper in my hand trembled, just a tiny bit. I didn't cry. I simply folded the letter, tucked it back into the envelope, and slid it under my pillow. I pulled back the covers and got out of bed. My bare feet hit the wooden floor. It was cold. I walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge. I pulled out a jar of coffee beans that Jiangjin had brought back 2 days ago. There was no label on it, just a thin layer of dust on the glass. I ground the beans and boiled the water. I poured it into the pot, but the spout was still crooked. The stream missed the center, splashing onto the stove. I didn't wipe it up. I took my coffee to the window. Outside, the snow had melted. The roofs were dark and wet, dripping steadily. Far off, a small path led out of town. I saw footprints. 2 rows. 1 deep, 1 shallow, heading east. I didn't chase after them. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter, but hot. I set the cup down on the windowsill, leaving a ring of moisture on the wood. I went back to the bedroom. The nightstand was still there. I opened the drawer, took out a fresh sheet of paper, and sat down. My pen hovered over the page for 5 seconds. Then I wrote. You didn't close the door when you left. The wind came through the crack and shook the potted moss. It wobbled, but it didn't fall. It's still alive. I finished writing. I didn't sign it. I pressed the paper under a glass cup. It was the same cup as before, cracked, with water stains on the rim. I didn't clean it. I just walked out and shut the door. The latch was loose. It made a sharp click as it settled. I didn't fix it. I walked east along the path. The slush crunched under my feet, sounding like breaking ice. I didn't look back. The wind blew through the Icelandic mountain pass, carrying the scent of the sea. A crow flew past in the distance, cawed twice, and vanished. It was just dawn when Jiang Jin received the package. There was no sender listed on the slip. Only a handwritten string of numbers, 199800714. He knew that date. It was exactly 1 week before his mother died. He didn't rush to open it. He set the package on an old wooden stool in the entryway. The stool was missing a leg, propped up by half a brick. He went to the kitchen and brewed a cup of coffee using the pot I had brought back from Iceland. The spout was crooked. The water strayed 2 centimeters to the side, spilling onto the edge of the stove. It dried into a pale yellow stain. He stared at that stain for 10 seconds before finally picking up the package. Inside was an old-fashioned tape recorder. The plastic casing had 3 deep cracks, looking like it had been dropped multiple times. The cassette tape inside was black. The label had faded, the handwriting blurry. He could just barely make out the name Jenner. He didn't turn on the lights. He sat on the living room sofa with the recorder on his knees and pressed play. Click. First came the hiss of static, like wind whistling through old wires. Then, his mother's voice emerged. It was soft, drifting in from a great distance. Jenner, you weren't abandoned. Your father was just afraid you were too much like me. He was afraid you'd become another version of me. Jiang Jin's thumb hovered over the pause button. He didn't press it. He looked down at his hands. There was still a bit of dusty blue paint under his fingernails from yesterday. He remembered that color. His mother had painted a window on a rainy day once. There was a crooked tree outside, and 2 children standing beneath it. One wore red, one wore black. The face of the one in red had been scratched out. The recording continued. He came to your room every night to watch you sleep. He said your eyes looked like mine. Your smile, too. But he didn't dare let you smile for too long. The audio cut out for 2 seconds. It sounded like someone was speaking nearby. Then his father's voice broke through, low, heavy, and trembling with a hidden rage. If you dare tell him the truth, I'll make Lufin die right in front of you. Jiang Jin didn't flinch. The recorder kept running, but his mother's voice was gone. All that remained was the sound of breathing. It was light and ragged, like a flickering candle. 3 seconds later, the tape stopped with a loud thud. He looked down at the machine. There was a fine scratch on the plastic casing, a mark made by a fingernail, as if someone had clawed at it repeatedly. He touched the scratch. He said nothing. The living room remained dark, lit only by the gray morning light hitting the sofa armrest. There was a worn white patch on the fabric where he always leaned. He sat there for 15 minutes until his coffee went cold and a thin film formed on the surface. He stood up and went into the bedroom. From the bottom drawer of the nightstand, he pulled out his mother's diary. The leather cover was peeling, the corners curled as if they had been soaked and dried. He flipped to the entries from those nights in July. The handwriting was chaotic. The ink was smudged by tears in several places. July 12th. He locked the door again today. He said if I ever mention taking Jenner away, he'll make Lufin jump from the roof. I tried to write a letter and hide it in my shoe. He found it. He burned it. He told me, your son's life is worth more than the words you write. July 13th. Jenner asked me today why I always stare out the window. I told her I was waiting for the wind to stop. Really, I'm waiting to die. I'm afraid she'll hear me. I'm afraid she'll cry. When she cries, she doesn't make a sound. Her tears hit the back of her hand like rain hitting glass. July 14th. He promised to let me see her one last time. He said if I keep my mouth shut, he'll let Lufin live. I agreed. I can't let her die. She isn't just my child. She is my reason for living. Jiang Jin pressed his finger against the words, "last time," for a long time. The paper made a faint, brittle sound, like a dry leaf being crushed. He went back to the living room and turned the recorder back on. This time, he hit rewind. The tape whirred like a ticking clock. When it stopped, he removed the tape and placed it in a tin box. It was the box I had brought back from Iceland, originally meant for coffee beans. It was empty now. The lid was tight. He had to use some force to snap it shut. He went to his study and logged into the Spark archives. No one knew who built the site or who used it. There was only one small line of text at the bottom, dedicated to all children kidnapped by love. He created a new file and uploaded the audio. He named it 199800714, Mother's Last Words. In the notes section, he typed slowly, one character at a time, dedicated to all children kidnapped by love. No emojis. No exclamation points. No fluff. He clicked save. The screen dimmed, leaving only a small cursor blinking twice in the white space before stopping. He shut down the computer and walked to the window. Outside, the Icelandic snow was still falling, though lighter than yesterday. The wind whistled through the gaps, fluttering the curtain. It revealed an old scratch on the wall behind it. I had made that mark with a paintbrush last year, claiming I was going to paint a family portrait. I had only managed 2 crooked lines. Jiang Jin stood there, staring at the scratch for a full minute. Then he went to the kitchen for a glass. It was plain white, no pattern, with a hairline crack on the rim from a fall last week. He hadn't thrown it away. He poured some water, but didn't drink. He just set the glass on the windowsill. The water wobbled, but didn't spill. He went back to the bedroom to change. 2 threads were loose on his shirt cuff. He didn't trim them. He let them hang. He opened the wardrobe and pulled a craft paper envelope from the very back. Inside were a few photos. One was of him as a child, wearing a blue checkered shirt, standing under a tree clutching a key. The back said, Jenner, 7 years old. Spring 2001. He didn't look at it for long. He put the photo back and closed the wardrobe. The latch was loose, giving a soft creak. He went to the entryway and put on his coat. It was still dusted with snow. His shoes left 3 muddy spots on the wooden floor, like nail holes. He didn't lock the door. The wind made it rattle. He walked to the room next door, my room. The door wasn't locked, and he pushed it open. I was sitting right there, on the edge of the bed. I didn't move. My fingers were white from gripping the ledger so hard. The leather cover was cold and smelled of damp earth. Jiang Jin stood in the doorway, his silhouette blocking the light from the hall. He didn't look surprised. He looked like he had been waiting for this moment for years. The silence in the room was suffocating. I could hear my own heartbeat, fast and uneven. I looked down at the book in my lap. This was my father's real legacy. It wasn't money or property. It was a list of names and numbers that proved my entire life was built on a lie. You shouldn't have opened that, Jiang Jin said. His voice was soft, almost mournful. He spoke sadly, the words hanging in the air like smoke. I looked up at him. My eyes were burning, but I refused to cry. I told him I had to know. I told him I couldn't live in the dark anymore. He took a slow step into the room. The floorboard creaked under his weight. I didn't flinch. I just watched him. He looked at the ledger, then back at me. He told me that the truth wouldn't set me free. He said it would only make the cage feel smaller. I stood up, my legs feeling weak. I told him I didn't care. I was tired of being a pawn in a game I didn't understand. I walked toward the door, forcing him to move aside. He didn't reach for me. He didn't try to stop me. He just stood there in the middle of my room, surrounded by the ghosts of my childhood. I stepped out into the hallway. The air was freezing. I didn't look back. I headed straight for the front door, the ledger heavy against my side. I needed to get out. I needed to breathe. The snow was still falling outside, white and silent, covering the tracks of everyone who had ever left this house. I stepped into the cold, and for the first time, I didn't know where I was going.